Couple seats open up front. on, Linda.
Was that the hokey pokey?
That was the hokey pokey. I did that, yeah. See, I'm good.
All right, we're on.
Are we ready?
Ready?
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the 2000. Oh, I'm not ready.
Yeah, let's.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Hey, guys. Anyway, as I was saying, welcome to the 2022 TDA Summit. A lot of good stuff's going to happen today. But before we get the party started, I want to introduce you to Matt Savage. He actually needs no introduction, but I wanted to give him one anyway. I wanted to tell you just a few of his accomplishments. He's the WPT Executive Tour Director. He's head of gaming and poker for the Sporting News. He's one of the 4 TDA founders. He's a WPT Honors recipient, 5-time GPI winner, 7-time Poker Hall of Fame nominee, but his biggest claim to fame is his starring role in the movie Lucky You, for which he still gets 77 cents twice a year for being a SAG member. Anyway, I give it to you, Matt.
Thank you, Chan. And I want to welcome you guys. It's been a long 3 years since we've had this summit, so it's nice to see a lot of you back in the room. Poker's changed. It's changed in the last 3 years. We had this thing scheduled, multiple times. We were lucky enough to have Paul Campbell, Sean McCormick, and the Poker Go Studio, Maury Escandani, Hall of Famer, put this room for us together. So please give Paul and his staff a big round of applause. I'd also like to commend all the dealers and staff. And as you guys know how difficult it has been to get people to come back into poker. So thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for sticking with poker. And I'm happy to see you all here, that's for sure. A little review, the TDA started in 2001. It was an idea that kind of came out of playing poker tournaments for me all over the world, and all over the Bay Area, I should say, back then, and coming to Las Vegas and had the idea to try and standardize rules. Was kind of laughed at and said, it's been tried before, it's never going to work. And lucky enough, I had Linda Johnson, Jan Fisher, and Dave Lamb. There was a poker industry conference back then. You should bring that back, Linda. Yeah. There was a poker industry conference, and we tagged it onto the end of that. At that time, we had 24 people in the room that were tournament directors and other people from around the country. And now we have, I don't know, how many do we have, Mike? 5,000 members, something like that, around the world. So it is the predominant source of poker rules for all tournaments. It's used at the World Series of Poker, the World Poker Tour, EPTs, and basically anywhere where you find a big tournament, the TDA is used. So it's because of you guys why we're able to do that. The way the TDA has always worked is that we bring everybody in here, we discuss the rules. If we can get a super majority, maybe 90, 95%, to agree on a rule, we will try and push that final 5, 10% over to get everybody to use the same rule. There are some things that get held back because of local policies or somebody just can't agree on something, but we'll still try to get that super majority for anything that we do. And we've been lucky to have that happen over the last few years. I'm going to now go through some of these slides. All right, I've already got some tech errors. Let's see. All right. So again, thank you to the ARIA, Sean McCormick, Paul Campbell, and of course, Maury Escandani. The World Poker Tour has jumped on as a sponsor this year. It is our 20th year on the World Poker Tour. We're excited about the second half of the schedule. We're going to have Kathy Zhao, who I think is in the room here today. She's going to talk a little bit about the World Poker Tour tomorrow. We have Poker Atlas as a new sponsor, and if you guys haven't seen Poker Atlas, you're going to see it today. Justin Hammer is going to give a presentation on that, and it is a very, very good system. If you have not seen it yet, make sure you check out Justin's presentation today. Also, Card Player Cruises made a sponsorship donation, and they've also brought in the volunteers. Give a round of applause for the volunteers that are here today. Thank you, Card Player Cruises. All right, now I'm going to introduce the board. I'll start off with Jack Effel, who's not here. Obviously, he's got a little something going on down the street today, so he's a little busy, but he has sent his support, and he's going to try and stop in over the next couple days. Linda Johnson is back. Give her a round of applause, Linda. Again, a founder of the TDA. She has been part for a long time. The last 2 summits, she stepped down, and she was in the emeritus category, but she's back. And she said she wants to be back on the board, and here she is. So happy to have her back. Neil Johnson down on the end over there. He is from NDJ Enterprises and living in London, UK. I think you got a new project going on, don't you, Neil?
Yeah, I'm back with PokerStars and in Vegas for at least the next 6 months, running Stars live events as they return to North America.
All right. Thank you, Neil. Lloyd Fontillis is the executive TD of the Asian Poker Tour. He's in the Philippines. He's not able to make it, but he is watching on the stream. All right, we have Paul Campbell. He is new to the board. He's the tournament director here at the ARIA, also a GPI winner for Tournament Director of the Year. Two-time winner. Yes, gives me the 2 fingers, 2-time. We have Demir Campos, who is here from the Brazilian Series of Poker. Latin America and is such a huge part of the game. And Brazil is a massive market. So we're happy to have DC here. So we have some different languages up here. So go ahead and introduce yourself. Say hello. Kenny Hollert. Kenny has been at how many summits in a row have you been to? 5. Seems like more. Anyway, he is not only a professional poker player, but he also works for Univet, lives in London, and we're happy to have him on here. He can bring a much bigger player perspective of some of the things going on, but he always has both sides in mind, and that's why I think it was very, very important to have him here. He's always thinking of not only the player side, but also the casino side, which is we're represented here. We do have some players in the room. Players are always welcome to come in here. One of the things we always talk about is, that the players have a huge voice on what we do with the TDA, and we don't make any changes if, the players are, completely against something. Obviously, we're not going to make a change to that because we think that, obviously, without them, we don't even have poker at all. So happy to do that. Last but not least, I want to thank Mike Bishop. He is the TDA administrator from Chicago. He's the guy that makes this thing work. I don't know where we'd be without Mike Bishop. Give Mike a round of applause, please. Johnny Grooms just sent a message. He said he has stepped down because he's moved into different areas. Also, Tab Duchateau has moved into different things. And then, of course, Jan Fisher is in the room right now. She is one of the original board members. Jan, we're happy to have you here. All right, so let's get into it. A lot of things to talk about this year. Obviously, the world has changed. We're not going to talk about gas prices. We're not going to talk about COVID. We're not going to talk about any of those things. But the first thing I'd like to talk about is banning face coverings. So we're going to ban all face coverings in the TDA. We have a vote. No, okay, that's not going to fly. Face coverings are here to stay now, as you guys know. Fell right into that. Okay, we're not going to do that. All right, so let's get into it with our call to order here. In your bags, we have notepads and pens and a water. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring in coffee and whatever, so if you guys, we're going to have plenty of breaks. We're going to have a lunch break today, but we're going to start off with this very key thing that I put up on Twitter. I've been talking a lot about it. I don't know if you guys follow what's been going on, but apparently last week there was an issue with a player that took a photo of another player's phone while he was playing. And it wasn't in a hand, but the player had a chart up, okay? And charts, apparently, according to Paul, have been around for 10 years? 10 years, okay. I've never looked at one, to be honest, but I did this week because it was all the rage about people saying that the chart should not be allowed at the table. Now, obviously, we're at a position with technology in our world that we are never going to take phones off the table. If anybody feels like we can, I would love to hear about it, but I don't think that we have reached that point. Linda? The genie's out of the bottle. So again, we're going to talk about this, but the fact that people are using these charts, a lot of amateur players, a lot of even professional players feel that they don't belong at the table, that they don't belong in the game. I'm happy to hear from anybody in this room that feels if there's anything that we could do to, minimize the use of them or stop them, or if you even feel like Paul does, that they're here to stay and, you should be able to use them as long as you're not in hand. So we're at a point also, I think, with the technologies that's at the table, we as, Carter managers, as tournament directors, as players, we need to make sure that we're self-policing our games, that people aren't using these phones while a hand is going on. I know that a lot of this has gotten more lax over the last few years, but I think that we are the people that need to make sure that these things go back kind of to where we have it in our rules. Our current Rule 5 reads, players may not talk on the phone at the table, ringtones, music, images, videos, etc. should not be disturbing others. Betting apps and charts are not to be used by players with live hands. Other devices, tools, photography, videography, and communication must not create a nuisance, delay of game, or create a competitive advantage, and are subject to house and gaming regulations. So the question I have for you is, are phones becoming a real nuisance in your tournament? Is the phone use inevitable? Can it be controlled? Any stronger language needed than this? Or are you guys comfortable with the way it is now? Does anybody have any comments? No comments? All right.
Yeah, I'm Paul from St. John's, Newfoundland. Are you allowed to use physical paper charts at a table, in a hand or not in a hand?
The way the rule reads is that you are not to use them while you're in a hand. Similar to you not to be anything that can distract you from actual gameplay, you're not supposed to be doing when the hand's out there.
So if that's the case, then why would you be allowed to use an electronic one?
You're not allowed to use it.
Yeah.
Not during the play of the hand.
But if you're saying that, well, it's inevitable and people should be able to do it if they're not interfering or whatever. Then
yeah, not during a hand,
Yeah.
between hands. We're talking about between hands.
Yeah. Even between hands, can you use a paper one?
Yes.
Okay.
We had a discussion about this, and the reason that, a lot of players are saying it's cheating to use a chart, but the chart is accessible to anybody who wants it, and because of that reason, we don't feel like it should be, we don't feel like it's cheating, we don't feel like it should be not allowed, but obviously during the play of a hand, you got to make sure that they're not using those materials, either handwritten or technical.
Yeah, basically, when we were talking last night, oh, sorry, Kenny, did you want to go? There's kind of, if I remember right, there's three components. One is everybody can have these. It's not the greatest argument, but it is, everybody can have access to these if they want them. Another is an example I gave in Europe. For, I want to say, like 4 or 5 events, we had a rule for a number of reasons. We were trying to prevent all use of electronic devices during the hand. So players were instructed to keep it face down on the rail or set it off the table. It turned our dealers into phone police. They were like, I'm sorry, I can't give you the card until you put your phone away. The dealers hated it and hated us. And the players hated the dealers for making them do. And then you had to make sure you had enough tray tables because they had to put their phone aside and stuff. If you don't, I don't see a situation where you can police what's on the phone. Because if someone turns and says, oh, hey, I saw it, and the guy, he might have seen a picture of it on Twitter, and he's scrolling, and now you really want to bring a floor person over and be like, and are we going to be in a position where I'm like, sir, hand me your phone. I need to see what's on it. I don't think we want to go there in any way, shape, or form, to be fair.
And also, we are at a point in our lives now in which we have electronic devices, not just the phones, but we have smartwatches, and you can put away your phone, but you have your smartwatch on your wrist, and you don't know what kind of information there is. So you cannot completely get rid of all electronic devices, but you can maybe rewrite the rule, because when this rule was added, smartphones were not around. So you may not talk on the phone, you may not use an electronic device while in a hand, while playing a hand.
And, the final one was, it's so situational You had Jack 10 of diamonds in the hijack facing a 3-bet. Was it push fold? Well, okay, you're going to check the chart after you folded to see if you did it right, but that situation's not coming around again. You know, maybe, I mean, in a live tournament, how many hands do you see in a thing? Like, I get it online, and it is an issue online, but that was the third one that we talked about last night.
Yeah, hi, Ross here from Poker Palace in Australia. I deal quite a lot, and trying to police players with the phones at the table is horrendous. It is horrendous. But where do you stop? I mean, they have earpieces, they have smartwatches. You can't tell somebody to take a smartwatch off the table. And it's very easy to look at a chart on a smartwatch as in comparison to a mobile phone. Now, I would love a world where there is no electronic devices at the table, because it would make our job a hell of a lot easier. You're not having to tell people the action's on you, the action's on you, the action's on you. But as you said, where does it stop?
Alan from Henderson. Just for a comparison in another sport, if you will, I run a lot of chess tournaments. And the chess community has gone to the extreme. We do not allow any electronic devices while your game is in progress. We even will forfeit you if we see if you have an electronic device on your person when you go to the washroom. Now, there is a difference, because in poker, you're dealing with one hand at a time, and it's very short. And in chess, you're playing a 3 or 4 or 5 hour game. But, you know, my phone plays better chess than all but a dozen players in the world. So being able to take the phone into the washroom, you know, the chess community has just finally, and it was gradual, but we finally come to the conclusion that we have to ban all electronic devices from the playing room. I don't think poker will go that far, but it became an issue, and it's very few people, you know, very few people ruin it for the rest of us. But I could have a solver on my phone. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the solver and the chart, and the static chart. So if there's enough bad apples, I think we will wind up in a number of years going that route.
Yeah, and I think that in 2 years' time, I honestly believe that we're going to have this conversation again, and something's going to have changed by then. I really do. We haven't seen it yet. It's possible. I think all of us in this room need to be more vigilant at our events and make sure that you know, things are on the up and up, because I really believe that it's coming where more and more people are going to be using these things. It's going to become part of the game, and I think that's unfortunate, because I think poker changes when everybody's trying to play perfectly and use charts and use all these solvers. But I really do feel like, and unfortunately maybe even just bringing up this topic may add to that, but I think just, again, everybody needs to watch what's going on.
So,
who are you, sir? And where are you from?
Joe and I are from the Lodge in Round Rock, Texas. So we're in a unique situation with this entire rule because of who our ownership group is. So, I mean, we're basically owned by bloggers, you know, with Doug and Andrew and Brad. So I think the subject to house and gaming regulation is very key, because, you know, when I worked in Missouri, they tried to get rid of phones in general, and just everybody went either over to Illinois or over to Kansas. So, but with us, and to touch on the dealer point, it's also going to be your player pool too. Our players are some of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and they have no problem with, hey guys, when you're in a live hand, put your phone down. And they do it. They have no problem with that. And in my year there, I've only come across one person that has had a chart up, and I went over and I said, look, you want to look at the chart, go ahead, but not while you have cards in front of you. As soon as that first card is pitched to you, you can't be looking at a chart. So it's all the due diligence on us, and the first line is pre-shift with your dealers and take your player pool into the equation too. But we also, the number one thing is the integrity of the game. That's what we live by. And if somebody gets upset because we are upholding the integrity of the game, then that's on them. And it's, you know what, you need to readdress why you're here to play. So.
Yeah, sorry, and don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying we can't recommend that houses say don't use them. I'm saying I get very nervous around unenforceable rules. And I agree with Matt wholeheartedly. We will have this discussion again. I remember it was 2017 or 2019, we were talking about Google Glass and the things like all the different devices. Like we all know the scenario. You can say put your phone in your pocket, and if it vibrates once, the buddy I've got's telling me fold. If it vibrates twice, if you're going to use electronics in some nefarious way, there are ways to do it. We all know, we've all heard. We don't talk about them publicly because we don't want to give anybody any ideas, but we've all heard, oh, there was this cheating at this private game somewhere and this. We all know those stories. So we will revisit this topic. And I think when we finished last night, we even said it's one of those of where we end up saying, look, it's your houses. So if you want to turn around and say, you know, hey guys, this is, especially like if I ran a locals kind of room, and wanted it really welcoming and get people in, I'd be telling my regulars, I'd be like, guys, come on, just don't. It's like not tapping the glass. Don't sit there and read a pre-flop chart next to the two guys who came in from out of town and want to play my 1-2. You know, if I'm Jack and I've got 4,000 entries in today's tournament, I don't know that I can police it at the same level. But I completely agree that we're going to revisit this. But I get really nervous over a rule I can't actually have my staff enforce.
Leave it like it is, and whatever you want to do in your own house regarding tightening it up, loosening it up, whatever, that's up to you.
I think we just need to be more stricter with enforcing the rule while players are in the hand that no electronic devices, that not the use of electronic devices is allowed. That would be already solve the issue, or like take away pretty much all of the risk. And as said before, during, like in between hands, we can't interfere with the privacy of what people are doing on their phone, so it will be impossible for us to police anyway, but while players have a live hand, they should be off their electronic devices.
And like Matt said, I think we all agree that it's unfortunate that poker's come to this point where they are using the charts, but the charts are here. They are here to stay. Everyone has access to them. And it would be, any way of trying to monitor that would be an absolutely unenforceable rule. It would be an unenforceable rule. Anytime you put a rule that you literally can't enforce, all you're doing is you're going to be penalizing the honest players, and you're letting the players who don't follow the rules anyway get away with it. So by saying there's no charts at the table, that's great to say in theory, but it doesn't work. We're not going to look at your phone. We're not going to have the dealers look at your phone. I don't want other players looking at other players' phones to see what they're looking at. Everyone has access to these charts. I asked Kenny yesterday. Kenny obviously plays at higher levels than anyone on this board. How much of an advantage do you feel these charts are? And as a player, when you know that a player is looking at your chart, does that bother you? Do you actually like that they're playing by, you know, a predetermined set of rules that you can more easily adjust to? How much of an advantage do you feel that these players using a chart for a pre-flop push or fold decision gives them?
I think the advantage is still relatively minimal that they're getting from it, because poker is not only a pre-flop game. If I'm, as an experienced player, play versus somebody I know that's following a chart, it's actually a little bit helpful because I know exactly what range of hands he has versus somebody that's inexperienced who might have a completely different range of hands that he's playing indeed. So in that sense, the advantage is pretty minimal, and there's still so many different scenarios that can come up. You might have an idea what sort of hands you will be playing, but if there's already a raise in front of you, or there's a 3-bet, or there's a raise and a call, or a limp, like the optimal ranges are already completely changing as well. And like in the tournament, ranges, like the optimal ranges, change on a constant basis, and they're depending on what the payouts are, what part of the tournament we're in, what the other chip stacks are. Like there's so many variables that it's a bit of a guideline, but it's not complete science anyway. So in that sense, I think if somebody uses a chart to have a little bit of an idea what he's playing, I don't think that's an issue. But of course, once the hand starts, he shouldn't be able to look at it anymore and yeah, go with whatever experience he has at that point.
Hello, Ray from Asian Poker Tour and Hong Kong Poker Players Association. So I play and work extensively in Asia, and I've been on a vacation here playing a little tournament over at Bally's in Paris. So I would like to bring a slightly different angle to look at this about electronic device. It is partly the product of the pace of the game in the present time. I'll be the first to admit, like between hands, I absolutely look at my phone very extensively because the pace of the game is getting slower and slower. Especially like one of the worst thing, like no one pointed out so far, is not even like using the phone during a hand. It's rather like that. They were using the phone while the cards are being pitched, and when it's their turn, the dealer has to say, "Sir, it's your sir, ma'am, it's your turn," and they take, I don't know, like another 5 seconds to finish up their last message and put it down and finally look at their cards and act. That's like, let's say 5 seconds times, well, I mean, for the past month, I play a lot of 10-handed poker, unfortunately. So 5 times 10 is 50 seconds, which is also, I think one of the later slides, we're talking about, you know, what's the expectation for a length of a hand. I no longer think it's 2 minutes. That's a very ridiculous expectation anymore. So I think that's a very, I agree with the sentiment that many of these rules regarding electronic devices and RTA, real-time assistance, are completely unenforceable. But I implore everyone to think about maybe, you know, we try to deal with the cost. How can we, I don't want to say speed up the game, that kind of like, you know, pushing players, but like rather like how do we make the pace more, I don't know, brisk and enjoyable for players so that, you know, like they're not desperate to look at their phone between hands.
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that at some point. Yes, we're definitely going to talk about the pace of play for the game as well.
Matt, sorry, one thing real quick. I think that's actually really cool that in like 3 of our first commentators, we had Canada, Australia, and Asia. Like, thank you everybody for coming out. That was I just noticed, you know, like 3 of our first commenters are, you know, that's really impressive.
Texas too.
That's, I could make a comment about Texas being a different country, but I have relatives there, so I can't.
So I'm reading comments that are coming in, and one from on the Facebook link said, "Rules are useless unless enforced. Revisit the warnings. TD discretion. Rare you find a first-time tournament player at your table. Players are savvy and seasoned, yet so many times I see intentional rule violations met with a warning. A week later, same violator, same violation, same warning." That is a little bit of what I want to talk about. Just, you know, basically, you know, make sure that we're following up on if there's constant violators of these rules, that they're handled more harshly. I think that that's not a difficult stretch. And say, you were warned yesterday, but today you get another warning. I think that that's wrong. I think we need to figure out a way to, you know, not make a list like they once did at the World Series, but, you know, make sure that your floor staff is aware if you have somebody that's violating these rules constantly.
Matt, it was a coincidence those chips were only almost the same color.
All right, so does anybody feel like there's any stronger language needed in this rule? And if so, please let us know. And if not, I think we can move on. Anybody have any stronger language we may need for this rule? Good. All right.
Matt, last issue on that. Should any change be made to the penalty rule? That's Rule 71. You have that in your black and white handout. 71 does not specifically mention abusive use of phone or charts. Should that be added, or is it implied that it's there?
I'm okay with something being added. I feel like the board is pretty much in consensus that it's unfortunate that this exists in the game, but it's out there and it is what it is. Our stance is going to be you cannot use it. But like Kenny said, now the issue is that we need to enforce the rule more letter of the law, more militantly than we probably have in the past. I would be in favor of, I like the first card off the deck, your phone's got to go away. And again, like you just mentioned, that, you know, the dealer's turn. I won't even let them get to the turn. If they're on the phone and they're dealing cards, their hand's dead. Their hand's dead. The integrity of their hand has already been compromised because they're on the phone. Their integrity of their hand has already been compromised because they're on the phone as the cards are being pitched. I just kill their hand. And then that issue will resolve itself very quickly. They will learn to be off the phone. But continue to being lax with that rule is going to enable players to use the chart while they have hands. But if we actually enforce the rule that already exists and not give the players the benefit of the doubt on it. Listen, guys, we know that you're using charts. This is when you can use them. Here is when you cannot be on your phone, and if you do, I'm killing your hand.
Who out there is killing hands, still killing hands for phones, besides Paul? Anybody killing hands? Yeah, I think we got away from killing hands a few years ago. Welcome to the board, Paul.
You just said be harsher.
Yeah, but... Okay. Okay. We'll just say that's what Paul's doing too. We don't want to be killing hands. Okay. Okay. Let's move on. We have video coming up from Jen a little bit later. All right, so we had a pretty strong conversation about this yesterday. Late registration, are there any changes needed? This was actually brought up by Kenny, who actually ran some numbers. So I'm going to have Kenny kind of take over on this one. Are late registrations open too long? Does late registration benefit late entrants? Are players encouraged to register late? And Paul has his counterpoint that late registrants are the most profitable player that we have. Kenny, take over.
So for me, in many tournaments, registration is open for too long. People that enter a tournament late have a benefit. Like the way a poker tournament works is that the value of a stack, of a starting stack even, changes over time. And the further you go in a tournament, the more a starting stack gets worth. Like, best example is a satellite. If you still have a starting stack in a satellite, just at the bubble, that stack will pretty much be worth the ticket. So if it's a $100 tournament to a $1,000 event, like your starting stack might be worth $900. In a regular tournament, that's also the case, although the Matica model is a little bit more complicated, but the further you go in a tournament, your chips will be worth more. So the issue is, if a player enters a tournament very late, let's say when half of the field, or in some instances when 2/3 of the field is already eliminated, the stack value can easily be 20% more than the initial buy-in. So for that $100 tournament, that could mean that a person registers with, let's say, 40% of the field, of the initial field still remaining, and his starting stack could be worth $120. Well, that extra $20, it's not added to the prize pool by the organizers. That $20 comes from the value of the stack from all the other players that are already playing in that event. So every time a late entrant, like somebody that late registers a tournament, he actually penalizes all the players that are already playing in the event and already have gathered some chips. So they lose the value of their stack, and that's a very unfair advantage that a lot of these players are getting. And I see a lot of organizers saying, yeah, but it's fine if we have late entry open. Like you see, like we closed registration at 8 p.m. and we had 100 people signing up at 8 p.m. Well, the main reason like a lot of people come up is that because a lot of people are actually aware of that concept. So they could literally just lay on the couch, wait until registration is about to close, and then head over to the casino and play their tournament. And it's something we need to be aware of. Like we have players that are starting the events, like they are very supportive for our events. They're there from the start, and we are actually penalizing those players. And it's the more experienced players that are aware of this situation, and the less experienced players are not really aware of that situation. So we're creating a situation where more experienced players take a big advantage over the less experienced players in even another way. And I feel like there should be, coming more of a consensus in how long that we should keep late registration open. And I think, in my opinion, like once half of the initial field is eliminated, registration should pretty much be closed in order to cut away that big advantage those late entries have. On the other hand, there's a but from an organizer point of view, and Paul has something to say about that. And I do understand that as well.
So I agree with Kenny 100%. So I do feel that a lot of tournaments allow registration too late into the event, where you're getting too close to ICM implications, and these players have immediate equity buying into the tournament. And again, if one player is gaining equity, they're taking it from other players. But then you have the operator standpoint, where in most markets, and especially in this Las Vegas market, you have to allow late registration, and you have to allow basically players to be able to re-enter the tournament, so they're automatically late registrants as they're re-entering the event, because those are your most profitable entrants, are your late registrants. They're paying the exact same rate as someone who showed up right on time, and in order to generate revenue in your event, you need to allow the late registration and the re-entry. However, there is a balance as an operator and as a TD. You have to find that balance to where you are allowing players to late register, you're allowing players to re-enter, but you still need to have it at a cutoff where you're not compromising the integrity of your event. I'm very confident in the way that we structure our events, where late registrants aren't gaining an incredible amount of equity. If it is, it's probably close to negligible. But I've seen other tournaments, anywhere around the country, and allowing entry to the point, like Kenny said, with 40% of the field remaining or 30% of the field remaining, when you're getting dangerously close to the money, there's no way that players should be allowed in there. Even with a stack that's well below starting stack, that stack has an incredible amount of equity under ICM.
What about when there's a guarantee? It makes a bigger difference, obviously.
Well, I think as an operator, if you say like we're guaranteeing X amount and late registration will be open for 8 levels, then once the 8 level is finished, registration closes. If you're short of your guarantee, that's sorry for you as an operator, but you shouldn't allow late registration longer open to make sure you hit your guarantee. That's the calculated risk you took at the start of the event, and now you have to deal with it. Like, it would be very unfair to the people that made the decision to play this event, because they say, well, this is the guarantee. I know late registration will be open for 8 levels. That's why I'm playing. And basically, you're changing the whole structure of your event. So under no circumstances you should make any changes to late registration if you're short of a guaranteed prize pool.
Yeah, let me just add one thing. I spoke with some players about this issue yesterday, and some of the professional players really know that concept, that if you late reg and if you take less decisions during a tournament, you take less risk, so it's better for you. But also in larger fields with lots of amateur players, some professionals really believe the opposite. You should actually not late reg to the max, because you could take a lot of advantage of less experienced players and accumulate a ton of chips early. So there's a balance depending on your field, on the kind of tournaments you run. But and I completely agree with Paul that you should not allow players to buy in when you have 30 or 20% of the field left. You are close to the money. But as an operator, more than half of my entries come from 75% of the late reg period. So I usually run 8 levels of late reg for most big events, and when I reach the end of level 2, I have half the entries I will have on that tournament. So it's very important. Those other 6 levels are very important for the tournament. We don't have casinos in Brazil, so we run tournaments outside of casinos in hotels and resorts. So we need the revenue from poker. We don't rely on blackjack or everything to have other revenues. So we need those 6 levels of entry. So we try to structure the tournaments in a way that people will buy in and will not be close to the money. It's not going to be an unfair, such a huge advantage for the players buying in late.
Hi, so I obviously agree with you guys on the equity and everything, but their penalty, their disadvantage is that they're getting less bigs. Obviously, being at the start of the tournament is they're getting a bigger stack. So max late regging at level 8, that's your disadvantage. That's your penalty for coming in late. You have to be aggressive, and if you don't get there, you're going to be out of the tournament much sooner than someone that's been playing and accumulating chips the whole time. So I don't really agree with the whole equity part from the player perspective at the advantage of max late regging.
Yeah. But poker is still a zero-sum game, and if you do the math, like a starting stack will be worth more, and that still hurts the people that are already there in the tournament. Also, as my experience as a poker player, it's very profitable actually to play as a short stack on a table with a lot of big stacks, like your chip EV, to speak with some technical words here, is very big actually. So it's fairly easy to gather some more chips when you're a short stack compared, and if there's a lot of big stacks at the table. And even I think for a recreational player who's there from the start, who has, let's say the average stack in the tournament is at 40, 50 big blinds, and people are still registering with 10, 15 big blind stacks. It's not a very enjoyable experience for those players as well, because they're sitting there, they want to play some poker, and there's on a constant basis new players coming in, and they're shoving all in every hand, and then they just can't play poker, and they want to play a flop. They have 6, 7 suited. They want to go to the flop, but they open their hand, like somebody goes all in, or somebody's already all in front of them. It doesn't create a nice experience for those players as well, in my opinion.
To touch on the guarantee part that Matt brought up and what Paul was saying as far as from the operator standpoint, and then where, that's the risk you run with the guarantee. A lot of this point of view, I believe, is from your higher buy-in tournament. All right, the majority of us in this room are all running tournaments that are $500 and lower. Our standard tournament at the lodge is probably a $200 price point. So we're going to have some of the bigger guarantees on that lower buy-in to where we need registration open longer, because we just ran a series and we missed by $600,000 over the course of the series. And me as the tournament director, I did happen to cut registration off a little bit earlier, but if I had it open later, maybe I cut it down my overlays that I had. $600,000 is kind of a big number to operators. So, it can actually put a lot of people out of business. Fortunately, it didn't put us out of business, but that could really, we're not trying to put people out of business by closing registration. We need those people to be able to come in. So, and as I 100% ICM implications to the higher buy-in tournaments, that can definitely be cut off. Leaving registration open a little bit longer for the lower buy-in, the mid-stakes, players just love it. We call it a Texas free roll, but yeah, we get a bunch of players that do max late reg because they're able to come in right at the break, that we cut it off for $215, get 100K in chips, and here we go. And we wind up with, on a free roll, a $40,000 prize pool. So it generates bigger prize pools. You know, so it's actually beneficial for the rec player, and for the higher buy-in tournaments, absolutely. I 100% agree that there's no need to actually put a guarantee on it. They're going to come in, they're going to play. You know, you can cut it off at the 2-hour mark, the 3-level, 4-level registration point. But for the smaller buy-in that like the bigger guarantee, for the operator, you can put people out of business if you say, well, we're only going to have registration open for 2 hours. Well, guarantees are going to have to come down. Players may not be coming, so it's going to be it's going to ultimately hurt across the board if we say registration is only going to be this point, because some people don't come for a smaller guarantee for a $500 buy-in. So, I mean, it's the days of, 2000 when there was no guarantee on anything is long gone. They come for small buy-in, big guarantee, which means, sorry guys, registration has to be open.
To be clear, I don't think anyone's advocating. I think Kenny just wanted the information out there. Like to your point, sir, about the disadvantages of late regging. I would counter that a little bit by the fact that your queens weren't snapped by ace-3 in level 2 like somebody else. Like you're not. If there was no advantage to coming in when 50% of the field was already eliminated, then it wouldn't have been instigated by every pro on the planet. Oh, you're right. It's all the pros who wanted the late reg for a various number of reasons. But I understand all the guarantees and all that stuff, and I agree. If I put a $300 million guarantee on, I'll run late reg as long as I need to. Someone I used to work with, Mike Ward, when he was running Foxwoods, he said his registration was set to traffic in Connecticut because he had to let his people get off work and get to his tournament. So everyone's going to kind of do. But the reality is Kenny's numbers aren't wrong, and he's right unequivocally in the math of how this plays out. But this, something Linda said at the very beginning, sadly this is a genie that we let out of the bottle. This was, and players argued for it, but tournament operators did it. We're the ones who allowed late reg to go into day 2. Some people into day 3. If you're Mo, you do it into the money. I love Mo, but but we did this, and now it's kind of our consequences to deal with it, for better or for worse.
All right, so we're not advocating that you change anything than what you're doing. We're not saying anything. But the way that I wanted this summit to work is that we had certain areas that we were going to talk about things that are in our industry and to bring them up, and Kenny had a point about that. He's got a lot of great things he's going to be bringing up tomorrow, so hopefully you guys will be coming back tomorrow as well. But I think we can move on from this. If you have another comment, Kenny, you can close it up.
No, not really, but as I said as well, the medical model applies to all buy-ins, whether it's a big buy-in or a $100 with a big guarantee. I think as an organizer, you take the risk by putting up a big guarantee, and some of these smaller prize pools, these smaller buy-in events with a large prize pool can be very attractive to recreational players, but for some people, that $200 might be their main event of the year as well, so you don't want to penalize those players as well, just as you don't want to penalize somebody that's going to play a $2,000 main event. I always try to be consistent over every sort of buy-in, and like I said, the medical model applies to all sorts of buy-in, and we need to treat every recreational poker player that plays at any level at the same way. And for somebody, $200 might be a very small tournament, but like I said, for that other player, it might be a very big event for them. So we should not put any individual poker player to a disadvantage in that way.
Justin.
As soon as I get my Matt's ready to move on to the next topic.
Who are you and where you're from?
Justin Hammer, currently at MGM, across the street. I live in Texas. Texas free roll, by the way, for people who don't know, it means it's not free. Just for anyone who doesn't know. This is, by the way, Kenny is way too smart for this stuff. But this gets dangerously close to me for us, telling players strategy and how they should play. This is one of the things, I've been in discussions on Twitter where people basically say, hey, you guys are having a meeting with all of the TDA summits. You should teach fill-in-the-blank casino how to be better at customer service. And it's that's not what we're here for. We are still competitive. We are trying to set a standardized set of rules so that you know what to expect when you go into a casino. And this type of discussion Like, when Kenny says it's unfair or it penalizes or whatever, I always disagree with those words because unfair means it is applied differently to different people, and it's applied the same to everyone here. And like I tell professionals all the time, there is no inherent obligation for a casino to ensure that a tournament is profitable. Like that you can go in here and you can make a living off of this tournament. That is not our obligation. Our obligation is to be profitable. It's just in order to do that, you typically have to run tournaments that are profitable for other people. Those two things are not required. It's just they typically go hand in hand. I think the same is true for recreational players. There is no need for us to ensure that they have the exact same advantages or whatever as someone who knows what they're doing. If you have to run a tournament that requires registration super long and there's an inherent advantage to showing up late, and you know that because you're a pro, I don't think it's our obligation to make sure that doesn't exist. It's just something that's going to exist. Sometimes recreational players are going to have a disadvantage because they don't have as much knowledge as a pro. Sometimes the pros, that's how they make a living. They understand the rules, the structures, the math that Kenny's going over. That's why he's so good at poker. Like, they understand that thing, they understand those things better, and they get an advantage from it. So I think it's good that he brings it up so that you know it, so that you can factor it in. But ultimately, the difference in your structures is what's going to make people want to play there. If it does penalize them, as he says, then people are eventually going to stop playing it, and you're going to have to stop doing it anyway. Or you just have to figure out what brings in the most people, the most players, and makes it the most profitable for your house. And sometimes that involves giving people this inherent advantage by knowing that they can show up late. Basically, I think it's fine to do it if you need to hit the guarantees. Or for poor Anthony to miss by like 500,000 instead of 600,000.
So we'll move on. This is another one that, do we need a procedure for this? The minimum number of players to start at a table. We discussed this last night. I like to start with 4 active players. Kenny was 4. Paul was 4 on 8-handed and 5 on 9-handed. It's an issue with the players, bigger tournaments, things like that. One of the things I also talked about was if a player registers before the start of the tournament, are there chips in play? This varies all over the world. I don't think we can come up with anything standard on it or a procedure, but comments. Players dislike starting 3-handed. They dislike starting 4-handed in some cases too, but it just was a topic that I thought we should discuss. I was hearing a lot of complaints about it, and players had actually asked me to bring it up at the summit.
I'm starting tournaments with at least 4 players at a table, assuming it's a full ring tournament with at least 8 seats at the table. I don't put stacks in play that for people that have pre-registered. That also makes sure that my total amount of chips in play will always be correct, because sometimes pre-registered players will resign from the event, like they will not end up showing. So if I might just otherwise put out a stack that will never be taken. And I think somebody registering, let's say the tournament starts at noon, 5 before noon, his stack, compared to somebody who registers 5 past noon, like why should that one person's stack be in play and that other person's stack not be in play? So I only deal to players that actively have come to the table. Once the tournament just started, I keep a close eye on all the tables to make sure that all of my seats rather fill up quickly, so that I have at least 6 to 7 players as quickly as I can at all my tables, and then open tables accordingly if needed. But I definitely try that. Yeah, a table is only playing 4 or 5-handed for less than 10 to 15 minutes, and otherwise I might just end up already start moving players or manually seating some players in order to fill up those tables, because players, they do sign up for a full ring tournament, like they don't sign up for a 4 or a 5 or a 6 max tournament. So we should give them that experience as well, because it's a different game whether you're playing 4-handed or 10-handed. You have to be a little bit more active. So in that regards, like again, it's like the players, they're there on time, they're supporting your event by being there from level 1, so we should not give somewhat of a disadvantage to the less experienced player in those situations.
Yeah, I agree with Kenny that you should limit short play for the shortest amount of time, if possible. So you need to plan how many tables you're going to open, so that you don't have 20 tables playing four-handed for half or 1 hour at a tournament. But also, I believe that poker players behave pretty much the same all around the world. They show up 15 minutes before the tournament starts, 90% of the players. So they pretty much have to be aware that tables are going to take some time to fill up. So you cannot buy in 1,000 players instantly. You need some time to process those entries, and you need some time from the players to get from the cage to the table. So it's going to take a few minutes. But I think you should plan the tournament to open the tables accordingly, so that short play is not for a long time.
Hi, Kevin Casino from the Gardens Casino, Los Angeles, another country as well, California. No, I had a question, kind of wanted to see, because you mentioned something that was odd to me as far as people that pre-register. Now, in majority of tournaments, if you pre-register, once the tournament starts, you can't unregister for a tournament. But you'd mentioned people that end up not showing up. So, like, now, I know there could be, but majority of tournaments that we run, if you sign up for a tournament, as soon as first card's in the air to start a tournament, you know, you're obligated to that tournament. We don't let people unregister for a tournament after the tournament has started. So are you, everybody else doing this?
I think it's a little bit more of a European thing to an extent, as far as, because they're not putting stacks out until the player gets there and goes and takes their seat, then they haven't actually entered the tournament yet. I mean, yes, they did pay in the tournaments, but a lot of it, from an EPT perspective, like we might run 70 tournaments in 10 days, and so the guy, he registered on PokerStars a month ago to play the 2K, but now he's in day 2 of the one from the day before, and he forgets, and but he's never picked up his stack, so he'll come along and he's on break, he'll be like, oh, you know, damn, I forgot to do this. Can you guys take me out of it? And you just take him out of it. I think it's more like a kind of player-friendly thing, and also it's hinged on the fact that we don't put the stacks out until the player takes. That's like an agreement they came with to the players, I want to say like 10 years ago or something, because it was a question of when do you put your stacks out, when do you do. So I know there's a couple of exceptions Toby's made, but I'll be honest, I've only been back to Stars for a couple of months, and I'm in America, not Europe anymore, so I don't want to speak for Toby too clearly on that. But that's exceptionally rare. Like, yes, obviously a few people would do that, but it's also something that our registration system would catch. And so it's like maybe you get away with it once, but then a note's going to go in and be like, hey, take a look at this. This is someone who table surfed a tournament. And, you know, because it's very rarely, if somebody comes along in level 3 and says, yo, I made a mistake, I don't want to play, and then, like, they're probably not going to come back to, you know, 3, 4 levels. I mean, and to be fair, a lot of the tournaments over there have shorter late reg than in America. They're not running 8, 10 levels. For about 6 years, every tournament on the EPTs was 4 levels. It allowed all players to understand. Didn't matter what you entered, 15-minute clock, 10-minute clock, hour clock, it was 4 levels. Late reg, if it said level 5, tournament was closed. So we don't really have that issue over there. And it's never come up. Like I said, they've been doing that 6, 7 years, and people aren't table surfing, at least not. I don't even think we've caught somebody table surfing, to be fair.
I think it might only be an issue in probably $5,000 plus events or something. Like, I don't think in any other event somebody would deliberately like try to unregister and move towards another table. Like that's not. I haven't heard or seen any issues.
We've had a lot of
things.
we have had a lot of issues on that, just because people see their table drop. I don't want to play with that player, or I don't want to play with these guys, or they will try to unregister for a tournament, even after, we're like, if you unregister for the tournament, we're not going to let you register later for this tournament. So as soon as you say you're going to unregister for this tournament, you're not allowed to play. You're not allowed to late reg. You're not allowed to play in this event. I guess I'll play in this tournament. Or they don't play. But I was curious as far as hands, who puts starting stacks out for pre-register before you start a tournament? I mean, if they've pre-registered, we put all starting stacks out, and we make sure we don't, and we're dealing in those stacks. So, just curious.
So how many don't put stacks out? Only put deal to live stacks? Or like, yeah. Yeah.
I want to say, so just now, the quick fix to the table serving or table selection problem, the quick and easy solution was just literally just mentioned, right? If you unregister, you can no longer register to the same flights, right? And secondly, I think there's, at least Kenny also mentioned this happens more often in higher buy-ins. That means fewer tables in play. One of the ways you can do that actually is I've seen being done, but kind of rarely, is that instead of let's say you have only have 15 players right now, two tables of one with 8 and the other with 7. So in many cases I've seen they will only a new player will only draw for the seats on the shorter table. But I think the absolutely fair way is he's going to draw for every empty seat. Right, and then if it turns out the tables are unbalanced, you'll balance it, with our current rule. I mean, that's one way of doing it, but that is a logistical issue. If that is a 100-table tournament, that is going to be a pretty big pain. But anyway, I felt like the table serving, I felt like it's a fairly minimal. There's an easy fix, put it that way.
Yeah, I know with registration, we do treat differently, for the high roller events. I mean, we do 2-step, 3-step, almost random process for those kinds of things. I think it's completely relevant. They can go anywhere, and people get moved back and forth to the table. So I know that's how you're handling it. I know that's how we handle it for the bigger buy-ins. But we're definitely, if they're buying a $100 game, they're going to go to that empty seat for the most part. I mean, on a $100 game. Not on a $25K or something like that, it's got to be totally different.
There's different rules for the high rollers? You're kidding.
Anyway, Andy Tillman from Solus Boy Sweden here. Mainly with our European side stuff, guys. When we're doing anything 5K, 10K, we're definitely, on the initial draw, their seat's pretty much irrelevant, because, you're starting these 25Ks, your hundreds, 1, maybe 2 tables. So, there's just going to be a general seat draw where you're drawing a table first, then a seat, and just like you suggested, if you draw a table that's full, you're high carding a player away. The player that just came in is going to take that seat, and the next player is going to draw at the open seats on the other tables. That's just going to move it around. You completely eliminate your table shopping. No one's going to be worried about that. And on the other subject with Kenny not wanting to put stacks out, I completely agree. In my events, I want my stacks to match up at the end. I want my chips to be within that color up variance we have, and that's the only variance I want to have. I don't want to have value added. I don't want to have extra chips going in that I pull out, and my stacks don't match up, my numbers don't match up. I don't want added value in there for any player in the tournament as far as we can. So if I don't introduce those until we have 3 players, 4 players, whatever we're going to suggest starting with, that makes it so much better for everybody in the end. As far as starting with number of players, that's so hard to judge field size-wise. It's easier to control 4, 5, or 6 when you're doing 10 or 15 tables. If I'm doing 150, it's going to be really hard for me to do 4. It's really going to be hard for me to do 5. Because I can sell them 4. I can sell them 7. And I'm going to get 3 guys to show up. It's going to take me an hour to get to 5. It's going to take me 2 hours to get to 5 or 6. It's just sheer volume size is what's going to really change on that.
So, sorry, I got a quick question or comment to add up to that. So, the way we run our tournaments is we put out the 2, 4, 6, 8. We sell the 2, 4, 6, 8 seats of every tournament. That way, if we're running a Big O, 8-handed, or whatever it is, we sell those seats first. We obviously are doing the research on your market, make sure you have the correct amount of tables open. So if we know a tournament is going to start right at when the tournament is supposed to begin, we have 10 tables open. We know we need to see that number is 40 registrants before cards are in the air. Then we tell our dealers 2, 4, 6, 8 is sold at every table. Then we start releasing more seats to get them up to 5, 6-handed immediately. But to not put out a stack and then a player doesn't show up and then you just take that out of play and those chips were never in play, or then you're releasing that buy-in and now you're affecting prize pool. I just feel like that is the worst way to do it, and there's no doubt in my mind that the most efficient way is to put out the stacks and go from there and release seats.
As Matt says, his Twitter account, if the rules are the same for every player and they're posted in advance, they're fair. So my players know that if you pre-register and if you win a satellite, your chips are in at the start of the tournament. And as soon as I start, I look at the registration system and I tell all the dealers, seats from 1 to 6, put them out to play. And if you have 3 players at your table, plus the other empty seats, you can start dealing. That's it.
For anybody who couldn't hear him, he was saying maybe that's something that should be added to all our structure sheets, is whether or not your chips go into play at the start of play if you've pre-registered the event, which is a very good point, if it should be added to the structure sheets of your house.
Sir, I can stand. I'm Mark. I'm on YouTube as True Poker Dealer, and I am currently at Texas Card House in Dallas. And just out of curiosity, of the people that are doing this and putting stacks in, how many of them are using Poker Atlas versus Bravo? And does one make it easier? I know at Texas Card House Dallas, we put them out and we use Poker Atlas and it makes it easy. So, yeah, it might not be easy with Bravo. I don't actually know.
When you're speaking, we'd appreciate if you'd stand up so we can see who's speaking, please.
I would say, and this occurred to me in terms of this one up there, minimum number, there are a number of things that probably ought to be on the structure sheet. And I don't know if this should be mandated, but for example, it would not be unreasonable to say that in the TDA that the structure sheet must say what the minimum number of players is to start a table. If it doesn't say, then the minimum is 4, or something of that nature. Similarly, the question of whether the stacks are put out. Personally, I find a tournament where late registration is allowed and the person who registers on time and gets stuck on traffic loses 4 orbits of chips, that's doubly unfair to the player who registered on time. But again, I see the pros and cons of both. But again, if it's on the structure sheet, then I know. If I register in advance, I'm taking that risk.
He brings up a really good point. This is one of the things that went into our decision is the people who come and play on time, like I get Paul's comment on the profitability from an operator standpoint of the late reg player. The people who start your tournament, those are the people we should be rewarding. And the people who've bought in and told you, oh, I'm coming and I want to be there, and they're going to be 5 minutes late or half an hour late. Why are they the ones who lose chips? Because they weren't able to get there on time. But the guy who decides, so the guy who pays the 10 grand and is an hour late at the World Series main because of traffic, he loses chips, but Phil Hellmuth gets a full stack when he's done making his entrance. That doesn't seem right in my equation to my customers. I'd rather that person, the person who gave me money, before, so I knew, okay, look, I'm already at 200 people. I'm already close to my guarantee. That guy's giving me money. He wasn't able to make it on time, and now he loses 200 chips or 300. I know it's not a lot of chips. It's level 1, but in my experience, they come in and they're like, well, this kind of sucks. And then and they'll say, well, then tomorrow I'm not going to pre-reg that tournament. I'll buy in when I show up. And now I have another person in my late reg queue. I have another person. So I don't know, it's one of those things of like, Justin made a joke at me for first card off the deck. It's one of those things in Europe where I'm not saying I'm not saying we want to bring it to America, because every time I try to bring something over here, I get yelled at. So it's working fine over there. Yeah, no, but it's working fine over there, and the players are just kind of used to it. And we talked last night about the potential for bringing procedural things to everyone, just as ideas. Like Paul has an interesting thing he does in short-handed tournaments, or not even necessarily in his short tournaments, for table breaking, and he's going to bring that up like tomorrow or later. It's a very interesting idea, and it can work very well in certain things. And I think bringing those ideas out to everybody can be really good, of saying, hey, this is something that people are doing and it works, and this is why we do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be adopted by everybody or written in the big book. It's just an idea for people to look at. So.
Just to comment on what you said, Neil. I did make the comment that late registration is your most profitable entrant, but I also agree with you that the people who start the event should get some concessions. If we didn't have an event kicked off, we couldn't even have late registration. Like, we have to have players who start the tournament. But we put stacks in play right away. Pre-purchase stacks go in play. Satellite winners are in play from the beginning. And I try to start my tables at least half full, like Matt said. An 8-handed event, I'll do 4, and 9-handed 5. This summer, my God, we've been kicking off 9-handed, right, Candace? I'm always hesitant, though, about using the term player-friendly rule. It's a player-friendly rule to just put their stack in when they get here if they're 10 minutes late. Yeah, it's player-friendly to that player, but it's certainly not player-friendly to the other 3 players who are now playing short-handed, because we decide that we're going to make this player-friendly rule for one player, and now we're inconveniencing other players. I would just prefer that they all operate on the same set of rules. I think player-friendly, we say player-friendly, but it's literally one player that we're being friendly to, and other players are paying the price for it because we're trying to make concessions for that one player.
Yeah, to be clear though, and apologize because I missed the very beginning of your thing. When I say, like, if Kevin is pre-regged and I'm saying his stack isn't going out, we haven't given him a seat. We're not like the 2, 4, 6, 8 isn't missing the 8 and now playing 3-handed or 2-handed because 2 of those stacks were sold, but that person hasn't been put in and said, like, they don't have a seat at all. So the people that are there and have physically collected, like, when you collect your chips, or effectively collecting your seat card is collecting your stack. So when you've taken a seat card from our reg team or collected at the reg desk, this is my table and seat assignment, then now that's the stack that's in play because you have a table and seat. So we're not, like, nobody's playing 2-handed when they should be 4 because those 2 stacks didn't get into play to It's not labor intensive for us. Like, the only stacks that are going out are people who have a table and seat card. So it's the same as was said back there. Like, our reg system was selling 2, 4, 6, 8 or 1, 3, 5, 7 or whatever, depending on the tournament. But we're giving them to people who've physically given us the money and taken a table and seat card. It's one of those, I don't personally do it, and I haven't done it for the last few years, so I'm talking a little sideways. I wish Toby was here to say exactly what they're doing. But it's one of those things that it's worked for 9, 10 years. I don't have any issues, not even with the high rollers, and obviously that's where usually that's the first squeaky wheel. So if there was a problem, I'd have heard about it from the high rollers over there and the super high rollers. So it's just something that works for us, and it's player friendly for the. I can't speak to what they do with super satellite winners. I don't know if they're, like, given a table and seat. I don't think they are, because again, we want as many people to enter as possible. So it just feels more player friendly to us.
Well, let me ask you one thing, just to clarify. The registration system that you have, then you have 2 different processes. One is receiving the money, and the other one is issuing the seat. So at most systems, you have the same process going at once, receiving the money and issuing the seat. So that's probably where it becomes labor intensive, as Paul was asking.
Ours is a little different as well in the fact that the vast majority of our pre-reg is done on stars.com. Like, these are people who are using the client to buy in, so they're not interacting with the physical cage at the tournament. And remember, like everybody here, we all have different unique circumstances. Some of you are running quarterlies and monthlies and dailies. We're dropping in, the 3-ring circus for 15 days in a hotel, running it in and running it back out again. So the situations can be quite different. If I was running a B&M for 365, I might have a different system because I might want to, I might want to do something different. I'm simply stating that's how they're doing it, but it's a relatively unique animal. Like even most WPTs and obviously World Series and Circuit and stuff, they're run through established casino properties for the most part, except when they go international. Whereas EPT, very rarely, they'll have a casino partner, but operationally, we have our own TD, we have our own dealing staff, we have our own cage, security people, like all of that stuff. So it is a little unique versus what you guys might be experiencing in your property.
Hi, everybody. Jesse Hollander, Best Bet Jacksonville. Obviously, we need people to start at the beginning of the tournament or we can't start the tournament. So we need to encourage people to show up on time rather than encourage people to late reg. We have to have late reg for obviously various reasons. Not necessarily into day two, not a big fan of that, but maybe we should start charging people extra for late registration. Not re-entries, just late registration. We already do this, they do it here for the high rollers. You don't get charged juice when you show up on time, only for the late reg and re-entries in that case. But maybe if we charge them a little extra to re-enter, or not re-enter, excuse me, for late reg, it'll encourage more people to show up on time. Then we have less issues with starting short. We start four-handed, and we do put stacks down at the table. We're playing eight-handed, though. We never went back to nine-handed. We keep all our cash games eight-handed, so we also keep all the tournaments eight-handed, which is a little bit of a problem logistically, but I don't want people to realize that, hey, they're playing tournaments nine-handed. Why can't we do that in cash games? So we're eight-handed.
Okay. All right, again, nothing to hear. I don't think we have a procedure here, Mike. I think it's just good to hear from people. Okay, Jan has to add something here. Stand up.
I'm just, something we used to do and got away from when people came late is taking off some of the antes off their stack. If we're trying to reward people for coming on time and penalize people for coming late, maybe there should be a set amount, number of blinds or antes or openers or something. That might be a way to, it'd be tough, but might be a way to work it.
Again, a lot of that came from, we work in places like LA and Texas and places where there's a lot of traffic and people come after work and things like that. So you got to be a little bit, aware of that situation too. So again, I don't think there's a rule here, but again, it's always good to talk about. Establishing the button. Now, I heard this recently. I thought everybody was drawing for a button. Is there anybody here that is not drawing for the button currently when you start a tournament? One here. And the reason is? Everybody used to do it that way back in the day. Okay, and the World Series says they do not, right?
One of the problems with that, let's say you have special needs, maybe you need to sit in you're 6'10" and you need to sit in the 8 seat, or you need to sit in the middle seat, so you're never going to have, the blind first, and that could be an disadvantage, so.
Yeah, I think that, if this was going to become a procedure, I thought it already was. I didn't know that it wasn't. Any other reasons out there for not doing this? I mean, years ago, we used to always have it start in the 1 seat, and then there was always a player that would come in and tip extra $5 for the 1 seat every day. So, that was one of the things that I saw long ago as being a problem. So, I think we move on from that. All right. This one is a good one because we had a procedure for this, and the rule is, the procedure was what, Mike? 11D, TDA rule 11D. And here, let me go to 11D. find it. Balancing tables and halting play. Okay. All right. Full table play will halt with three tables with 3 or more players short, and the table with the most player and the player with most players. Excuse me. Play halts on other formats. Example: 6-hand and turbos at TD's discretion. TDs may waive halting play, and a waiver is not a misdeal. As an event progresses, at TD's discretion, tables may be more tightly balanced. Who, right now, if there's a table that's 6 and a table that's 9, is stopping that 6-handed table? By a show of hands. This is at the start of the tournament. Let's say at the start of the tournament. Halting play. Okay. I'm in the minority there. I would like to know what some of the other people are doing. We've heard some things. We talked about it last night. It's an issue for a couple of reasons, because now everybody seems to be doing it differently. And as I thought everybody was doing it by stopping play. But Kenny, go ahead.
For me, when a table is 3 players short, the play on that table can continue until the big blind hits an open spot. And in the meantime, I will be balancing players into that table, or a player into that table. I don't run those games. I have no idea.
This seems to be a player-friendly thing. We're going to get into some more things that are considered player-friendly but may not be technically correct. We talked about last night for a half hour. Yeah, and we'll get into some of that. Any other? I mean, I like that. I like that table will continue to deal, because I don't think you go to that table that's 9-handed now. They're in a hand and they wait. Now they lose a player. Now you got to go to the next table that has 9. So the table that's 6 is just continually sitting there. I can live with what Kenny's saying here. What I'd like to know what some of the other people are doing out there.
Maybe I can add, like, if it's the very beginning of a tournament, like, while registration is still open, we're on level 1, seats are getting filled. If one table is 6-handed, one table might already be 9-handed. They just continue to play and they will fill up basically naturally. But once we're in the stage of a tournament where we're a little bit further and starting to break tables, then once, like I said, once one table is 3 short of the other, I will start to balance players. I will take a player that's supposed to be the big blind in the next table that's basically in the breaking order. But even as I said yesterday, when I'm at the table and I see like this hand might just take a couple of more minutes, and I see a hand is just finished on another table, I might just take the player from that other table, because they on the short-handed table might just be waiting, and eventually that player, from that other table will be broken anyway. So to keep the pace of the game going, I'll just kind of use common sense a little bit in that regards when I'm breaking tables.
Yeah, that's what we do at TD discretion, because we'll tell them to hold, right? But if we see it's going to be a while, we'll go back to that table and say, go and deal one more hand and then hold. As opposed to deal to the button, we will say deal one more hand and hold, because we're still waiting to bring that. So, but that's only TD's discretion. So usually they're going to hold until we bring one. But if we can see it's going to be a long time, like you're saying, we will have them deal one hand and hold at some point. So.
Yeah, I would not let them deal an extra hand in order for them to skip, so that the big blind skips an open spot.
No.
I would take a big blind from another from another table, just to.
That's what I'm saying. If it's going to take a while because that 9-handed table is in a big hand, and I've got 6 players just waiting there, and it's not going to affect the blinds, and TD's discretion, and we're actually on top of the event, we're going to go back over to that 6-handed table. So go ahead and deal one more hand hold, because we're still waiting for this 9-handed table.
But I do it by default. Like for me, play can continue regardless until the big blind hits an open spot, because the player that you will move, he will move from the position that he was due to pay the big blind on that table anyway. So he will now be the big blind in the next hand on that other table. That's
Yeah. So the good and the bad is the players are aware of the rule that they have to stop play when they get the 3 seats open, right? So when they get down to 6, they already know the TDA rule, which is actually kind of nice in a way, because the players know you can't deal right now. Deal or don't deal. They're calling the floor over. Hey, you got to stop.
Yeah, that's my issue with the way that I've been hearing that it's been going, is that we have something in our here that says, that we're going to halt with 3 players short, but we're not doing it. And so I would like to rectify that in some way.
Well, for me, the dealers, they should call the floor when they're 3 players short, and then the floor will say deal 1, 2, or stop play, and until at least the 7th player comes to the table. That's the procedure that I'm using.
As you guys all know that run tournaments out there, it is the first thing you hear when they lose a player. Hey, we're 3 short, or hey, we're 2 short, or even, hey, we lost a player, we need another player, that type of thing. That is a common thing you hear when you're running an event.
So at APT, we follow the rules to the T. Honestly, I think the current rule is written perfectly, in my opinion. So actually, I'm confused. What is the problem here? Like in terms of player experience, are players more upset about playing shorthanded, or are they more upset about halting play? Because I'm confused. Like, what is the bigger evil here? Because in our case, I think players hated what they hated more is playing shorthanded. That's why we follow the rules to the T. When it's 9 and 6, we halt the 6-handed table and bring a player as soon as possible. But so I'm which one here think players hate halting play more? I don't know.
The issues the players have usually is because it's short-handed play. They sign up for a 9-handed or 8-handed tournament, and all of a sudden they're playing 6-handed, while other tables are being full ring.
So the current rule is perfect, right? So I guess like Matt said, we should exercise it, policing, enforce it more, right? I guess.
Yeah. I think the recreational players, the biggest thing is they never want to play shorthanded, or they don't want to play shorthanded, and for more of the recreational players, yeah.
Yeah, for some players, they just they get really riled up about it. Oh, we're 6-handed. We're like, oh, that table is full.
But I think we eventually could add play will halt play will continue and only halt until the big blind hits an open spot. There's not any disadvantage for any player at the short-handed table at that point. It's usually maximum, being able to play 2 more hands is already a rare occasion if there's 2 open seats at the table.
Yeah, but the way the rule is written, it already gives that discretion to the TD. TD may waive halting play, and you can talk to the table and say, hey, play until the big blind reaches the open spot.
I just think, again, we want to have things that people are following, and if they're not following it, I'd rather just take it out or make some kind of accommodation to where everybody's doing it more of the same way. That way people can look at the rules and say, hey, this is the way it's supposed to be, and they're doing it by what it says. And right now, people are not doing it by what it says. That's my issue with it.
I run mine the same way Kenny does. We run it to the big blind, but every time I come to the table when we're down 3 or 4 or et cetera, where we're at in that stage of the tournament, I explain to the table that, hey guys, we're going to play 1 more hand, we're playing 2 more hands. Don't let the dealer pass this open seat. Do not deal this hand past here. And to this day, I've never had anyone have a problem with that. After I've explained to them, guys, it's not going to affect the blinds. You need the same guy in the same seat here. You guys are going to play 1 or 2 more hands. We'll keep you guys moving. Bring your player right now. We'll put them right there. You guys will hold up when you have to.
And again, that's with a single big. If it's single big's okay. You're stopping them.
No, not to a single big. What I'm saying is okay.
You'll stop it at a single big, or you won't?
What do you mean stop
if it's a single big the next hand?
If single big next hand, I stop it right away.
Okay.
I'm stopping immediately if it affects the blinds. But if say we lose 2 in a row, I've got seat 3 and 4 open.
Right.
Big blind in seat 1. I'm going to let the big blind take it in seat 1. I'm going to let seat 2 take his big blind. In seat 3, I'm going to tell everyone to stop there. And that's where I'm putting
I'm okay with it, and I like it. Is there anybody that doesn't like that? Anybody? Because, again, a lot of places are just completely recreational players. I think that people can understand that. There's no reason to stop when there's not a big blind at the table. Us. Everybody up here. We don't like stopping and then having them wait and then move to another table, break.
There was a suggestion last night to add like the words basically, when a table is 3 or more players short and reaches a big blind, play will halt. That was a suggestion too.
That would be it. We're basically all saying the same thing. Are your blind, when they call out six-handed, are your blinds affected? No. Keep going. And then you don't know, you could lose players at the other table. Now all of a sudden you don't even need to bring someone over. So basically what we've trained our dealers to do is player, seat open and the table, we're six-handed. Okay, keep going. Are your blinds affected? If so, I'll bring you a player. If not, go ahead and keep going. And then I just wait. All right, and they know five-handed, six-handed. Because we also, for the last sentence, as it balanced more tightly, if I have 5 or more tables, I balance within 2.
Okay, yeah, and that's another topic of things. And I do 6, and I've always done 6, and I've brought this up years past, that 6. I don't think that any tournament should be doing it with 2 tables, should be doing this with 2 tables, 3 tables. My number is 6. I mean, if we can come up with some kind of number, I don't even care what that number is. If you guys can think of a number that you think is right to be balancing within 2 instead of within 3.
Jim Moore, Rivers, Philadelphia. That was going to be my question. This last sentence in the rule, the may be more tightly balanced. I think we should at least have, it should be more tightly balanced. And then maybe a recommended procedure. I think we do it when we're in the money. Typically, but if we wanted to put a number of tables, that might make more sense. But the way we do it, we get to within 2 in the money.
Yeah. And we've done it 1 table outside the money too, or in the money, and 6-handed or 6 tables, mostly. Is there anybody? I know you say that it's more player friendly, but again, I would like to get some kind of language in there that everybody can live with. Can anybody not live with halting tables when the big blinds do not reach that seat?
Jen from Canada. All I want to say is that you need to change something in the language where you're explaining that it's not happening at the beginning of a tournament, because there are those players where you're in level 1, you have a 6-handed table, you have a 9-handed table, and there's that guy saying, hey, why are we even playing? We shouldn't be playing 6, we're 3 short. So maybe have it say, it will halt on tables 3 or more players short from eliminations. Like the table is short from eliminations. It's not short because you haven't filled the seats yet. So maybe adding that so you don't have the people crying at the beginning of a tournament. Also, more about crying. The people that are crying, because you have halted play, there are people crying on that. The people with the short stacks and watching the blind ticker just tick and tick and tick, and holy crap, like I need to get my blind in before the blind goes up, but I'm just sitting here not playing because I have a short stack. So those are also people who are going to cry about table halting. Not everybody cares, but that is one little disadvantage to the short stacks.
Not really, because the dealer should already prepare the deck while they wait for the other player to come, and since they started to riffle, that hand should still be played at the previous level.
Yee Lee from Tampa says, players who refuse to play 3 short are nits. So is anybody in the room opposed to adding that language to this procedure? Anybody opposed? That we will, as long, I don't even know how we're going to say it. Neil said it best, I think.
When a table is 3 short and reaches a big blind, when a table is 3 short from eliminations and reaches a big blind, play will halt. when the blinds are affected, and when they're 3 short from eliminations and the blinds are affected, play will halt. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, from eliminations. So you can't be complaining if you're playing 6-handed in level 1 and someone's playing 9-handed. Registration might close on day 3.
Before we put the verbiage in for that rule, I think we need to discuss what we were talking about last night about a single big blind. So there's a rule, 11A, balancing tables and halting play. To balance and flop in mixed games, a player to be big blind next moves to the worst position, including single big blind if available, even if that means the seat is big blind twice. That means you can balance a table. Player loses the big blind, you'd have an open seat. There's no small blind, you'd have a single big blind. You bring a player in, they assume that single big blind, and then you freeze the button. Kenny and I are not a fan of that rule at all.
They think a seat should not be able to receive the big blind twice, or the player should not have the button twice.
The question is, who paid the big blind? If Candace here just paid the big blind in seat 1, and she went broke, and the next hand comes, did Candace pay that big blind, or did the seat 1, pay the big blind, and so now it needs to be in seat 2 under any circumstance? Did I summarize that right, guys?
Also, from my experience, these situations create a lot of confusion among players and staff, because they're like, can I be the small blind now because I came from a broken table, or where's the big blind now, who is the big blind? I think if we just would make the rule that after every hand, the big blind, small blind, and button move 1 position further, and we fill up the table accordingly if we need to balance, it would make it easier for everybody.
I think it'd make it more difficult
so that
for everybody.
The seat assumes, not the player, but the seat assumes whatever he is either. So if a seat was the big blind on the first hand, it will be the small blind the next hand, regardless if there's a player or not. And the button would always move 1 position. The button would never be the same position, so no player could technically be the button 2 hands in a row as well, which is a benefit in a way as well.
Yeah, I think the rules are a lot easier to explain to the players when you tell them that the obligations belong to the seat. They don't belong to players. Once the 3 seat pays the big blind, that 3 seat is going to be the small blind, then that 3 seat is going to be the button, regardless if there's a player or not. And this rule, and all of our rules kind of use that, except this one rule. It's kind of contradictory, a little contradictory to what the current rules we have in place, and where a new player can come into the small blind, new player can take the button. They inherit the rights of the seat, where we're just saying, okay, in this one situation, we're going to balance, and we're going to jam him in this spot, and the seat can be the big blind twice, and we're freezing the button. I just think it's contradictory to rules we already have in place, and I think allowing a player to be the button multiple hands in a row is bad.
Mike Williams from Bellagio. I agree with Paul in this situation. It is a. Candace always tries to talk over me. So, right. So I do. I agree with Paul in this situation, especially because this is a conceptual thing. If the concept is that the blind belongs to the seat, not to the actual player, which, as he said, we use in so many other situations already, why would we change it in this situation? The blind belongs to the seat. It's very easy to explain. It's very easy to use in practice. I don't understand why this is a big argument, because it just, to me, this makes sense.
it's not as much an issue when we break tables. I do this working for Paul. This is the way we do it. Yeah, when we break tables, it's not an issue, but when we're balancing, it is. So let's say I'm in let's see if I can explain it right. If I'm in the 8 seat, the 7 seat is already open. The button is in seat 6. Okay. I was the small blind. Well, let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. Anyway, I go bust. Now, they broke a table, but that player is now coming into that open seat. My seat would have been the small blind. So that player is now coming in between what would have been the small blind and the button. Now that player has to sit out a hand while this seat over here is now going to be do you see what I'm saying? That's where it becomes an issue. Because it's a player sitting out that shouldn't have to sit out there.
What's worse, a player sitting out or a player getting to play as the button position?
Well, but that button, even they're still in button position. They're still in button position. It doesn't matter.
While I agree very much with I've never been a big fan of moving somebody into a single big blind. But to be clear, we're still going to have situations where a player gets the button twice no matter what. We're not going to go to a forward-moving button and then be placing the small blind on the button and stuff like that. So it's still going to happen. It's just one piece that we're going to get rid of. And I agree with what Paul and Kenny are saying. But to be clear, if you lose both blinds, you're only going to have one big blind, and somebody is still going to get the button twice no matter what.
Yeah.
I am in favor of eliminating the moving into a single big blind. I don't think that's necessary. They could just be the small blind or whatever the seat would normally be. Well, that's true. You can't do that. Then they got to wait. But you can't have a forward-moving button is what I'm saying. Just don't confuse the things of not being able to have the button twice and not having a single big blind.
I mean, mainly I think we're arguing semantics here. Whether we move this button forward or not, our responsibility when we move that big blind player is to put him in the big blind as soon as possible. Yes. If we move him forward, we're actually rewarding him by giving him extra free hands. It should be on us, not in the rules, to explain to the table why this man's going to be a single big blind and the fact that, fine, this button's not physically going to move. But if we moved it forward the next hand to that open seat and we assign this to the seat, he's still going to have the big blind twice. Whoever this player is going to have it on this hand, where this guy's single big blind or not. If we don't fill it, it's going to be small, big, over here, whatever. This open seat's going to have the button. He's going to be the last active player. He's going to have that button twice. So, I mean, that's more of a visual versus an actual. I mean, our job should be to put that player into the big blind as soon as possible, because if not, then our rule is now rewarding a table balance, where this guy's picking up 2, 3, 4, 6 hands if the next open seat's behind. I mean, we need to put him into that big blind as soon as possible, in my opinion, because that's the point of balancing it. I mean, if we're going to hold up play and it's going to be that single big blind, that's fine, but he still needs to be there. And then it comes on to us to explain to the table what's going on and to clear up this confusion on why the button's here and why the button is there. It's on us as TDs and our floor staff to explain this.
This is the most confusing rule for all players. I've over the last, 20 years, it's been the most confusing why you move somebody here or what. And there's always confusion, seems like, when you break a table on this one. And I had I put a tweet out that said basically, who can take the big blind, the one big blind, who can take the small blind or the button. And who can take the small blind, the button, or the big blind is a new player, new registrant, or when you're breaking a table. Only a balancing player can take a single big blind. It's simple. It makes sense. I understand. All right, they're not winning it. Good. Can we put that language in the procedures that who can take the button or the small blind? Is it needed? Does anybody see a need for that besides me? It clears it up. It's not a change to any rule, except we're doing what Kenny said about when the table's short, but we can come up with that language. Just write that down. Do we all agree that that's the case? Who can take a small blind? Who can take a small blind? Who can take the button? We all agree with that? Anybody not agree with that? There's some confusion on that for sure. There's always confusion with that one. Okay, can we move on? All right.
Sorry, just one thing real
Okay.
quick. I am standing here with the mic, if that's okay. This is one little example, I think, where it does make sense to have a suggested language to the players. And there are some situations like that. If one of the things that the TDA can do in these cases is provide the language to explain it, right? So sometimes the rule is not clean enough to be that language, and we're all trying to explain the same thing in different ways. Is there a phrasing that would sort of get through this perfectly and communicate it cleanly?
I think what I just said is there's two ways you can take the small blind or the button, as a new player or as a broken table. There is only one way in which you can take a single big blind, which is when you're balancing a table. And write that cleanly somehow. We're going to have to get somebody besides Mike to do that, but we'll do it. They can be the small blind. Because he's one away from the button. And the button's going to move naturally the next hand. Yes? Yeah. You can take a small blind. You can take a single, you can take the small blind in that spot. There's a seat is not, I'm against the seat being responsible for anything. That's actually easier. This is easier. Is everybody okay? Does everybody not understand what he's saying? That if multiple players broke and then a new player came and sat there, he could take the small blind or the button. Yes?
Yeah, I agree with what Matt's saying, and to me that's been very clear, but I think that's an argument against the idea of the seat can't have multiple roles. The button is the anchor. If you start saying this seat is the button and this seat is the small blind and this seat is the big blind, then you get into the situation that, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Paul
Hi, Sean.
brought up that becomes unclear. If you say the button is the anchor, then the natural thing is the small blind is the next player, the big blind is the next player. If both of them just came from a broken table, or even one of them just came from a broken table, that's perfectly all right.
I agree. And we'll come up with the words. The only thing that's changing on this is that, and then Linda had one more small little addition.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it. The last sentence here, as this event progresses at TD's discretion, tables may be more tightly balanced. I do play tournaments, and I won't play tournaments where they don't balance until they're two tables or three tables, because that annoys me. I think we have a lazy tournament director there who's not giving good customer service, and I think that the wording should say should be more tightly balanced.
I just want to clarify exactly what we're talking about here. So when we have a seat open, you're talking in between the puck and the small blind. That's what you're talking about, right? This invalid seat. In Canada, it goes puck, small blind, big blind. I can show you my manual because it all says puck. We don't say button. There's a big blind button, but there is a puck. Okay, so anyways, when it oh, I lost it. I think it's like Rule 8. When we're talking about new players coming in, we do have a rule saying you know, you assume the position. The only time you can't deal a player in is when they are between the small blind and the button. That's for new players coming in. I said button because that's what it says. Why is it such a big deal that when you're balancing or breaking and you put a player in that spot, which is between the small blind and the puck, why can he not sit out? It took some time for him to rack up his chips. It took some time for him to move himself to that table after his table broke, and now he just ended up being in that spot. Now it's just more time that he might have to wait another 2 minutes before he gets to play a hand. Why can he not just miss that hand? Why is it such a big deal that he sits out? And why do we not have it so that it's like poker rule number 1. Whoever was the big blind is now the small blind. Wherever the small blind was, now the puck goes there. That's like basic poker 101 when you're teaching your dealers. When they're dealing with dead small, dead puck. Small blind follows the big blind. Puck follows the small blind. Wherever that seat was, if you're playing four-handed and there's a big gap of seats, if the small blind was way over here and the puck was here, the next hand, the puck is going way over there. Regardless if you're going to be seating new players in between. Those players are all just going to have to wait. Do we not agree that that's what's supposed to happen? All right, just making sure, because it sounded way more complicated than it needed to be.
So I feel like she's somewhat in agreement with me that the responsibilities belong to seats and not to players. And I said the example that I feel like a new player can assume the single big blind. I know you disagree with me, but just here's the example that I'm telling you. And it's the way that I feel the verbiage should be, is that the responsibilities belong to seats. You have your button in the 1 seat, you have a small blind in the 2, and a big blind in the 3. Your 4 seat is open. You're currently 8-hand on your tournament. Your 4 seat's your only open seat. You have a dealer button. Puck is in the 1, small blind is in the 2, big blind is in the 3. Both of those players are involved in a hand. And then your 4 seat, a new player, shows up. Both of those players are eliminated on that hand. Dealer button should be moving to the 2 seat, which just paid the small blind, and that player in the 4 seat should be the single big blind on that next hand. Matt just said that player should be the small blind.
That's a new player.
A new player. New player. The button hasn't been, yes.
No, I disagree. From when you're balancing, it's a single big, yeah. Right. So if you move 2 players in there from a broken table, they're taking the small blind and the big.
The 4 seat.
Not the single big.
The 4 seat hasn't paid the big blind. Why is the 4 seat the small blind? It hasn't even paid the big blind. That seat hasn't, the big blind hasn't even gotten to the 4 seat.
The seat doesn't matter. Yeah. All right.
Isn't it more beneficial for the players to have both blinds instead of a single blind whenever possible? I feel it's better to have the small blind and the big blind.
Not if it's a new player or a table from a broken table. You want a small blind and a big blind. All right.
Sorry. Quick question on that. Sorry. One quick thing to clarify there. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm going to go whichever way the majority wants to go. But in the example that Paul just gave, the 4 seats open, the button's in the 1, the 2 and the 3 are the blinds. The 2 and the 3 go boom, and you're bringing a player to balance. Well, I'm just saying, for what we've been talking about, the 2 and the 3 go boom, you have to bring a player to balance. Traditionally, the way I would have done it previously is when that guy comes, he's now in the 2 seat taking a single big blind. What you guys are saying is he should be in the 4 seat or the 3 seat taking, but he shouldn't be in the 2, is what you and Kenny are saying. Because, am I understanding that correctly?
We're talking about both blinds are now new
players.
New player broken table.
Broken table.
So I got kicked. So here's what I was doing down in Texas, a whole nother country of itself. If you've lost players and you have technically 2 new players or broken table coming in, and no one is a blind at that table. No one has paid a big blind for the next hand. I'm sitting the players down, and the position next to the button, which would be technically your single big blind. I'm agreeing with Paul 100% here. Somebody should be playing a single big blind in that spot, and the button just gets frozen. That is there's no you're the small, you're the big, all right? Because you're allowing some person to not be in the worst position. If no one has paid a blind.
Talking about balancing.
No, I'm talking about broken table, new player. Broken table, new player, not balancing.
You don't want 2 blinds in the pot. You'd rather have one. You'd rather have one blind and a frozen button.
Yes.
You'd rather have one blind and a frozen button than the
I was getting
button
kickback
moving
on it,
forward.
but I'm explaining to him no one has paid a blind technically at this table right now because you just lost the players. That would be, just like Paul said, button into 1, small blind, big blind, 2, 3. Small blind, big blind now get eliminated. Yes, technically the big blind should be in the 4 seat, whatever you want to call it. Now you have players come in. No one for the next hand has technically paid a blind yet. Now you have 2 new people coming in, that first person, to deal everyone in.
So now you're freezing the button on the next hand.
Freezing the button on the next hand.
There's no reason to do that.
And you're doing a
There's
single
no
big
reason to do
blind.
that. You can have the small blind, big blind, and the button moves naturally to the next hand. That to me is the best way to do it. I mean, I don't see any reason why not to do it that way. They are new players or from a broken table, and you can have the button move naturally the next hand instead of freezing the button. And that's what Paul was trying to get away from in the first place, was freezing the button.
Sorry, I felt like we're trying to solve an issue without setting ground rules. So like, can we all agree that our top number 1 unbreakable priority whenever we balance table is to bring the player who is going to post big blind and make him post big blind as soon as possible at the new table, right? Can we make that the number 1 priority? So if we have to break space-time continuum, create a seat 1.5, we will make that happen. Can we agree to that? Yeah, like when we freeze button, we literally create new seats, to be honest. Like you think about it, we create new seats on the table. But so everyone, like, there's semantics some people don't prefer, some people do. And then there's semantics about the obligations of big blind buttons, small blind, and so on, belonging to the seat instead of the players. I kind of don't care, but like, how about we just stick to the ground rules? Like, we have to make that player post big blind as soon as possible. And if it's freezing button, all that crazy stuff has to happen, we do that. How can we agree?
I think that's already agreed upon by
right.
everybody except for
Right.
Paul and maybe Kenny.
Right.
Okay. All right.
As
All
a-
right.
as a-
Can you live with doing it the correct way, Paul? That's the question. Can you live with it, Paul? All right. All right. Savage 1, Campbell 0.
As a player,
Let's
I'd
go.
like to say something.
I'm going to lose some later, though. I'm going to lose some later.
The most frustrating thing is the confusion in the rule as a player and the inconsistency because of the confusion. So if it could be simple, I mean, there's a lot of strategic advantages doing it one way or another way, or a lot of egos involved, but just make it simple. That would be my...
I think the 3 things, if we write down those 3 things about new players, breaking tables, and balancing a table, I think that clears up a lot of the confusion. Every time I've ever told anybody that, they seem to understand, oh, okay, so he was balancing, that's why he's taking 1 big blind. If it was a new player, now he can take the small blind or the button. A lot of people feel like you can't take the button. You should never be able to come in on the button. And you can as a new player or when you're breaking a table. You can take the button.
So just one quick point and then I'll drop it. Okay. Button in the 1, small blind in the 2, big blind in the 3. Okay? New player comes, sits into the 4 seat. Nobody's eliminated that hand. Who's the big blind next hand? Okay. The 4 seat sits down. Both players are eliminated that hand. Now the 4, just magically the small blind, he was going to be the big blind.
Could be the button.
First off, I want to say we all agree on what's to do with balancing, which is what started this discussion. And we got onto the side discussion of what to do when we're bringing a player in. And if we have the situation you described, button in the 1 seat, 2 and 3 seat are both the blinds and they get eliminated. New player comes into the 4 seat. Okay? If we give the new player a single big blind, the 1 seat is effectively the button again. Yeah, we moved it to the 2 seat, but he is effectively the button a second time. Now we move the button to the 3 seat, and the new player in the 4 seat gets the small blind, and oh my gosh, the 1 seat is the button 3 times in a row. I think giving a player the button 3 times in a row is far more egregious than giving a player who just came into the table, who is, according to the rules, entitled to all of the button privilege, small blind, big blind seats that he would have gotten, to give him the small blind when he first comes in and only have the button frozen for one hand makes a lot more sense to me as a player and as a TD. Further, you can set up a similar example if the players are not eliminated and he comes in, if only the small blind is eliminated and that's where the new player comes in, or I should say if only the big blind is eliminated, the new player sits down where he was, he gets the small blind. So why shouldn't he get the small blind if both of the blinds are eliminated and he gets seated in the seat next to the button? It makes sense to me that he's in the same effective seat when he got put in the 4 seat and the button is in the 2 seat as if only one of the 2 blinds was eliminated. So that's why I like the way Matt is doing it. Makes a lot more sense to me, both as a player and as a tournament director.
All right, I will come up with the language for that. I think that we can all agree. Most of us can agree. While I have a moment, I would like to thank Sean McCormick in the back of the room. This thing would not have happened today without your help. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sean. Glad you could join us. All right, we're going to go back now. What time is it? I've got a 7-minute video coming up that I want you guys to think about when lunch comes up, because it is a big topic and it's coming up afterwards. So I'm going back to what page, Mike? I did? Page 25? Oh, no. 19. All right, we're going to get to that. All right. Player not present at a broken table. Is this one quick? Yes, this one's quick. How many of you are leaving those chips there and not moving them to a new seat? This happened recently. Is everybody moving those chips to the new seat? Is anybody not moving those chips to the new seat? Okay, because somebody said this the other day. They were leaving the chips there until the player came back. Yeah. Okay. And you guys leave the card there or make a sticky note or something to tell the player where to go. All right. Perfect. Breadcrumb trail. There you go. All right, good. That was quick. That was quick. Nothing to see there, Mike. Just I don't, yeah, I mean, procedure. Yeah, if you want to add it. All right, there you go. That's so weird. All right. This is another one that a player, not to be named, came to me and said, when should a dealer read a hand? As soon as it's tabled, or wait until all hands are tabled? And why this is coming up is because a player will turn his cards up, the dealer will say he has X, now the other player will fold his hand. Does anybody feel that all the hands should be tabled before the dealer reads any hand? Yes? Anybody by hands? Yes? I saw a shake of a head. When should the dealer read the hand? As soon as it's tabled. Whether it's in turn or out of turn. Okay. This player says that it's alerting other players to give their hand up, or they can fold and not show their hand, and so other people can't see it if they're showing out a turn, or that the dealer's basically getting involved in the game.
The dealer can definitely influence action, but there's no real way to change this. 99% of our dealers are like, the guy can roll over and say straight, and the dealer goes 9 high, and like the other guy's going to go, oh shit, okay, yeah, I win. But every dealer I know is immediately going to read the hand when it's rolled over. I don't think you're going to change this. Yeah, well, and in the interest of all the things we've talked about speeding up the game and being trust me, if I could make the rules for everyone, I'd be like, it's showdown. Turn them all over. Let's see who wins, and can we please move on? That's how it is online. Online, you can see every hand. So,
there's no rule for that? Dealer should read a hand. Is there? We do? Okay. Moving on then. That one's to come up. I'm gonna put up your video now, Jen. Yes. All right. So we have a video, and we're gonna lead this into lunch, because when we come back, we're gonna talk about random card theory. Okay, and it's being misapplied around the world as the current system is now. So we're gonna try and clarify some of that, because it's important. It's important to know that if one player is one card short, are we misdealing it, or are we giving him another card? And should we give him another card, or should we misdeal? And if one player has 3 cards, should we kill that hand, or should we take a card from them and let them play? Or, as Paul says, if you're playing Omaha and you have 3 cards, should you be able to play 3 cards? Should you be able to just play 3 cards? If you're 1 card short, why not? Why shouldn't you be able to play 3 cards? So I'm going to play this video, if I can figure out how to get it up there. Isn't that what you said? You should be able to play 3 cards? Yes or no? The seat should be able look at that face. Rob, help me with this, please. This is Rob Perlman, by the way. He's the one putting together the live stream. So everybody watching all over the world is because of this guy. So it's that one right there. All right, this is Jen. Yeah, so that we can.
Okay, so just a little introduction to this stupid video that I made. I made it a year ago when the TDA Summit was due, and I didn't know if we were going to have a summit, and if we were, I wanted people to start thinking about this so that it wouldn't take us 5 hours to talk about it. People would already have their thoughts ready and be able to present their case, and it was just to get people talking about it so just so you know, it's like a year old, and it was just to get people talking about it before the summit happened, which I am not a TikToker. I did not download TikTok. This is the only YouTube video on my channel. Yeah, I'd be rich. I should.
And yeah, so Jen's point of this video is that if she wants consistency, whether we do random card theory or we don't, we need some kind of consistency, and there's some language that we've come up with that makes it a little more, I guess, consumable. It has nothing to do with the puck. And here we go.
I'm making this video because I believe that there is an important subject that needs to be discussed amongst the poker community. Normally around this time, we would be holding the TDA Summit, where the current rules would be discussed, possibly changes would be made, and new rules would be put in place. I was planning on bringing this up at the next summit, but I don't really know when that's going to be. But I actually think it's a good idea for people to start talking about this now so that we can have a good idea of what the people want before the next summit happens. We don't want to have another first card off the deck situation where the 200 or so people that were at the summit made a decision, it was implemented, and then all hell broke loose. And the people didn't like it. And what ended up happening was 2 years later, we changed it back at the next summit. Now, what I want to talk about is the order of the cards. Do we believe that once the dealer has shuffled, cut, and placed the deck in their hand, that the next hand is now predetermined? That we know in a 10-handed game, the first 20 cards are getting pitched off to the players, the 21st card is going to be the burn,
22nd, 23rd, 24th, or the flop, etc., etc. It's all predetermined. Or is it? At the last summit in 2019, there was a lot of discussion about randomness and our rules revolving around the fact that everything's random and there is no set order to the cards. But we have so many rules and procedures that are based on that exact belief that the cards do have a proper order and that it is our job to preserve that order whenever possible. One example is misdeals. What happens when a dealer is pitching and he skips a player? We call a misdeal. But why do we call a misdeal? Why don't we just give him 2 random cards? When I first started dealing years and years ago, that was actually the rule in my poker room. It was if you skipped a player while you were pitching, no big deal, just keep pitching, get him on the next pass, and then give him the last card when you're done pitching. Flop, turn, river, still going to be the same, no big deal. But nowadays, we're calling a misdeal because everybody now has the wrong cards. They have different cards than they would have had if we didn't skip that guy. So we're calling a misdeal. What about dealing in a spot that isn't supposed to have cards? Everybody's got 2 cards. The empty seat has 2 cards. Why don't we just muck those 2 cards and continue playing? No, we call a misdeal. We're calling a misdeal because everybody has the wrong cards. And we're going to have a different flop, turn, and river. So misdeal. In 2017, a new rule was added, rule number 38. It's essentially about not preserving the order of the deck, and randomness applies. The burn card is to protect the stub, not preserve card order. If substantial action occurs and a hand is killed due to the wrong number of cards, all cards of the killed hand are mucked and randomness applies to further dealing. The stub is treated as a normal stub, and one and only one card is burned off the stub for each subsequent streak. So essentially what it's saying is that if a player's hand is killed because he only had 1 card, we're going to have a different flop, turn, and river. Because only 19 cards were pitched out, not 20. So the 20th card is now going to become the burn, flop, turn, and river are all going to be different. But it's okay, because it's all random, right? When this rule was added, I didn't really have a problem with it. It seemed to make sense, and it made things simple. But at the last summit, when there was all this discussion about randomness and how there isn't a proper order to the deck, the rule for premature turn card was almost changed. We've all seen this happen. The dealer puts out the turn card before all the flop action has finished. We obviously can't use that card. We can't let the players act, seeing the future, so we pull it to the side, and then once the flop action is complete, we use the real river for the new turn, right? Why do we do that? Why? We're doing it to preserve 4 of the proper board cards. That's why we're doing it. That's how we've always done it. But what was being suggested was that as soon as that premature turn card comes out, we're actually going to finish the flop action and shuffle that back in right away.
My favorite part.
What? Right away? No, you can't do that. Why would you shuffle right now? You can't shuffle right now. You're going to lose the real river. The real river's still there. Save the real river. Why would you shuffle now? Now we're going to have 2 random cards. We're only going to have 3 of the proper cards that we were supposed to have. At least let us have 4. Yeah, so it was being discussed that that was going to be the new procedure for a premature turn. That we were just going to shuffle in the premature card right away, and then we'd have a new random turn and random river, because it's all random, right? A lot of poker players believe in this order of cards. A lot of them believe that when a dealer is pitching and the dealer flips over an ace and it ruined their pocket aces that they were supposed to have, and now they have ace-6 offsuit. They were supposed to have aces. They were supposed to. It got ruined. As a poker community, we need to decide whether or not we believe that we should be preserving the order of these cards, or that it doesn't matter and everything's random and randomness applies. If we're going to move forward with the randomness mentality, then we need to apply it to all of our rules to be consistent. If we are going to apply randomness to all of our rules, then how far are we going to go? If you think about it. Like, does it really matter that the small blind gets the first card? Like, what if the dealer starts pitching in middle position? Does it matter? It's all random, right? Who cares? As long as everyone gets 2 cards, nobody saw them, it's okay. What I think is that we should be preserving the order of the cards whenever possible. And then if it's not possible, randomness applies. So there are a lot of situations where we can preserve the order of the deck, and a lot of those rules already exist. like a lot of the misdeal situations. But there are other situations where you just can't, like a premature flop. We're not going to save the real turn and the real river before we reshuffle. So in that situation, randomness has to apply. And we're going to end up with a new random flop, turn, and river. Same thing for the second example in the illustration addendum for rule number 38, where a player's hand is being killed because they have too many cards. In that situation, it's not possible to preserve the order of the deck, so randomness has to apply. We can't just take the extra card that that player has and put it on a stub and have it become the burn, because that's defeating the entire purpose of a burn card. So that's another situation where we can't preserve it, therefore randomness has to apply. So now you need to decide, do you believe that we need to preserve the proper order of the cards, or it doesn't matter and it's all random? Please discuss this with your poker people. If you know anybody that attends the TDA Summit, talk with them and get your voice heard. Share this video with other poker people, get people talking about this, because it would be great to have an idea of what everybody wants, what everybody's thinking before this decision is made at the next summit, which affects everybody around the world. Are we going to be believing that there is an actual order to these cards and trying to maintain it whenever possible, or it's random?
That's nice. Very nice video. And with that, we're going to take a lunch break for back at. Oh. All right, let me get rid of that, whatever that is. And so, but before you go, I'm going to give you a couple little examples that I've heard recently. One of them was they didn't burn a card. They put the flop out, right? There was action. Then they realized that there was no burn card. So what did they do? They burned 2 cards because we want the natural turn and river. Yeah, that's what they did. So think about things like that happening. There's a couple other examples that I'm going to put up there that, you know, 1 card short, 1 card, or 1 card over. Daniel Negreanu sent me a message. He thinks it's too penal to kill those hands, that we should just be giving him another card or removing a card. Those type of things come up all the time. So this is a discussion we're going to get into after lunch. Mike, be back at what time? Be back at 1:30, please. Thank you so much. Discuss it amongst yourselves.
for Poker Atlas at all. I actually just use their software. I've been in Texas for the last couple of years. I have extensive use of Bravo in my career, and now for the last 2 years I've used Poker Atlas exclusively. And John is a friend of mine, and I call him regularly either to praise him for something that I'm doing or yell at him for how poorly I had to use the other software for so long in my life and how I didn't even know better things existed. So he asked if I would talk to everybody about it, and in the process just kind of dump on the previous sponsor of this. And I thought to myself, great, I can finally involve myself in some controversy. So when I was first at ARIA, we used to run like 400 player tournaments on 15 tables, and we would have a bajillion alternates. And anyone who has ever had the unfortunate time of having to do that, you know, you get asked 100 times in a row, what alternate number are you on? What alternate number are you on? And you get 3 people who are standing next to you. The first 2 ask, and then the third guy says, glad you're done with those idiots. Well, what alternate number are you on? So I came up with this idea. First, I wanted to get a now serving clock. Now serving, alternate number 100. And they said, you can't do that. That looks unprofessional. So now what are we going to do? I want to get a way for these people to know that what alternate number they're on so that they could stop asking me so that I can get them in and we can get to a higher alternate number. So I had this idea to put the Bravo clock. I made a tournament called Now Serving, and I changed the minute to whatever number we were on, and I trained the people to look at this clock, and there's a minute. And I thought it was this great idea, and I go to Texas and I run a tournament, and it's on Poker Atlas, and I'm like, I'm gonna do this same trick. And I look up, and the screen says, alternate number 5. And I said, oh my God, somebody thought of putting the alternate number on the clock. Who would have thought? And it was the first of many realizations that I had that this is a company, this is a product that cares about poker and thinks about these things. And if they haven't thought about these things, then you can tell them. I think about these things, and I tell them. And then in a short period of time, they become the new norm. They become part of the software, and that's part of why they're so good. And I have just a few perspectives of why I have found it to be a superior product. From the player perspective, imagine having a tournament clock display that told you when the next break is, how long it's going to be, players remaining, alternate number, chip average, and when registration closes, regardless of how big the TD wants the clock to be. All that information is there. Even if you want to show a big clock, all that information is there. It's not, I would like max clock, all that information goes away. Or telling players, no, you'll know when the next break is as soon as registration closes, and I can put that information on the screen for you. It's just always there, like the way that it should be. When you have that app as a player, the clock looks the exact same. It's the same color. It has all the same information. You pull it up and you can see everything, including what the guarantee is, how much you're missing by, how much time you have to register for this tournament. It'll say in the bottom, registration closes in 1 hour and 26 minutes. Like a lot of things that just, if you were building a system and you wanted to put information on it, you would do it. But we have kind of settled for not having this for so long that once it pops up, it's like, oh my God, that makes total sense to have it that way. I asked some of my players, I just did a general poll, tell me what you like about the Poker Atlas software. My buddy William Lati said, the app is way better than Bravo's, and the tournament clock is way better designed with regard to making the blinds prominently displayed and grouping payouts instead of showing each spot individually. So much better than wading through the scroll. This is his quote, not mine. It's like someone's put work into it in the last decade. Ben McDaniel said, light years ahead of Bravo in basically every way from players' perspective. Integration with seating table changes during a tournament is the stone cold nuts. Cuts down on trying to fade the big blind when changing tables. The tables are more accurately balanced with Poker Atlas, not only because they have a auto balance part of their system. They will have it. Sometimes I like to turn it off because they don't need it, but if you're running a smaller tournament, it will automatically balance the tables. The next one that signs up, there are times where you don't want to do this, but there's smaller tournaments where it doesn't really matter. But not only that, but you have a map when you are running the tournament that shows every single table and how many seats are occupied at every single table. So if it's short-handed, like we were talking about earlier, it changes to red. That means you are 3 tables down. If all your other tables are green, that means you need to balance. You could be standing at a podium like this, running a 100-table tournament, and know that table 47 around the corner over there needs new players because the map tells you. It tells you that there's something wrong. You can run over there and balance and make it right while standing far away. That means you need less people. You need, my absolute favorite, 0 seat cards. I came to run a tournament at MGM 2 months ago, and it was like trying to learn all over again. I totally forgot how to do this, and I honestly wasn't that good at using seat cards in the first place. It helps you, what he said, players that are trying to avoid the big blind. When you're using Poker Atlas, you have a tablet, and it tells you who's supposed to be at your table. So when you break a table, you went from an empty seat, and now a player popped up there. So if you have a player in the tablet, but nobody's in the seat, and you have somebody doing that walk, oh, where's table? I definitely don't want to be the big blind. I can't seem to find my table. They do like 3 passes by it. You have either frustrated players who look over and they say, George, your seat's right here. You better hurry, you're about to be the big blind. Or you have a dealer, if you train them well, who says, are you looking for table 44? George, because this is your seat right here. They look down, they can see it. They know who's supposed to be there. You can't pretend like you don't know where it is if everybody knows your name and that you're supposed to be in that seat right now. And players tend to notice that more prevalently when you're supposed to be the big blind. When you are a player, TDs and other staff, they call you by your name more often because they always have it. They always know what your name is. And we know from a customer service perspective, that is huge. Somebody comes that I know, I've worked all across the country. When they come and they say, hey, Justin, I say, shit, where do I know them from? Oh, I'm probably not supposed to curse. Where do I know them from? I look down and I say, oh, yeah, John, how are you? Good. It's right there. You don't have to remember it right when you put them in as alternates. Matt was really good at that, calling people by their name when they were alternates. If you forgot, he would see it as they were coming up. You always have it. It's always available. Even if they're playing and you're at the podium, you can look at their table and seat at any point in the tournament, not just the start. Who's ever done that trick where, oh, my God, I hope we didn't move them yet because I want to know their name, and I hope they're in the seat that they started in. You don't have to do that. Wherever they are, there could be 2 tables left in a 100-player tournament. You forgot, you could still look up their name and see it because it's there. You move the players to where they're going as the tournament goes, and it's always in the system. We'll get to more of that in a second. It is easier for your friends and family to follow your progress, which is a much better experience. If you are using this software to its max potential, which I have always tried to do, you can deliver information about individuals because you just always have it. You don't have to be a famous person. You don't have to play or lose a big pot like you normally do. I will put player chip counts for every single player in the tournament. I don't care if there's 300 players sitting there. Every single player will have accurate chip counts every break, every 2 hours, every hour and a half. However long there's a break is how long it takes for you to know exactly how they're doing in the tournament, including if they were eliminated. I show results in my tournament. If I do a 500-player tournament, I will tell you who got 482nd place. Every single result is listed in that tournament. Sometimes it shows that people entered the tournament 10 times or whatever. They got lots of different places as it goes. But all that information is there, always. From a marketing perspective, that's kind of what this obviously goes into the marketing, what I was talking about earlier. But imagine a world where chip counts are updated accurately every break for every player in every tournament, regardless of how famous they are or how many players have entered the tournament. When we do our blogs, currently, I don't know if anybody's watched the WSOP chip count updates. Yeah, maybe, or maybe she's not. I don't know. They're not going to update it for another 10 hours. So you get your chip counts in at the end of the night, and I assume those are usually pretty accurate because they take them right off the bag. But unless you are a super famous person or you played a pot with a super famous person, those chip counts are probably not going to be accurate again until the end of the night, including showing that you have your starting stack for the day 8 hours after you busted the tournament. It's pretty regular to look at the chip counts and know, and it's easy to tell because they'll say there's 32 players left and they'll give you 120 chip counts. So you know that something in there is not accurate. When we are giving chip count updates using the Poker Atlas software, it is always accurate to within 2 hours. Every player who is still in the tournament, which makes it great for marketing. I don't know if anyone's ever paid attention to the blog posts and the numbers that they get, but by far the most read blog posts are the ones that show chip count updates. What that does for marketing is when people know that you can get these accurate numbers, They go there more. We put a QR code on our table. They watch my dealers putting in the chip counts. I want to know what these chip counts are. Where do I find it? Scan that QR code. Second you scan that QR code, it takes you to our site. You could see all the chip count updates, and you could see whatever ads I put on there, or whatever promotions are going for the tournament room, or whatever. I got over 100,000 impressions on my chip count page just from putting a QR code on the table for one series. For marketing, it's huge. It gets people the information that they want, and it gets them the information that you want them to have. I've never experienced anything like that in my career. I've seen things trying to do the similar thing. The WSOP site is huge, but everyone's going there anyway because they care about the WSOP information. Imagine if all that information was accurate. And what that does for your bloggers, since the chip count information is in there automatically, they have more time to do some of the other stories, which is also a huge benefit because the bloggers also know everybody's name. Imagine if they walk up and they see a huge pot. And what happens now is you lose a big pot, and they come up to you and they say, "Excuse me, person who I didn't care about 10 minutes ago, I would like to know your name now because of that excruciating bad beat that you just took. Could you please share the details with me and relive it, whoever you are?" Now, they just write the same story, they talk about the hand, and they just mention their name. And it doesn't make the bad beat feel any better or that people know about it. But when you're on the other end of it, it feels really cool to go to a site and just see a story with your picture, not because you played a hand against Daniel Negreanu and not because it was just a super huge pot, just because the live reporter happened to be standing there and wasn't spending all of their time doing the chip counts, which they do. And when you're a player, that gives you a much better experience to know that that's possible, which sends you to the site and makes you want to play there and is better for everybody. When I used to work with Matt and we did the LAPC main event, we would do a redraw at the end of the night, and it would be 250, 300 players. It would be a lot. And my job was to take all the information on that bag and get it to the WPT reporters so that they could post it on the site. And they would tell me all the time how difficult this process was and how some places took 12 hours. And I would take a lot of pride in, I'm going to get you this information in 90 minutes. Matt would make me a bet. If I could get the chip counts updated by the time he got back from going to the steakhouse and getting hammered, he would give me $100. You're laughing because you know it's true. And I would do it. And sometimes it would be close. And I had a system. I would do the redraw in Excel, and I would send it to 4 different people, and we would all type it in, and then we would combine it into one list, and I would double check and make sure it was good and send it. And then 90 minutes would go by, and we did it. And I would say, yes! Now when I do that same thing on Poker Atlas, I could have it done in 10 minutes, and that's only because I really like to triple check to make sure that it's right. When everyone is done at the end of the tournament, you click redraw, you click bag, and it does it all for you, and you have that exact same list with the accurate chip counts in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's up on the site. I tell people now, you will be able to check it by the time you get home. Even if you live next door, you will probably be able to check it before you get home. I will have that redraw done and updated and ready. The other part, who has, when people come and they want to know where their seat draw is, and you have like Mary in accounting who tells you you can't print too much paper, so you have one piece, or you have it on a website and you tell them where to go and they say, "I've never used the internet before. How do I do this?" And there's so much, it's so, on the Poker Atlas, you can use one of your clocks to display the seating charts. It's like you're checking your flights at the airport. You walk up and it's scrolling. You have one that scrolls by your name, you have one that scrolls by your chip count, and you have one that scrolls by the table. And you just walk up and you look at it, and when someone comes, you're doing 100 things trying to get this restart ready, and somebody just wants to know where their table of seat is, and they've never used an iPhone before, you just point. You say it's right there. Whatever's easier for you. What do you remember? Your name, your chip count, or your table? What do you want? Look, it's all right there. I'm going to go back to what I'm doing. You just point them over there, and they do it. And players love it. And the people that you hire to do the blogs love it, because they get to spend more time doing the stuff that they enjoy doing, which is writing stories about people, generally. From the cage, the people doing the signups. Imagine a system where someone registering multiple tournaments can distinguish the difference between those tournaments by something that takes up more than 1% of the screen. How many people have ever had a $125 tournament player get put into a $25,000 high roller? Nope, just me? Okay. Kind of lonely up here. So stuff like that happens. I'm sure you have had somebody who comes up and they show you a table and seat and they say, I am here for the Omaha tournament. And you say, registration's closed for that. Or you say, this ticket is for tomorrow's event, because there's a little tiny drop-down menu that somebody needs to click. When you're on Poker Atlas, you can open multiple registration screens at the same time, or you can make them completely different colors. The $25,000 event is orange. The $125 event is blue. So they click on the right one in order to register the right person for the right tournament. It limits mistakes. They still happen. We work those guys to the bone, and they still make mistakes sometimes. But it is so much easier for them. When somebody says, I need a vision seat, you can just pull up the table that they're on, and you can move it to a vision seat. And it's like 2 clicks. It's like the amount that you would make it if you were designing your own system. Instead of edit, hold, undo, click, save, go to edit player, edit again, move to this seat. Shit, someone just signed up for that one. Do it for a different one. It takes like 20 clicks to move a player. In Poker Atlas, you click the player, move seat, click the new seat, done. Then you can, even while it's open, you can click reprint receipt right there, right on that screen, reprint receipt, so that you can give it to them instead of crossing it out and then having somebody come up and wonder why you're changing the seat for somebody. Is that your best buddy? Is that because it's your cousin? What did you do this change for? It's because they're blind and they need to sit in the middle seat. That's why I did it. But you don't even get that question because you could just print out the receipt. The cage, when it comes to going back and looking at history, it's easy. When you close a tournament, it doesn't disappear. You don't have to click 18 buttons to figure out where it is again. You can literally search for any tournament in any time frame and look at whatever information you want to find from that tournament. Just, I want to see what happened next Thursday. There's that tournament. Now I could see everybody, when they signed up, what they did. This, when you have people in a tablet, it tracks every single thing that they do. You can look at somebody and literally see they started the tournament on table 8. 20 minutes later, they got moved to table 9. An hour after that, that table broke, and now they're here, and now they're there. And if you do it the way I do it, you can also know their chip count at every stage in the tournament, and you can use that to tell a story. When someone wins a tournament, some of my blogs will say, at the end of the first break, they were 100th in chips. And then the second break came around, and they were top 10. And then they came to the final table, and they were 8th. And then on the four-handed, they were about to make a deal, but they didn't because he was 4th in chips, and then they won the tournament. All that information is there. I could write that story a month after the tournament is done because all that information is still saved in the system. It's still in there. Anything you want to see about a tournament, you can go back to and look up because everybody is always tracked. Wherever they go in a tournament, it's always tracked. From a TD perspective, that's what most of us are here, right? Imagine a system smart enough to realize that when a player registers, the entry totals and the players remaining are both likely to have increased by 1. Why do we always have to increase the players remaining when someone signs up? Do they think they were eliminated the second they walked over? Why have those numbers never been, why do you always have to plus minus once a tournament starts? It can only tell that both of those go up before you hit start a tournament. Why? When you are using Poker Atlas, the players remaining is accurate always. Unless a dealer makes a mistake, which happens sometimes. Otherwise, always, literally always. When you click remove player, it goes down. When somebody signs up, both those things can happen at the same time and it'll just stay the same. It is always accurate. I have been in the habit now of counting seat cards to figure out when I need to break a table, and I realized I haven't done that in 2 years. I look up at the clock and see if it's divisible by whatever handed we are, and as soon as it is, then I click break table. And then I do it. Speaking of things like breaking tables, I'm getting group chat texts right now from people watching this. When it comes to moving players or seating players, and it was like a perfect tee up when he was asking about, like, why do you need to block off seats? Why do you need to Because people that have only used Poker Atlas, they don't understand this concept of blocking off seats. You can, if you've turned off balance, you can block off seats. It's still the same thing. But you don't need to go to every table and tell the dealers, 2, 4, 6, 8 in the well. You don't need to tell them. You tell them, deal to the people whose faces you could see on the tablet. They know. You look down. If there's nobody in your 4 seat, you don't put a stack in your 4 seat. If there's a person there, you make sure it matches the face that's on the tablet in front of you, and then you know that they're good to go. You don't need to check IDs. Their face is literally on the screen in front of you, and their name telling you who is supposed to be there. If there's a mistake, you're going to be able to see it. If you ask them their name and it's different than what's on there, then you'll know. But you don't have to go around and tell oh no, I forgot, I moved that guy, or I told that guy that I would sign him up late, but I don't want anybody to know, so I gotta go sneak and put that stack in the well so nobody sees it. You don't need to do those things. You can move it in the system and the dealers know to deal who is ever there. It makes day 2s so much easier. I don't give slips, I don't give receipts. I tell them, take a picture of your bag if you want. I'm giving you whatever you put in the bag. We're counting it, we're putting it in the system, we're doing the redraw, show up, and I tell the dealers, make sure that that person is the same person that is showing in your system. It also makes it, Matt and I had a guy try a trick one time who wasn't gonna be able to be there for day 2, so he wrote somebody else's name, and he had their player card, and he wrote it on the bag, and we caught it. By some miracle, we got lucky, but we caught it. And I realized that could be happening all the time, and we don't even know about it. Like if it's somebody you don't know that well, it's pretty easy to write down all of their information or have them show up when you run away and switch it. That can never happen here because when you sign up, you're in the system all the way through the end of the tournament. You are the same person that is in all the way until the end. Same thing with no seat cards. I also haven't used payout cards. I'm using them at MGM, but I haven't used them in the last 2 years. When somebody busts a tournament, you click bust, they are assigned a place. They finished in whatever place they finished in. So their payout is sitting in the computer waiting for them. They show up, they say, hey, I got knocked out of a tournament, hand over their ID, the person doing the payouts looks at the ID and it tells them exactly how much. If you bust a tournament and nobody sees you and you run to the bathroom or you go away and we don't know who you are or where you went, it doesn't matter. You're still in there. You're still in the system and the people paying you out know exactly how much you're supposed to get. When I first did a series in Texas, I brought over some of my friends, some of my buddies, and I had been there for a couple months, and I had been using the system on some smaller tournaments. And the person who was putting on the tournament told me, there's no way we could do Poker Atlas because these guys have never used it before. And I said the words that have frequently got me in trouble in my career, I'm gonna do it anyway. And I did. And it took about an hour of practice, and they had it. It was some pretty good tournament directors, DJ Viegas and Troy Iverson, 2 of the best. And I get it, like they think a little quicker and smarter and faster than a lot of people, but it's so user-friendly. Like when you want to block a seat, like you click block seat. When you want to seat the next there, you click the seat next. When you want them to not go to that table, you click stop seating. Everything is just commonsensical. It's not, I realize that when you take someone who's used to Bravo and you put them on Poker Atlas, it is second nature. It is easy. They figure it out. It is user-friendly. If you go the other way, you take somebody who has only used Poker Atlas and you try to teach them how to use Bravo, and they say, where's the seat next button? What are you going to have to tell that person? You hit edit. You block off every single seat in the entire tournament. Then you click save. Then you click edit again. Then you open the seat that you want to send them to. Then you hit save. Then you pray that the person in the cage didn't sign somebody up while you're doing this process, and you let them sign it up. And they would look at you like, what are you talking about? When you go the other way and they say, where's the array of buttons I have to push to click seat next? And you say, no, you just click seat next. They say, oh, that makes sense. Okay, they're telling me to hurry the hell up. Okay, here's the point. To summarize all of that, I tell players all the time to speak with your money. Go play. Don't tell me how I need to tell my competition to do better. Come play my tournament instead. I think that we would all be better off if we did something similar, if we spoke with our dollars. It will help the house. It'll help you as tournament directors. It'll help your bottom line if you switch to the superior product. It will pay for itself, I promise. It will pay for itself. The only thing you ever hear about is that it's more expensive, which is true. But if utilized properly, it will pay for itself. And the only way they're ever going to improve the system that we've been using the exact same for the last 15 years is if people start using the better product because it's better, even if it's more expensive. That's it.
Thank you, Justin. All right, so we have a special guest. I didn't even know you were coming today. A good friend of mine, Women in Poker Hall of Fame member, and in day 2 of a big event over at the World Series. Most of those things are true. How about a nice round of applause for Maria Ho?
Hey guys, thank you for having me. So I was asked to speak today just to talk a little bit more about the player experience, but specifically, you know, a female poker player. Now, I've been playing professionally for 17 years, and I think, you know, I'm sure Linda and Jan and other women out there can also say the same when I say that that experience has not changed very much for women in general. Obviously, for me, I think that what I've seen is maybe just more women advocating for themselves or kind of understanding that their place at the table is equal to the man sitting next to them. But I feel like if we're talking about how tournament directors or the people running the tournament and the staff can perhaps help us create a better and more welcoming environment for women, then I think it just has to do with feeling like when we speak up that we're being heard. Obviously, you know, people like to use the word allies a lot lately, whether it is in support of, you know, a political statement or, you know, something personal. But even at the poker table, we need allies, right? I think a lot of the times, especially in the early days of my poker career, I was afraid to speak up because I wasn't sure if calling the floor would end up, you know, resulting in something that would benefit me. I thought maybe if I called the floor and if the floor somehow didn't take my side, then now I would be just sitting there at this table for the rest of the day for another 10 hours in this really awkward situation where I called the floor over and maybe this person who was harassing me or who, you know, called me a name doesn't face any type of repercussions for their behavior, and then that just creates a very awkward situation for me for the rest of the tournament. So in the beginning, I didn't really speak up, but I also didn't really know what my options were. I see a lot of women at the poker table who don't even realize that calling the floor is an option. I think it's important to make sure that women understand what the rules are within a tournament, what the rules of engagement are, what their options can be if they should face a situation like that. I understand that there's only so many of you guys, and you guys are not going to be able to see or hear everything that's happening. So in a way, I think the dealers are the first line of defense. So obviously, dealer training is so hugely important. But again, I also see that some dealers are not incentivized to call the floor over voluntarily without maybe without being prompted by somebody at the table, specifically because, again, it could create an awkward situation for them. Some of these dealers, if we're not talking about tournaments, if we're talking about cash games specifically, they rely on tips, and they never want to end up alienating a player, even if they are on bad behavior, because that could affect their own financial situation. So, I mean, there's just a lot of different things that I think about when I think about, you know, sitting down. I feel like I have to sit down and be prepared for anything. I have to expect the unexpected, not just in the poker sense, but, you know, any day I could end up facing kind of an uncomfortable situation. But luckily, I've chosen to return day in and day out and play this game for a living. But there's plenty of women who are just doing this for fun, that are doing this for recreation and for the social aspect. And so it's so important to create something enjoyable and an atmosphere that they're wanting to come back, because a lot of the times people come and play poker, they end up losing. So, you know, you want them to have a good experience regardless of whether they win or lose, and that's how they keep coming back. So I don't know if there's anything specific that any of you guys wanted me to address, but you know, as I mentioned, for me, that player experience as a woman hasn't really changed very much in the time that I've been in the industry. And, you know, I've luckily had really good experiences with Matt and with Justin and, you know, with Paul and with a lot of the tournament directors in here that I have seen them, you know, be willing to obviously stand up for the person who's at the table that feels like they are put in an uncomfortable situation. And I'm not even speaking about women in that regard. I'm talking about all players. For recreational players, for amateur players, certainly they're not immune to being perhaps treated in a negative way, sometimes by pros themselves. So, I mean, I understand that the community, the people at the tables is definitely a part of the problem, but we would really like the help of a mediator and an intermediary because, you know, at the end of the day, if there's repercussions for bad behavior, you know, that's a huge deterrent. People want to come and play these tournaments. There's a lot of money to be won. There's a lot of upside for these players, but there needs to be some stricter policies in place for when they act out. And, you know, I think like we have to really think about enforcing more rules in poker because so many things can kind of be loosey-goosey, or, you know, you might know that player because they've come to your card room for the last 20 years, and so you might give them some type of preferential treatment. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest deterrent is people knowing that there's consequences for their behavior.
I'd like to give an example of what Maria was saying. I played in a tournament recently, and on the TV screens, they had UFC fighting. And all the guys at my table are watching that and break his leg, cheering. And it's like, women don't want to be in that atmosphere. I didn't want to be there. I'm there because I'm there to get the money. But recreational players will not come back.
Yeah, I think as organizers as well, we need to take more accurate actions versus any form of negative behavior or language toward any gender comments, any racial comments. Like, I think we need to punish those players way harder and just not let them get away with a warning, because the next time when they go to another poker room, they might just make again the same comments. And we should be more strict so we can create an environment in a poker room that everybody feels welcome.
One thing we do on the cruises is when we have our dealer meeting, we tell them, you know, if you see a situation brewing, but it's not to the extent yet that you need to call the floor, we ask them before they push to go over and let the floor know that something's going on at that table so that they can kind of keep an eye on it.
Well, I don't know how large the women field is here in America, but in South America, women are about 5% of total players. So if we're not really treating or catering the needs of women in tournaments as well as we should, with zero tolerance policy for any any behavior that is wrong, we are actually missing half of the potential clients we might have and half of the potential revenue we might have. So it's really, really important also for an operator not only to treat the players well, but also to make sure that everybody is safe and in a recreational environment.
One thing to add, I haven't played a lot in the last couple of years. I spent a year living on a beach in Spain, so that's why the long hair and all the rest of it. I became a beach bum for a year. But one thing that I saw even previously, or didn't see rather, that's gotten a little lost that I think can also help is when I first started as a dealer and when I was training dealers and stuff, you're supposed to tell the dealer who pushes in what's happened at that table, even if it's something as awful as, hey, C3's an asshole and he's been warned, you know. But I never see that anymore. The dealer's in a hurry to get on break or to get through the push. I never see someone say, hey, seat 2's been warned not to do X, or seat 4's been, or seat 2 and seat 4 will not shut up and it's been complained about by people at the table. I just never see that information flow anymore. So to what Linda and Maria have been talking about is like, if there was a problem at 6:30 to 7 for that dealer, the dealer at 9 o'clock doesn't know, and yet that person has had to deal with, the player has now had to deal with that issue 2 or 3 times, and it's just not being communicated along. So, yeah, a little closer, sorry. It's not being communicated along, and I think that's something that it feels like has gotten lost in dealer training, is that it's your job to pass along what's happened at that table to the next dealer. Because I think, to Maria's point, the dealers are the ones that, they're the ones who are going to see it. It shouldn't be on the women to have to complain. To be fair, the other 8 players at the table or 7 players at the table should also be saying something, but sadly we don't seem to have gotten to that point yet. But the dealers are the ones who are going to see it, so it has to go into that training somehow.
It could also be important to train your dealers to, even when they get pushed from the table, to go, instead of going to the next table, first go to the floor, explain the situation, what's all been happening, and then the floor can take care of it. It's always difficult for the dealer to take care of a situation at a table because the dealer is sitting there, he has to still continue doing his job. While a floor, it's easier for them, like he can take the players or the player apart and explain him the situation and eventually give some penalties or consequences to whatever behavior he has done.
Well, here's the deal. We've been saying for years that women are the untapped market, and in 2 years from now, we're probably still going to say that. So it'd be nice if you could have a ladies' night once a month, maybe. Ladies-only tournaments. When I first started playing, I was like, we don't need them. Well, I'll tell you why we do need them, because I was playing in the WSOP tournament the other day. Actually, it was 3 years ago, but because we were at the Rio. So on our break, Jan and I are walking out, and we see 2 guys in a fight. We see one guy peeing against the wall, and we looked at each other and we said, this is why we need ladies' tournaments, because they need to get the experience first of that, it can be fun, and then, maybe later on they'll go into the open events. But, I just wish there was some way to bring more women in. Part of the problem is that women are not taught to call the floor, because I do get a lot of emails from ladies saying, this guy called me this and this one. I said, do you call the floor? And it's always no. So they don't know they can do that. Maybe if you have some women in your room, you can take one of them to lunch and just say, what's your experience? I think that's a really good way to handle it. Take a couple of them to lunch and say, tell me what's happening.
There's something else I want to add to that, is because I think there's this myth that, women just aren't interested in poker, or like maybe the game or the strategy doesn't appeal to them, and that's just patently false. I mean, I just recently sat down with Playtika, the people that run the WSOP app, the free-to-play app, and they tell me that it's almost 40% women that are playing on their app, and a lot of apps have similar demographic information that's available. So I think what it comes down to is, why do women like to play online but not play live? And it has to come down to the player experience for them. And so I think, let's stop perpetuating this idea that women just are simply not interested, because that's not true. And, to Linda's point about places that don't have ladies events, I have my own feelings on whether or not we need ladies events at the highest levels, but in terms of the local card room and in terms of people that are just primarily coming to play for a recreational experience, those absolutely help. There's so many women that I speak to, anecdotally on a daily basis, that tell me the WSOP ladies event is the first ladies event and first tournament that they've ever played, and the reason they chose to come and play that is because they feel like they can expect a nice atmosphere. And so that definitely factors into people's decision making in terms of when they want to make that first step into a card room environment, when they want to play their very first tournament. And so I think it's so important that we have the gateway drug to speak for, people to enter into the open events, is for them to have a ladies tournament or a ladies night where, having your friends there and being able to get a group of girls together to go is nice. I have a friend that never played poker before, and early on in my career, I just invited her to come play with me, and she didn't know anything about the game. And I put her in, and she had such a good time. So maybe there's even some type of, if you bring a lady with you, you guys get, rake free or something, and some type of incentive where people are introducing their friends to come, but also it's nice to know that your friend's right there. It gave me so much comfort. Anytime I would sit down in a tournament and just a friendly face, somebody I knew was there, because I felt a little bit safer. I felt like if something happened to me and maybe I was too afraid to speak up, that at least I knew that somebody was there that would perhaps also speak on my behalf.
I agree with, I agree with everything that Maria said, obviously, but I agree with two things that Linda said. One, we will be having this conversation 2 years from now again, sadly. We've had it, this is the, fourth or fifth summit where we've had this type of discussion. But there also is, like we had a ladies event at every EPT for 8 seasons, 9 seasons in a row, I think, €200. And we had a group of women from like 9 different countries who came together. They came for 2 days. They played that event. They had fun. And they went in. They were never coming to my event if that event didn't exist. Or they were never coming to my festival if that event didn't exist. We created that over the course of a number of years to have this great atmosphere of 60, 80, 100 women who would come and play these events. And I know I'm relearning the US market, but here there's what? There's Poker Power, there's LIPS, there's Poker League of Nations. There's a number of organizations that have kind of looked at this. So from your room's perspective, if you're going, well, so how do I do this? What would I want to do? There's a number of women's groups out there who would absolutely partner with you to do something. You know, I mean, we're looking at doing some stuff down later this year where we're going to partner with some of those groups as well. And so I think, ladies' night, having a women's tournament once a month, something like that, that should be very easy for an operator to do. And it's not even like flipping the operator hat on. It's not that intensive. It's not like saying, oh, I'm going to do a $100 no limit this weekend and I'm going to be overwhelmed. We know you're not going to be overwhelmed because you're going to have to build it. It's going to be 6 tables or 8 tables. So it's not really that big of an inconvenience to a room either to create that atmosphere. It's well worth it. Like we had a wonderful group of people who followed us around for 5 or 6 years all over Europe just to play a $200 event.
I just want to say from a dealer point of view, 100% agree with what Maria said. But again, with the tips thing in America, you're going to get a lot of dealers who are going to be scared shitless not to say anything. Coming off the table, yeah, say it to the TDs, brilliant. But again, you got the stigma of I can't say anything, it's going to hurt me in the pocket. What I will say is dealing a women-only event is absolutely brilliant because there is no bitching, there is no moaning, everyone's having a great time, no one's acting out of turn. It's a great environment and these should be more encouraged. But why can you get 500-600 women in a women-only event, but when it comes to an open event, there's hardly any women want to play? And it needs to be nipped in the bud. And as you say, the dealers have to have it enforced, that they're not going to get penalised. And if it's when they get up from the table and they go over to the TD and it takes like a minute before they have to push, then so be it. But it needs to be encouraged from a dealer point of view that they're not going to get in trouble for saying anything. They're not going to get in trouble for speaking up.
So the last TDA Summit talked about this as well, and I have talked to a couple of poker room directors about a little idea that I called it Zen Poker, and it's a little subset room inside a room as a testing ground to see if you can attract women. If anybody's interested in hearing about that to see if they want to test it in their room, I do have a loose design for it, so just figured I'd mention it.
I think, like, I want to say, like, I don't know, like, I thought for a long time if I should say this out loud, but like, I think as a community, especially here, mostly TDs, and I think we need to be more punishing to abusive characters in the poker. And I want to name a name. His name is Phil Hellmuth. I think whoever, I mean, we're enablers. If anyone don't do anything about Phil Hellmuth, we're all enablers, and by extension, we commit the crime too. So, and I don't think he's specifically abusive to women. That's, I don't know, probably the silver lining. But no, like, people like him need to be, I don't know, whatever you want to do to them.
All right. One thing, give him a chair. Maybe we add some verbiage into player responsibilities, like we have in there. Obviously, we're supposed to speak up if there's a mistake, right? If you see a mistake being made, you're supposed to speak up. Maybe we say that if should be already not have to be written, right? That you should speak up if somebody is insulting or being offensive. But if it's in there as speak up if you see a mistake or verbal badgering or whatever the case may be, just like and then also maybe adding the verbiage of, you know, it's you're supposed to call a clock when time's warranted, or, you know, feel free to call the floor if you know. I'm saying adding those things to player responsibilities might be something that at least gets that part in the right direction. The other part of the ladies event, something we started doing at the Gardens Casino too, is we had like newbies, ladies, and friends tournaments. So it's more of an environment for the ladies to play in, and it's a ladies tournament designed to get new players and ladies, but California law, you can't just have a ladies tournament. It's actually against the law in California to have a ladies tournament. So a way around that is to call it a ladies, newbies, and friends tournament. So we want ladies to play. Obviously, it's targeted towards ladies, and for them to bring a friend and people that are new and kind of flip that script so men can play in it, but if majority of the people at the table, if there's 6 women at the table and only 2 men, that flips the script. And it creates that environment, I think. And then it gets them more comfortable to actually play with men when they're usually 2 women at a table, or 1 maybe, in, you know, the rest. So that's something that we've done. And because, yeah, we've seen ladies only tournaments for, you know, since Lips and all of that, and it's not necessarily, the numbers don't grow, right? So we know that's not, I mean, it's a good thing to have them still, but that's not the answer to get more, right? So, but anyways.
I know, because Toby sent it to me yesterday, Stars added a rule just to clarify something like this. It's, for their rules, it's rule number 8. It says the right to a peaceful game. All players are entitled to play the game in a peaceful environment without being badgered by other players. Because we've all seen, not just Maria's examples of women being, but obviously we have some characters out there who are obnoxiously loud and make the game unpleasant for other people. But that's something they wanted explicitly adjusted in their rules. Yeah, it's basically, they wanted that absolutely spelled out, that if you're being obnoxious, we have the right to do something. And all of the misogyny and stuff like that would fall under that, absolutely.
Thank you all that spoke on that. Thank you, Justin, for your Poker Atlas. And again, the Poker Atlas is out there if you guys like to see it. You can go and check it out. He'll be here, I think, for the next 2 days. All right, so I hope you all had a good lunch, and I hope you were able to talk about random card theory. More so for the fact that it needs to be consistent. And Jen, you want to give your point on why it needs to be consistent? We would just watch your video, so. Explain what your thinking is on it needs to be one way or another. Yes? Okay.
I just feel like we need to decide whether maintaining the order of this deck is important or it's not. I feel like it needs to be one way or the other. And actually, like, right now we currently have conflicting rules. I think it was Rule 38 where we are not preserving the order of the deck, where somebody's hand is being killed because substantial action has happened and they only have 1 card. We kill their hand, and now I don't even mind the rule. It's fine, but it's hard to explain to people, especially when you're doing training. I trained hundreds of dealers after the last summit, and I explain rules and why we do things the way we do because it helps them understand the rules and why they're doing it, and explain it to players when players ask about why a rule is the way it is. How do I explain to a dealer that, yes, in this situation, we don't care about the order, but in all these other situations, we do care about the order? I just feel like we need to be consistent one way or the other. My personal opinion is to stick with what we've got because it's a lot. I mean, he's only got 8. I got like 47 of things that are going to change if we go random. And I don't mind random. If we just invented the game of poker today and we were creating the rules for it, then sure, there would be no real turn and real river and this, you were supposed to get aces and you were supposed to get this. We could make the rules what we want, but the problem is this game's been around for longer than most of us have been alive. And whoever created these rules believed that it was important to maintain the order of these cards. And that's why all these rules are here. And it's hard to make small changes and gradually get to random, because then you're going to have so many rules conflicting over the years until we finally get to complete random. I mean, I have so many written, and a lot of it is with the pitching in the beginning, when you're dealing. Why do we care what cards people get? Why are we calling all of these misdeals? Misdeals are a waste of time. But there's like 10 reasons why we would call a misdeal, because we're losing the proper order of cards. Are we really going to change all 10 of these and expect everybody around the world to change all of these? And then what about cash games? So in tournaments, we're going to do it this way, and then cash games, we're not. Are we going to change it for cash games? I mean, I've played poker in rooms where they have a different rule for raising. They don't have the 50% raise rule in a cash game. Someone can bet 1,000, the next guy will put out 1990, and they're going to make him call. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's a 50% raise rule. Oh, no, that's just in the TDA. That's just for tournaments. Like, it's a raise is a raise, right? So I don't understand. I think we're going to have the same rules for cash, whatever we're going to decide for tournament. And are we really going to change all the cash game rules to being different, all these misdeal rules to being different? I just feel like it's a lot to change to stay consistent. Yes. Yes, I know that. But it was just weird for me to be playing in a poker room where someone clearly put out 90% of a raise and they called it a call. And I was like, well, the TDA rule, TDA is just for tournaments. I'm like, I know it's just for tournaments, but it's a standard rule that why would you have it different for cash and for tournaments? So we have to think of how this is going to impact the whole world and how many things we're going to change. Because it's not just premature stuff. It's a lot of the misdeals. It's a lot of the, I dealt in too many spots. I should just muck those 2 cards and continue playing, or should we call a misdeal? Or I skipped this guy. Oh, crap, I'm all the way over here and I skipped him. All right, misdeal, let's start over. Or just keep going and then just give them 2 random cards. But it's either we're random or it's either we care. And, I mean, I have one crazy example of the whole point of a burn card is to conceal the next board card while there's action, right? Everybody's check bet. Nobody can see the top of the next card. We have this burn card here. So let's pretend it's all in pre. He's all in, I call, there's no more action. We're going to burn, we're going to put out the flop. Why the heck do we need to burn again? Because you're supposed to burn again because the card after that is supposed to be the turn card. But if we don't care, why are we burning again? Why aren't we just ripping out 5 cards? There's no more action. Like this can go on forever. I can bring up a million rules, a million situations on this whole random card thing. I've spent a lot of time, especially when I knew this summit was coming and he watched my video. I'm like, all right, I gotta be ready for this. So there's a lot of stuff it's gonna impact, and I just feel like we should be consistent. And Rule 38, the way it is now, I mean, it does conflict with what we're preaching and all of our other rules and how all the other ways that it's been, but I just feel like, how are you going to change it around the world? It's too much to change. But everyone can give their opinions and, change my mind.
Well, I think that, yes, poker is very old, and many of the rules and the way the procedures work now, they've been created before there were gaming commissions, before there were surveillance cameras, before there were security practices in place. So you needed to make sure that the game was fair. So some things were created to make sure that everybody was shuffling the deck and pitching the same way so that it was at least a little bit consistent from venue to venue. But my personal belief on that matter is that before action starts, there should be a very consistent and specified procedure. So I think that the way cards are dealt before action starts, even if it's Holden, Omaha, or draw games, there should be a consistency because of game integrity. Because some places where we have poker tournaments don't have the level of surveillance a casino like Aria does. So we need to have a consistent procedure to pitch the cards and to deal to make sure that the equipment that the players manage, which will determine the winner of the hand, is clear and correct for that game being played. So my personal point of view is that before action starts, if
a player gets the wrong number of cards, a player gets too many cards, it should be a misdeal because the hand, the start of the hand needs to be consistent and with a set procedure. After action starts, my personal belief is that randomness applies. I don't care the order of the deck. Nobody knows what's the next card to come. Players play on the assumption of thinking about the cards that they do not have, they haven't seen yet. So it doesn't matter if the river card is the 4th card or the 5th card or the 7th card of that pack, in my personal opinion. So I think randomness should apply after action starts, but before action starts, it should be a very clear, concise procedure for game integrity.
Yeah, as a player, I'm very superstitious about my beginning cards. And most of the players that I talk to, you know, when the dealer does make a mistake and the guy's like, oh, I had aces, it's like, no, technically you're supposed to have ace-3. The dealer doesn't pitch it wrong, you're supposed to have ace-3, not aces. But there's we were talking about this last night, and in our recommended procedures, recommended procedure 5, this made me think a little bit, because for the turn card, what Jen was talking about, yes, we protect that river, and we remix, and it creates an interesting scenario, because now everybody knows the 8 of diamonds is never coming on the turn, because it's been exposed and it's put away. So we have one card that physically cannot come. But if you look at D on there, for stud, the way this reads, if I flipped 4th Street early, I have to deal out 4th Street to the side. So I'm going to have like 6 cards off to the side. Then I'm going to bring 5th as 4th, 6th as 5th, 7th as 6th, put those cards back in. Like, if I tried to explain this to a dealer, their head would probably explode. I was reading it last night, and I was like, wait, this is what we actually do? Like, I haven't dealt or run stud in quite a long time, or played a stud tournament, apparently, that wasn't online in a long time. But this looks really weird to say you're going to have an active pile of 5 or 6 cards off to the side to protect the integrity of 5th, 6th, and 7th Street, or 6th and 7th Street, and I get that stud's a very small amount, but it really made me think about, okay, yes, we're doing it with 2 cards, now we're doing it with 20 cards. Is it that important to protect that one thing? And I'm like, my initial hole cards, or my initial 3 cards in stud, yeah, I joked last night, I've probably misdealt things in the 2 years I was a full tournament director than Matt did in his entire career up to this point. Because Matt wants the cards to play, and I'll misdeal in a heartbeat, because nobody got hurt, in my opinion. You didn't lose any chips, we lost a little time, the cards got put away. So early, I'm kind of with DC. I want my cards to be right, it's just mentally and in my heart. Linda said last night, a lot of players play with their heart, even if their head tells them something different. I agree with that. Post, I've gotten a little bit more kind of wiggly after reading that and after seeing some of the other stuff from people, so I'm very curious to hear what other people are saying, because we talked about this a chunk last night amongst ourselves, but that stud thing really made me rethink the river and the turn thing, whether that's right.
So Matt just asked me if I like putting the cards to the side. And I said, yes, I do. And he said, why? And I said, the honest reason is because I'm old. And old people don't like changes. So old people don't like change. You know, we played this way for 50 years, I have, and you know, so I think we have to be really careful about changing too many things, because intellectually, I believe in random card theory, but when I'm at the table and when other people are at the table, and all of a sudden, you know, you back it up and give him a different card than he would have had, and now he wins the hand. It doesn't bother me, but it bothers a lot of people, and so I just, you know, I know random is right, but I don't like it.
Hi, I'm Ray I'm originally from Hong Kong, so I'm Chinese, so speaking from one of the most superstitious race on earth. By the way, personally, I'm the opposite of superstition. So I'm a fan of the idea of randomness, but I absolutely hate the name random card theory. But anyway, so poker is a game that has a lot of baggages. So I mean, we could go all day talking about why do we still burn cards, you know, in this day and age, and so on. But like, you know, like a lot of people play this game for decades, and there's expectations. So even though I think every card should be random, honestly, I don't even mind if a dealer just, you know, fan the whole deck and, oh, everyone pick 2 cards. That's random, right? No, that's random, totally random, right? So, but however, like this is very good. I think you probably, someone probably brought it up that there needs to be consistent practice, and I absolutely support that. And here's why. Like I'm from Asia, like it's a very long flight, and I consider myself very privileged to be at this summit. And in much of the world, like outside of North America, it exists, by the way. There are other continents in the world, by the way. They rely. I mean, they don't know any of these guys. I mean, even though they should, but they don't. They don't know who Matt Savage is. All they can go on is the TDA rules, the written rules, and they don't know the spirit or whatever history behind those rules. Which is why we need rules to be written very well for, I don't know, card room in Namibia, like in Africa, right? Because they don't know, like all they have go on is the TDA rules. So also, like, you know, if a scenario is common enough, like I consider these like fairly probably the most common cases where card orders are disrupted. If we can agree on a consistent way to do it, I think we should. I think we should, even though I support randomness. Honestly, I think if the order cannot possibly be preserved, like, I don't know, the dealer dropped the stuff, for example, then, okay, everything's random. But if we can, I think the best example is like a 4-card flop. We shuffle the 4 card and pick a burn card, right? I think the similar idea should apply. Like, if it's possible, we try to preserve. Which is why I used to hate like premature turn. So in the past, we use the original river as a turn, right? And if you advocate randomness, you would say, oh, shuffle everything, right? I think because we know the original river, set it aside and shuffle for the turn. And they're all. I'm trying to compromise. I live in the real world. I live in the real world, so I don't know. I try to compromise. Yeah. So anyway, that's my 2 cents about consistent rules, about random card theory, or otherwise, for the sake of the rest of the world that exists outside of North America. And yeah, like we have a lot of baggages. I don't think any of us have the conviction to fight the institution of poker. Like, do anyone here have the conviction to say no more burn cards anymore? Probably not. Thank you.
Hi, Jacob Vale from Desert Diamond Casino in Phoenix, Arizona. I understand what you are saying in this situation, but I think that we have different things that we have to consider where we can consider portions of random card theory and not all of them as a whole. I think that game protection should probably be our foremost concern on whether or not an individual could hold out a card on an initial deal in order to get a different card. But I think there are certain aspects of random card theory where our next consideration needs to be least affecting the outcome of the game, possibly in a mathematical sense, whereas premature turn is going to mathematically affect a person who doesn't have that ability to have that card come out twice. In the most extreme instance where someone flops quads and someone has an inside straight flush draw, on the next card when that straight flush comes, if we're going to have to burn that back in on the river only, that person has less of a mathematical chance of ever winning that hand. And I think that's doing a disservice to our players and to the game in general to have that rule in place. With all due respect to the individuals who have come before us and have led the way in the poker world, and stating that we don't like to change because it's the way it's been and it's the way it should be. I disagree with that only for the fact that if we continue to perpetuate certain rules such as this in order to pacify individuals that have been used to it for so long, that unfortunately we're never going to be able to make the change because everybody will continue to be that person that just gets used to it and we'll have to stick with it.
If I could point something out on slide number 25, if you could look at 25 in your PowerPoint. 25 lists the 8 situations in the current set of TDA rules that involve the question of preserving card order versus randomness. Every situation is set forth on slide 25. And the one that's kind of brought this question into the forefront is the first situation. And that's where the hand is killed on the deal for having too few cards, and then on the flop we only burn 1. Whereas if you'd burn 2 in Hold'em, if the player was killed because of only holding one card, you could burn 2 and you could get back to the quote-unquote original order. So in the first situation, that's kind of a voluntary choice to go random. There is an option. In all of these other situations, these are pretty much tried and true steps that try to create the least harm, if you will. Now, the idea that we can either go all random or all preserved order, I want to address that if you look at these 8 situations, they're not all one or the other. The first one, as it's currently constructed, is purely random. The third one is mostly preserving the order, and on down the line. And you can see that on slide 25, what is bolden, the bold dark black at the end of the rule, indicates whether that is a purely random rule, an order preserving rule, or a hybrid rule. So once the idea of random card theory is debated in theory, we still have to go back and look at each one of these situations and say, is it the best one we can come up with? The other thing I would say is that I've heard this frequently today, and Jen, just quoting you before lunch, our job is to preserve order when possible. And when not possible, then we go to randomness. And I think just listening to everybody speaking, that's kind of a consensus. Try to preserve the order where we can, but if we can't, then we have the randomness to go back to. And that first situation on the slide is the only one where we don't really make any effort to preserve the order. We just go immediately to randomness. All the others are kind of, I think, more difficult to change. Food for thought. What is? Well, that is what I'm talking about. Rule 38, that's the first one. Yes. Well, it's the only one that's strictly random where there is a fairly easy alternative, not necessarily that I'm advocating for the alternative, which would be to burn 2 cards in a no-limit Hold'em case. But that's the only one where it's really, another solution is pretty accessible. The other one would be the premature board card on the turn. That's a hybrid situation right now. So there's a fair amount of controversy on that one also, I would say. But the others are pretty much tried and true so far as I can tell.
And so what I'd like is the most common ones that these mistakes come up, fairly common, to have something that everybody agrees on or tries to agree on, so that when you go to the table, and people all over the world go to a table, to make a ruling on these common situations, that we're all doing the same thing. Is that possible? Yes? So let's go through them. Yeah? All right. Before it? Okay. The question is too few cards. Say 1 in no limit Hold'em. Burn 1 or 2 cards for the flop. Meaning the one player had 1 card. A, are we killing that hand? Or just giving them a card?
Well, if you kill the hand. If the hand was killed. That's another question. Do we kill the hand or do we fill them in? That's a separate question.
How many people in here are in favor of giving a player that just has 1 card before the flop another card right off the top? Right.
And the other factor being that the player has not acted on the hand with an improper number of cards.
Yeah, so Daniel reached out to me on this very specific rule already. He said, if somebody has too few or too many, killing their hand is too brutal of a penalty. Should not happen. Shouldn't have to just kill that hand. So, I mean, we could start there. How many people feel like you should get another card? This is before a misdeal. Why before it's a misdeal? How many people feel like if somebody has one card, no action, it should be a misdeal? Yes.
So currently, right now, Rule 37 reads, a player on the button who does not have the proper, who is short one card, once substantial action occurs, the player on the button can get another card, as long as they haven't acted, okay? Now the question is, on slide 37, should that option be extended to one off the button or two off the button? Again, as long as they haven't acted.
But we don't know if they actually originally got two cards or not. And they say they just have one card. So it's a kind of a game protection thing when we're talking about those other situations. I think that's why it's there originally.
Okay, who feels that has to be a misdeal with player with one card? Has to be a misdeal. Other than the button. Before, regardless. How many feel like it does not have to be a misdeal? All right.
Louder for the people in the back, please.
Who are you and where do you come from?
I'm in a lot of trouble and I need a new job.
Yeah.
I know that. I did. I'm just saying that a lot of the tournament tables we don't have shuffle masters on. So it's not an issue to where we can count down, we're not counting down the step immediately to verify it anyway, even if we do deal out the next hand, if we misdeal and deal out the next hand right away. So I don't understand why we would make it a misdeal right then when they can continue the hand and count the stub.
There is some risk by creating a pause that does give a dealer the ability to peek and see what card they might want to give. A little bit of risk in that.
The reason for making it a misdeal is, the unfortunate reason for many of our rules is angle shooting. Okay, I've got two cards, nobody's looking at me, I don't like one of my cards, I slip it in my pocket.
So they still got away with the angle then?
Kill my hand.
They still got away with the angle then? If that's the case.
Yes, I'm saying, so that's why I'm saying that has to be either a misdeal or kill my hand. It can't be just give me another card. Even though the odds are infinitesimal that that's not what happened, we still have to protect against that kind of case. And the other thing I'd like to speak to is the question of preserving the deck, which as a mathematician I agree it's foolish, and as a poker player I insist. But the situation of significant action, you know, so The cutoff doesn't only has one hand. There's been action. He looks up. He says, "I only have one hand." You kill it, and now the question is, do we put 2 burn cards to preserve the deck? Well, the deck's already not preserved because we already know that the cutoff and the button doesn't have the right cards. Everybody after me doesn't have the right cards. So we're in a situation where we can no longer preserve the deck. So we just, and there has been significant action. So our precedent is, if there's been significant action, then and we can't preserve the deck anymore, oh well, keep going.
All right, Mike Smith from Maryland Live sent in a text message. There is a 4th option. Let him play 1. Let him play 3. That's Paul likes that, by the way.
We talked about that last night. What if you're playing Omaha 8 and you look down at Ace Deuce 3 and you've only got 3 and you're like, no, I want to play. I want to raise. Like,
Why? Yeah. Why can you not? Why could that not be an option? Yeah. This happened. Well, I've never seen it actually. I don't remember that. There is a rule for that, and we'll get to it. But
so when
Paul,
obviously I am very pro random card and not very pro upholding whatever order of the deck. I'm very, very pro random card. But when we vote, I still vote that unless there's significant action, substantial action, that we should make the initial deal correct. Even though in my head, like you said, you could literally just spread the deck and everyone grab 2 cards. I'm okay with that. I understand that. I think that's very random and very fair. It's just way too extreme of a rule to put on players. So even what I think is correct and what I'm willing to accept, I know that not everyone is going to be accepting of that. Yeah, I am open to the discussion of if there's been substantial action, they only have 1 card, maybe their hand shouldn't be dead. I'm not saying that should be the rule. I'm just saying why. And again, like I said, my example, like we were talking about yesterday, I said we make these rules for Hold'em. Hold'em is probably 98% of all the tournaments run. And playing 1 card in Hold'em, no one's going to play 1 card in Hold'em. It's such a horrible disadvantage. But in Omaha, you know, there are a lot of 3-card combinations that are very good. What if you're playing Deuce 7 triple draw and you only get dealt 4 cards? What inherent advantage do you have by being able to draw up on the next street? You discard 2 and you get 3 in return. So, you know, and I had the same. Daniel brought up that issue here. It was here in this tournament that I was running, and I agree that it's very penalizing for a player to have their entire hand killed from a dealer error. Now, I am not advocating that we change the rule, but I'm saying why. What is our rationale behind not allowing that hand to be live? Is it literally just because that's always the way it's done? If there's 1 card short or 1 card too many, the hand's always dead.
The reason I came up with on the break is if I was sitting in the 1 seat and I had an Omaha hand and I had 4 cards, and on the river I just wanted to show 2, I just mucked 2 and show the 2 that I wanted to play. Why not? I don't have to show all my cards. I don't have to have 4 cards, so why? You have to table. Well, I'm only tabling 2 because that's all I'm playing.
all dealer training would say you have to table all 4. You don't have a real hand
Unless
until
you
you
only
table
have
4
3.
cards. I mean, currently, you would have to table 4 to win the
Right.
pot.
So I think we can stick with the rules now are, if you have less than or more than, if one player has less or more than, before there's any significant action, it's a misdeal. Is anybody that is not doing that right now? I think we just stay with it.
I would say, Matt, that language is not in our misdeal paragraph, which is rule number 35.
Mhm.
If you go to 35 real quick, it says 35A, misdeals include blah, 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 but it does not list a player getting the incorrect number of cards on the deal. Now, Robert's Rules does. If you read Robert's, which is kind of one of the accepted conventional rule sets, it does list a player on the deal getting the incorrect number of cards before substantial action will be a misdeal. But we don't specifically spell it out in Rule 35A. And we've kind of gotten away from that, where we didn't want the TDA to just be a regurgitation of conventional rules. If there's a very popular conventional rule set out there, it doesn't have to be duplicated in TDA. That's why we didn't list all the possible conditions of misdeal.
Like Neil said,
but we could add this one if you feel strongly that dealing the wrong number of cards to any player on the deal before substantial action should be a misdeal. We could add it, of course.
I think Neil, I agree with what Neil said. I agree with what Linda said, that regardless of what your head believes, your heart is going to believe something else as a player. And I think it's going to be a very tough sell to tell players that we're just going to start giving you random cards to prevent a misdeal. I just don't think that misdeals are slowing up the tournament that much. I've never heard anyone say, you know what a big problem is in tournament poker is that we're losing all this time with all these misdeals. It's just not an issue. It's not an issue. It doesn't happen that often. And I would much rather just misdeal occasionally so the players have even though I'm as random card theory as anyone, I would rather just have the players be at ease and just get them the right cards. It's not slowing up the tournament at all. There are many other things that are slowing up the tournament other than all these misdeals.
Leave Vogelsang alone.
So
sorry, one thing on that. The extreme of that is in the rule you guys just referenced, which is we misdeal it if a player who was supposed to get cards doesn't. And it's like, we were talking about one, but like I think the players at my table would freak out if I was like, oh, sorry, Tony, I missed you. Like, we would never do that. That would be an instant misdeal. And so I think I'm much happier.
You're also trying to set a rule where in other places that have different gaming regulations that just absolutely might not allow that. They just absolutely might not allow you to just start throwing random cards off the deck.
So I totally support the post saying misdeal does not waste that much time. I personally play a lot of 5-hole cards games myself, so it's kind of brutal when it's a misdeal. So it's a relative thing. Another thing I want to mention is, for the most part, I agree. Like, we probably should stick to whatever we have right now because all the baggages we have as an industry. I want to mention one incident from Asia, from Macau specifically, a couple years ago. I don't know how often you guys see a player with too many hole cards. I've seen one myself. I wasn't working. I was a player there, but it's very brutal. It's a main event, final table. A player moved all in before the flop, and one player calls, so cards on their back. And the player who moved all in turns out has 3 cards. So the explanation he gave was, well, the room was, the AC, the air condition was faulty and very humid in Macau, so the cards stick together. He claimed he only saw 2 cards, which are queens, but he turns out he has 3 cards, queen, queen, jack. So I don't want to get into like how it should be ruled. By the way, it's a pretty big mess. But I say it just doesn't work, right? I mean, too many cards. Like how do you let him, like it's a hold'em game? How do you let him play with 3 cards? That is, having queen queen jack gotta be I assume it's a favorite over aces, right? I would assume it's yeah. So, but it's incredibly rare, by the way. I want to mention.
But if you have an incorrect number of cards, you should always speak up before it's your first.
No, he didn't know. Like the 2 cards he said stuck together.
What he
sorry,
I didn't believe that.
What do you mean he's the excuse every time then?
One thing we missed here is that we try, and I don't want this to sound kind of mean, but it's like the player pre-action does not have a lot of responsibilities other than how many cards do I have. I get you don't want to look at them, or you're waiting, you have to balance your timing tells, and all the other stuff you have to do before you act. But all you have to do is make sure you have the right amount of cards. I don't think it's too much, you know, when we have to kill that hand or whatever, it's like, oh, well, wait, I've only got 3. And it's like, and I get it, but you only had one job. It shouldn't be that hard to have, I get it, the dealer made a mistake. I'm very sorry. If that's the worst thing my dealer does all day, I'm going to give him a prize. That they missed a card one time in an entire day. So I think that's something that's kind of missing from this is, yes, we're doing all of this, but the players do have a few responsibilities as well. You know, making their bets clear, keeping their chips out in front, and maybe counting how many cards you have, especially in Omaha and draw and things like that. It's like I play a lot of Omaha, I play a lot of 5-card, and I don't necessarily look, but I'm counting the first 2, I'm counting the next 2, and I know I got my 4, because that's the important part of what I got to do as a player.
All right, so we're going to put that down. Add that to the misdeal. Improper amount of cards pre-flops with no action. Yes.
But if we do that, Matt, then what about the current rule 37, button with too few cards? Is that the exception? That even after substantial action, if the button says, oh, wait a minute, I've just got 1 card, they're going to get filled in.
Unless they act on their hand.
Everybody's okay with that.
And then it's dead.
And then would everybody be okay with Neil's suggestion, adding it to the player responsibilities to promptly count your cards on the deal? I mean, it should.
To know that your hand is correct for the game being played.
Exactly.
Okay. Good. Nobody has an argument. Anybody complain about that? No. We don't need more discussion.
And after substantial action, we kill the hand. Then.
After substantial action, it is a hand. Yes. All right. That's not a change. Let's go.
Yeah, we keep it as it is.
We do need that written. Number 2, failure to burn a card. Now, this one, there is no current rule. So, if we don't burn a card, and there's no significant action, what is the procedure?
Well, first of all, significant action, any action, because any action after the flop is significant.
Any action, yes.
I think the current procedure most of us would be doing is, if we know exactly what the door card is, I would make that the burn card and then deal the next card of the stop as the 3rd flop card.
27.
Are there any other people here that have different procedures for that?
They do deal the flop differently around the world.
Yeah, if it's only if you're sure which the initial burn card would have been.
No, just 3 cards, and you don't know which way the cards came out. Generally, they come out the same way if they're a right-handed dealer and they don't deal and spread the 2 or whatever. But that's the same. That's what they're saying. Is that it should be just a standard procedure. We're always going to pick up all 4 and then put up 3. We're talking about only putting out 3.
It's a situation where there's no burn card on a flop. That's the situation we're talking about.
So I think we should just have a standard procedure. I agree what you're saying, and doesn't need to be a lot of discussion on it. Yeah, we don't have to get the right card off that flop.
Yeah, I agree that we probably know with 99% certainty that the door card is the burn card, but it's not 100. So I think that most people would agree, though, in that situation.
The door card is a burn card?
Yeah, it's the first card you put down. Then you pick up your deck. First card you see is your burn.
Right.
When's the last time you dealt, Matt?
It's been a long time. 30 years, buddy, 30 years.
Guys, so we already have a rule when we put out 4 cards that no matter what, we will randomly select a card to be a burn card, even though we know which card should have been the burn card. To do it differently would be a contradiction. So I think we're putting too much thought into this. Let's use what we already have.
Right, and that's where I was getting. And then you basically just treat those 3 cards like a 4-card flop. You just randomly draw one of them to be your burn. And then the next card of the deck is 100% part of the flop.
Hi there. April from Firekeepers in Battle Creek, Michigan. I literally made this ruling at a streaming final table. And we did exactly that. We shuffled those 3 cards. We picked one to be the burn, and the next card that was obviously going to be on the flop was put on the flop.
Okay, we can come up with the rules here. Let's make this happen, Mike.
I think it's fair then to put it in a rule that the floor person selects one of the 3 flop cards as the burn card and the next card on the stop will be the third flop card.
So is there a vote on that? Everybody in favor?
Same procedure as a fourth card flop, indeed.
Everybody in favor, everybody against, opposed.
So then the next question is, let's say substantial action did occur and that flop has to stand. Then how many cards do you burn?
Any action.
Okay, well, any action. So then how many cards do you put out for, how many burns for the turn? One burn?
One, the same as we had with
even though we could put out two and get back to the so-called original.
Sorry to interrupt, Mike, but to save Mike from having to repeat this a couple of times, is there any scenario that any of you have where you would ever burn twice? So it is written, so it shall be done.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, we're trying to get this moving. Okay. So no action, we will take one card out. Mike? Jen, you know what's going on here? I want to make sure our recorder is.
I recently wrote a poker manual like from scratch, so I have these rules already kind of like written out, and I thought maybe I would just let Mike use these.
What's it all about?
You want me to read them out loud? Okay, here we go. So if no card is burned before the flop cards are turned, and there has been no action, so we haven't revealed any cards, we just went like 1, 2, 3. Oh crap! I forgot to burn. So now there's been no action. The cards will be turned over face down. The dealer will scramble the cards, and either your supervisor, your manager, whoever is going to select a card at random to be the burn card. Next bullet point, if no card is burned before the turn or the river is turned over and no action has started, that card, I lost it. I pushed a button and it's gone. Oh, here we go. No action has started, and that card shall be treated as an exposed burn card. And the last one says, if no card is burned before any community cards are turned, and there has been any action, even one check, the card or cards will stay and the hand will continue without burn. A lot of people don't understand why it's any action. Everyone always defaults to substantial action. Everyone understands why it's any action. Like, let's say we put out this flop of ace, 9, 3, and the first guy checks, and we realize, crap, we didn't burn. We can't now flip them over, shuffle it up, take one, and make it the burn. And now that ace is gone, and it's now, I don't know, a 7. And now the guy who checked is like, oh, you know what? I can bet my pocket jacks now. I feel a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, we're giving out information. If you change a card and someone checked, so substantial action is irrelevant for this premature or whatever it is. No burn. Anyway, I can send it. Please.
These no running. Flop of too many cards, we've got that, right? That's already done. Not changing that. Premature board cards. Flop. Recommended procedure number 5. Fully random. Stuff is fully reshuffled. We don't need to change that, right? That's good.
So are any changes, 29 has the 4 cases of premature cards. Are any changes needed for any of these situations? And the most controversial one probably is case 5B, the premature turn.
I actually think that pretty much all these procedures are good. Like Neil said, we talked about this yesterday. The premature turn is the one that I like the least, and it's the one that's the most frequent. So I want to optimize that rule, or at least have everyone agree on the rule and standardize it. I think it is crazy that a premature turn card, the rule states that the card that came on the turn is literally the only card in the deck that can't be the turn card. I mean, yes, theoretically, the river is the turn card, but you don't know what the river is. But you're basically saying, we're going to put a random card on the turn, but it's not this one. This is the only card that can't be the turn. To me, that is very contradictory to random card theory, or it's contradictory to predetermined order. We're literally saying that card cannot be the turn. That is the one card in that deck that cannot be the turn. I would prefer to just reshuffle everything at that time. I know like one argument against that is actually speed of play. It's the procedure that we have right now is faster, but I don't think it's worth. I feel like that card needs the opportunity to come out. Now, for people who
we were close to having this done in 2019, and we finally just decided that it's been there forever, so we changed it. We just kept it the same.
And then are we okay just reshuffling and just having a random turn and random river, or does anyone actually believe that we should be putting the original river face down on the table, protect it with a chip, only shuffling for the turn, and then keeping the river? Like, I'm hoping not. I think too many bad things can happen with a card laying face down in the middle of the table. But I feel like that card needs to have the opportunity to come out. Yes. Yeah, we are. Yeah.
And just to clarify from what Paul's saying, that the premature turn card still has the opportunity to come out, but it only has the opportunity to come out once, whereas with the original order it would have the opportunity twice. And so if you use the original river as the turn, so that's really the debate. Do you want to keep it the way it is, where the certain known river is played in the turn, or do you want to shuffle the deck before the turn and then have a fresh turn and a fresh river?
I don't think it matters either way. Do it either way. It doesn't matter. This whole like it only has a chance to come out once. It's akin to saying I should have had pocket aces. This is the same thing. If we're believing in random card theory, it's random. The fact that you know one doesn't make it less random. Like, this card was also not preordained to have two shots at coming on the turn or the river. It's random. Just do whichever one is fastest. I really don't care which one you do. I think either one is the same thing. They are both giving a random card, but it doesn't matter. There's no need to give this particular card any shot at coming out two times. Just like as soon as you flip over my ace, I now don't have any shot of getting that card back. I don't think we need to shuffle it back in and do it. Do whatever is the fastest and makes the most sense. And if that, of these two that are equal, I would say err on the one that we've always done, just so that we don't have to explain it. But I don't think either one matters. Do it either way. Thank you.
I had an email, in my email from Toby and Nick over in Europe, they said just shuffle it all up. For this, Nick wrote it, but Toby said he agrees. Just shuffle it all up. You're exchanging one random card for another, and you then give that that poor card that Hammer's only going to let come once. You'll give it the chance to get there twice.
Alan from Texas Card House Spring. The only thing I would like to say is if we reshuffle early, there's a chance that the dealer might expose more cards. So doing it at the last possible moment is probably the best interest. Shuffling extra, just who knows what will happen. All of a sudden they exposed half the deck, and now we're just completely
that's
screwed.
one procedure that the dealers should know, but you always have to tell them now is don't lift up the cards when you're shuffling again, which it has to happen either way, huh? It happens all the time. No, don't. You know what I'm talking about, Mike? Dealers, when they shuffle, they lift all of the cards up and expose whatever's in the deck. And they do it when they're reshuffling to do this. So you're saying that makes it more likely that they'll do that?
If you reshuffle the premature turn early, you have a chance to expose all those cards for the turn and the river, as opposed to just the river. And that too. And everyone could fold.
But even if you shuffle for the river, the players will have that information before action anyways. So, but that information is out anyway.
Just to gauge the room, how many people would rather just leave it alone and leave it as it is? How many people say shuffle up and deal? Okay, that's what, about 80-20?
I think we are just leaving it like it is, if it's like that.
Can we call it the Paul hates this rule? Oh, there's one that's worse? Okay, motion carried. Next rule.
Leave it. Same thing happened in 2019, but this one took a lot shorter time, which is good. Where are we at? 30? Well, you don't have the premature cards instead. Stud's almost perfect now. We got almost all the stud rules good. This one, burning the street. Linda?
I like the recommended procedure to go ahead and deal the other cards and then give the first guy a random card.
7D, additional cards are dealt and placed to the side, along with other of the premature cards. 2 represent an entire round of cards for the remaining 5 live players. Once action on the round is complete, burn and deal the next street as normal. You like that one, you said, because you were... Okay. I mean, I really dislike this one, but does anybody have a reason for doing this?
If we're going to do it and hold them where we preserve the order that we just voted on, you got to do the same thing instead. Otherwise, you might as well just reshuffle them both.
We already have a reshuffle rule instead for the last card, which has changed.
Hi, I'm Dave Rollo from MGM Springfield in Springfield, Mass. I absolutely hate this rule. I think it's terrible, but I don't think we can change it. Stud players are a very specific subset of players, and the card order is very important to that specific subset of players. And changing this rule will just blow their minds.
Yes.
And I just don't think it will be an effective change.
Fine. Yeah.
So some changes, okay.
All right, guys. So I've felt this way a long time about these stud rules. My name is Jordan Cutter. Do tournaments all over the place. The stud rules, and obviously the people that have been involved in stud a long time will understand this, but if you explain it to them, there's now, let's say 3 or 4 cards are exposed. Those cards have 0 opportunity to make it until you get to 7th Street. The argument for keeping it that way is, what if all 4 players go all the way to 7th Street? All of their cards are going to be exposed. But in stud low, stud high low, and other variants, let's say they're all low cards that got exposed. Now you know those cards have no opportunity to get there until 7th Street. Everything's random. Let's shuffle them in, and they have an opportunity to come out on 4th, on 5th, on 6th, when they would have had an opportunity to come out any of those streets. Now, I agree with him, like, okay, hold them. We didn't do it, so now we have to do it this way. In a way, I don't think hold them, but it's just a lot easier in that way. But I think this is a lot easier in stud. If you just, all right, we're going to take all these cards, we're going to shuffle them back in, and we're going to go from there. Just simple, straightforward. Like, stud especially, people fold, the action change. So now if someone folds in the middle, 3rd Street is now, or 4th Street is now different than 5th Street because someone folded in the middle. They're not getting the same cards. The only way it stays intact is if you have the same amount of people all the way down to 7th Street. Now, if you're in a multi-way pot and stud, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, let me add that apart from the tournaments here in United States mostly, most mixed games players from elsewhere in the world are not that old. Actually, we have in Brazil we have a very big number of new mixed games players, and they would embrace the rule. The way they just love the no big bet on the pair. Also, they wouldn't mind it because they haven't been playing it for 30 years. They started playing it maybe 5-6 years ago. And I know that in Europe, you have a very large number of the mixed games players are young as well. They are professionals. They play every day on PokerStars, on GG Poker. They are high stakes players, but they are very young, and they wouldn't care. They want the game to be efficient, the game to be fair, and the game to be good, enjoyable. I think the rule that sets apart all those cards just makes it slower and worse.
Brazil, that's one of those other countries he was talking about.
Oh yes, there's that one. Yeah,
like Texas. I want to real quick. The reason I think it's fine to do these different and it's not inconsistent is the procedure that we just voted to keep the same in Hold'em is not for the sake of preserving the deck. That's just something that happens to happen. It's time that we need another card. We need a burn card so that the deck is protected. So you burn and you put out the next card. Yes, that also happens to be the river card. But the reason I want to do it that way is because it's the fastest. The stud version, I would like to do whatever is the fastest. Just shuffle it back in. If we could do the same thing and just set that card aside and then give everybody one, I would vote for that too. But that's not going to make it that much faster, and it's a dramatic change. If we just do the change that we could tell everybody, no, we're doing this to keep things fast, and we believe in random card theory. You could still do random card theory, and you end up preserving the deck. That's just not why I want to do it. It's faster, and it's the same thing. If you shuffle it in the middle, it's going to take long. It leads to more potential mistakes. If you just burn and get that card because you can get a card, and then you shuffle and do the next one, that's way faster, and it also happens to preserve the deck. But that's not the only reason that we're doing it, and why it's fine to not preserve the deck and also do the thing that's faster in stud.
I want to touch on what Jordan said. I think it kind of got lost in everything that he did say. Is another reason that it's not as big a deal in the Hold'em game versus the stud game is you're burning in you're using a lot more cards in a stud game than you are in this Hold'em game. You have a stub at the end of a Hold'em game where there's a lot of cards out there. If you are taking so many cards out of play for 3, sometimes 4 rounds, by the end, the likelihood of someone knowing what cards are still there is much higher. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I truly believe that that's why in this, absolutely, I truly believe that that's why in this case with stud, we should not burn around. We should just shuffle and move on immediately.
One thing, because he brings it up as well, and I hadn't thought of it in, Justin did rather, I hadn't thought of it in the part of stud. We definitely need to add what Matt was saying, Mike, in about making sure the dealers are instructed. You flash the whole deck to stud players on 4th Street while you're replacing stuff. Every single one of those people is going to remember every card in the deck that's there as it goes through. So it needs to be kind of written of it, like remember a face down. It would annoy me as a dealer to try and put the deck together face down on that shuffle, but to be fair, it's my fault. I'm the one who brought a card premature. So it should be in the procedures, absolutely.
Okay. But now stop. All right, let's take a vote. Who would like the rule to stay the way that it is? Burn off that entire street. I love you. All right, so we are now going to just shuffle right away. That's a good one. That's a good change. Thanks. The Lyndon Johnson rule. Let's call it that. All right, where are we at next, Mike? Just want to. When cards remain to be dealt on a hand and the stub is accidentally dropped, it appears to be disordered. I think we're good with this, Mike. I don't see anything wrong here. Anybody have an issue with this one? We're talking about misdeals. This is already Mike, not changing that. All right. Where's Andy Rich? The old joker on the flop. How to handle it. A joker period. For reference, Robert's rules. Okay, this happened last week at Golden Nugget. And the players were all in pre-flop. All in. Pre-flop, bet, call, all in. Now the flop comes down and there is a joker in the middle. How many people think that that is a foul deck and all bets should be returned? How many people think that should be a box card and the next card just goes on the deck? All right. For those that feel that it is a foul deck, would you like to argue your side or would you like to change your mind? Yes.
And the reason I ask
yeah, I know, because I mean,
if there's 52 cards,
right.
including the joker,
right.
then I'll change my vote to foul.
Right. We're going to say that there's not. I'd say the majority of people don't. I don't know, maybe they do. They returned all the bets in this one. And, I mean, it's not a terrible, like, worst ruling ever. Not, it's not any of that. It's people, a lot of people feel like this should be a foul deck. And when I put this up on Twitter, a lot of people argued strongly against the fact that it should be a foul deck. So, I think we can adopt Robert's rules there. Now, in Robert's rules, if you have a joker in your hand, you can get it instantly replaced. If you don't say anything and you play it, your hand is dead.
I'm just a player, but how can you ensure that that deck doesn't have, if you have one joker in it, you're probably going to have two jokers.
Yeah, we think there's going to be two, and I think there'd be two in that spot too. So when the second card comes up, then you just do the same thing again. And if it's in somebody's hand, and they say it, announce it right away, they get it replaced. If you don't, and you play that, your hand is now dead. Of course, we're going to change the deck after the end. It's also a good procedure for the dealer to just at the end of the hand to hand the deck over, and then have the floor people count the deck, check it out, see what's happened, see if there's 52, 53, 59 cards.
But the deck that's in the hand is still in foul order because there's another joker in that deck.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's the same thing as if it's a box card. If there was a card that was upside down, we would go to the next card. It doesn't matter in that case. It's treated the same way.
So I think we're discussing whether or not we're using a shuffle master. I think even if we aren't, there's a good chance that there are less than 52 actual cards in that deck. The dealer should be counting the stub, right? And if they've counted the stub on that down, then they've counted 52, and one of them is a joker. So there are 51 live cards in that deck.
I would prefer that the procedure would be that the dealer just hands the deck to the floor and then get a new deck and then go.
Right, but that's why I think that fouling that hand is the better decision, because you dealt a hand with 51 cards or maybe 50 cards, because again, the dealer should be counting that stub. Should have happened before that hand was dealt.
You see the problem with that now, right? Now if this comes up, you change the card out. Now you put there's betting on the turn. Now there's betting on the river. Now the dealer counts the stub and it's wrong. Now all the bets go back?
No, Matt, what he's saying is he's saying what a good dealer would have done is they've been counting 52 the whole down. And so the dealer knows it's 52 because 2 hands ago they counted it.
Right, as a
he's
dealer,
saying.
I'm
He's not
taught
saying the
you
dealer
count the first hand, the last hand, and somewhere in the middle, right? So I sit down, I count.
You dealt. You know when you're counting those cards, you're just putting them down.
But
I counted the stub all the time. I was trained really well.
How many cards is it supposed to be in a full game?
Well, Matt, bad behavior isn't an excuse for a bad rule, right?
26, huh? What's that?
Bad behavior is an excuse for a bad rule.
Right, I understand. It's not. It's pretty established rule. Robert's rule's probably been there for 30 years.
Not necessarily.
And to be fair, and Matt said this, no one's saying that the Nugget made a bad ruling by
Right.
giving it all back. You know, like I said, I misdeal all the time. If I had that situation, I might have looked at it like you can't see it in this picture, but one of those all-ins had pocket nines. And like this, so misdealing this, you could say, oh, it doesn't hurt anybody, but I bet he's pissed because of this. But again, we don't know how long that deck has had a joker in it. So like, I probably would have misdealt it quicker than Matt, but I don't think anyone's saying the Nugget made a bad ruling. It's just a question of what should we do if a joker comes up.
And I think it's fine. It does happen. I mean, I've seen it. This one I've seen a few times.
You mentioned the difference between the joker in your hand and the joker in the deck, and you have to say it immediately. And if it's not a foul deck, that does make a distinction. If I don't look at my cards until it's my turn to act. Now, if I turn over my cards and I see 2 queen of clubs, even if there's been significant action, I say there's 2 queen of clubs, the deck is foul, there's no question. If there's been significant action and I look at my hand and I see a joker, is it okay to give me a new card?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is happening, yes.
Okay, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm treating it as a boxed card. even
Correct,
then.
at that spot.
So we keep focusing on Joker, but there's other situations where that could come where we want to rule it the same, in my opinion. Let's say we're playing short deck, where you have deuces, trays, 4s, and 5s removed from the deck. And same thing, like a 5 comes on the flop, or a player has a deuce in their hand. I assume that we're going to be treating that just like the Joker. It's a non-standard card in the deck you're using will be treated like a box card. I assume most of us are saying that it should be a box card, but the verbiage needs to include not just a Joker, just basically any time a non-standard card in the deck used for the game appears, it would be treated as a box card.
All right, that's fine, except that we were going to get into the next level of this, next layer of this is a miscolored card, or a same suit card, same card. Correct?
What Paul's saying is, so if it's a deuce of diamonds in short deck, that's not a playable card. It is a piece of paper in this situation.
All right.
A joker is the exact same thing. It is a piece of paper in this situation. It's not a playable card. If you end up with 2 queen of clubs in the deck, absolutely that's a foul deck, and you have to correct that. But we're talking about if it's a not non-standard, but a non-playable card. What about a purple card and a brown deck?
That's what we're saying.
We're going to come to that. The reason I absolutely hate the misdeal or foul deck thing is because, like, someone brought it up, right? Like, if there's a joker, there's no guarantee all the 52 standard cards are in there, right? But the issue is, like, let's say the deck actually is missing 2 kings, for example, and the dealer discover like 5 hands later. Like, we were never gonna reverse all those hands before, right? So that's the issue, right? In this case, because there's a joker, it actually helps. We know right away something is wrong with the deck. Then, but in other scenario, it is almost impossible to tell on the spot. But we is accepted action, right? Accept the result, right? We accepted those results. So which is why I think it's completely unacceptable to call it a foul deck in this case. We absolutely have to continue with this hand and consider that a box card, because in the other scenario, it is impossible, close to impossible to spot it right then. That's my opinion. Like, I think it's unacceptable right now.
They had that happen at the series. I'm sure everybody was chuckling when they saw that at the beginning. Brand new dealer got pushed and handed the guy a deck, and then handed him, like, I think all the 3s and the 8s from the deck. Because the floor, the 3, 5, 8, the floor had said bring in the 3s, the 5s, and the 8s. And the person was brand new, didn't know they were talking about stacks, and took the 3s and 5s and 8s out of the deck. And they played an entire down with those 12 cards missing. And like, you can't obviously redo the down. It's okay, apparently a few people hadn't heard that story. I feel bad for that dealer, but they were brand new and they didn't understand. So I realize they don't necessarily go back, but you kind of do want to fix something as soon as you see it.
But this hand just need to go on, in my opinion. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to point out is obviously the caveat here is whatever your gaming commission says. Like, it might be a gaming commission who's like, you see a joker, that hand's done, give the money back, kind of thing. So that's I don't know if we have that language on there, but I think that language applies to everything, but just kind of a reminder that.
By the way, do we have
you may
information on this specific hand? Like, are all 52 cards in there along with the Joker? Do we have information about that? But for me, it's irrelevant for the point I made. Like, it is.
If you're
actually, the
making-
Joker is a
yeah.
good thing. The Joker was a blessing because something's wrong. So consider a box card is the only reasonable recourse, in my opinion.
I mean, people have acted on their cards, which are correct. That's why I don't want to kill the hand. They haven't done anything wrong to make this, you know.
And I heard one
hand
of the
not
player
play.
has pocket nines, by the way.
Correct. Correct.
So you were saying you would treat it as a box card, but if substantial action hasn't occurred, a guy gets a Joker and immediately, you know, says, you would still treat that as a misdeal, right?
No,
one's acted?
replace the card. Replace it.
So, like, if no action has occurred, like, to me, like, you have clearly a foul deck. You have a problem in a deck. Like, you're saying you wouldn't just take back the cards. Like, if I got dealt a Joker as a player and I immediately was like, this is a Joker, you're saying you would just replace the card and not get a new stub or get a new setup in?
That is the way it's been ruled. I think that's Robert Rules covers that as well.
In Roberts, they will declare a misdeal for box cards if there's two or more box cards, but not just for one.
But I just feel like that precedent is really bad from like think about this as a player perspective. If you're playing in a tournament and someone gets dealt a Joker, and then you're like, nah, we're just going to continue on because it takes 4 seconds to collect cards and reshuffle it. As a player, I would absolutely not be interested in that happening. I understand substantial action, and if that happens, that's one thing. But on the first card, someone brings it to your attention, I think that deck has to come out of play and get a new setup in.
You don't want to return all the bets. Okay. Anybody? Yeah,
I agree.
I'm
In this
okay with that.
situation,
Okay.
yes, I agree. If you are pre-flop,
Yeah.
there is no action, and someone has a Joker, that is a misdeal or change in deck, and I'll just play it under the. You only got that one card. That other card is not a legal card in this deck. You only got dealt one card. You got dealt one card pre-flop. We're gonna misdeal it. There's no action.
If there's no significant action.
There's
Okay.
also a quick question, because our rule does say if two or more boxed cards on the initial deal would misdeal the hand. So if we dealt those two jokers into the hands, we would misdeal the entire thing. But if the two jokers come on the flop, we just replace them? Okay, no, I'm just asking for that clarification because of the way the rule is written. So, and I guess we're okay because now we know the jokers are both gone, and hopefully the deck is fine besides that.
So are we adding another misdeal condition? Any Joker coming before substantial action will be a misdeal because we know there's something wrong with the deck. Is that, as opposed to it takes two Jokers to. Right.
Okay. Oh. All right. Matt Waxman. Hi, Matt Waxman. You have any problem with any of this, Matt?
Everybody, Matt Waxman, right?
All right, I figured I'd offer a player's perspective. I gave up the mic, though, because I feel like most of you guys got it right. I just wanted to be very specific that if there is action, especially like if a flop is dealt here, by all means, we need to preserve that hand. Never call that a misdeal. There's been action. One thing I think that you can consider is I think the most likely situation is there's 54 cards now, right? Like the 52 with 2 jokers. But if there's 52, then like you got to think like, okay, well then what are the 2 most common cards to be removed if they're not there, right? So would that be like the king and queen of spades or something? By the way that like I don't know, but like yeah, you got to keep it. And the main reason is because there's already been action, there's already been a hand, and furthermore, I think you can safely deduce that no players at the table have an unfair advantage of knowing what cards are missing when the jokers are there. So it's just like it's a box card, and it's all good. And you got to just let that hand play.
This was something we spoke about yesterday as well. In a way, you want to limit the amount of times you declare it a full deck and return all bets to a minimum, because a lot of the reason why we have rules, and it has already been brought up today, is because people try to take advantage of certain situations. And if somebody knows that there's, for example, a 51 card deck because there's a card still in the well and he sees it, that person could literally be free rolling. Like he could be saying, I'm going all in, either I win the hand, and if I'm not winning the hand, means that I'm losing the hand. I'm going to say, oh, there's a card in the well, it was a full deck, please return all bets. So with every situation, you have to always think about it from a player's perspective, that like from a player's perspective, with somebody that has the intention of trying to play an unfair game. And if you transfer yourself in the position of that player, it will be very easier for you to make a ruling based on in the best interest and fairness of the game. So for that reason, try to minimize the amount that you declare a full deck and try to keep hands in play as much as possible.
He's saying foul deck, not full deck, just so you know. Right? Sorry. Yeah. Thanks, Kenny. Full deck is 52 cards. A foul deck is one that's not correct. Yes? Move on. It's your accent. I like your accent. There's got to be a little new board hazing. I'm sorry. There's to be a little bit.
So even for those reasons, like for us, we kind of came to the conclusion that the only wrong decks are decks with 2 cards from the exact same suit, the exact same color, and the exact same pattern on the back. So even if there's 2 aces of spades in there, but one of them is a blue card and the other is a green card, then it would not necessarily be a full deck. We take out, if we're playing with the blue deck, we just take away the green ace of spades, let's say, and keep going with the hand. Of course, it is possible that local gaming regulations stipulate other things. You have to, of course, follow those, but if nothing specifically is written in the local gaming regulations, we would tend to go with the procedure I just explained, basically.
So, you missing cards, you guys are okay with finishing the hand. Is that what you're saying? A card is found in the tray. You want to finish the hand. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's okay with that.
Yeah. And we're going to count the stuff after the hand. Like the deck. Yeah. Play the hand out.
Okay. Mike? Anybody have an issue with that? We move on?
So based on slide 33, should the TDA more specifically stipulate what a foul deck is? Or will we just let convention kind of handle it and just leave it? Because right now we say foul decks will be defined by local gaming regulations and the House. The TDA does not further stipulate. Do we need to, or is it okay the way it is? So should we include that language in this rule?
Okay.
So with Roberts, a card with a different colored back is in play, even if it's not identifiable as being a duplicate, same rank and suit. That also will invalidate the hand or invalidate the deck, or will that be a box card? Keeping in mind that if there is a card with a different colored back, there's a pretty high chance that that same rank and suit is somewhere in the stub, and so.
I think when we talked about it last night, the reason we went with the 2 8 of spades is because everybody in the world agrees that's a fouled deck. Beyond that, if we said like the 2 or 3 other stipulations you could potentially make, like I can't imagine, and I've worked in about 40 countries at this point, that there's a gaming board out there that thinks 2 8 of spades can play in a deck. Any of the others, you might actually run into a gaming regulation where they say it is a foul deck, it isn't a foul deck. So when Mike was like, should we add some language, that's the only thing we could kind of all agree on, was that this is a foul deck. Everybody knows it and it stands. The other scenarios, we were talking, we don't really see the need to add them because it could be then something that isn't enforceable in certain places and all the rest of it. So it's kind of then it becomes up to the house of if you think having another color in there, then groovy. That's the rule at your house. Or if your state thinks that's the way, then congratulations. That's the ruling in your state or country. Okay, Mike.
Got it.
Yeah, I would say putting that, I've been in rooms where you hear, bad deck on 47, and you're like, oh, well, great, thanks, dealer. How long has that taken place? Now everybody knows. The players who got moved from that table know. It's like, yeah, the procedure, I don't know if it goes in TDA or if it should go in all your own dealer handbooks, but if you think there's a problem, when I was a dealer in Aruba for, I think it was Ultimate Bet, it might have been Susie from the Bellagio or something, and I pushed a dealer 3 times in a row, and his deck had 51 cards in it every time. So I just kept crimping a card in the shuffle, calling for a new deck, and passing it off and giving the guy the look that, hey, this deck's bad, and going on, because I didn't want to be bad deck on 47. So, huh?
All right. Flashcards on how to handle it. So a player said to me the other day, whenever they get dealt a card that may have flashed, they will instantly turn the card over and tell the dealer to give me a new card. Linda also will do the same thing. She swears she'll do it if it's an ace. I don't know about that. But should players be able to just turn their own cards over without saying anything? Yes, you think players, Matt Waxman, give him a microphone, please. If you don't have a microphone, then you can't hear it on the stream. Yeah, so we need a microphone.
I've actually been talking about this. If a player squeezes a card that flashed, and they're like, oh, no, this flashed, and then they should be probably given a warning or a penalty at least. But if they see their card flash in any way, before looking at anything, just turn it over without knowing what it is.
Don't say anything to the dealer. Don't say anything to any other players. Just do it yourself.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you say that the card flashed before you look at it. And then
All right, but you have to get some kind of confirmation from somebody, don't you?
Well, if I'm a player and I say a card flashed and they say, no, you didn't, you got to keep it, I'm going to be angry. So if a card flashes ever, before I look at
but
it,
what if you say, call the floor comes over, the floor says, dealer, it is card flash, the dealer says no. He says to the players, did anybody see or did this card flash? And they all say no.
But you can't expect the players that might see a card to act in good faith. And if you see your card that got flashed before it gets to you, then you turn it over without. If you squeeze it, that's considered angling, and then you should be warned or penalized. But if you don't squeeze it and you just flip it over, it's fine. A guy did that at my table yesterday. He said this card flashed, and I said flip it over. He flips it over. It's an ace. You know, he's obviously not angling. But like you just can't look at it to have any advantage. But if a player is ever uncomfortable that their card was flashed, they can't expect the other players to act in good faith and be like, oh no, I didn't see what when they might have saw it was
sorry, is the reverse of that true though as well? Because if I'm playing Deuce and I see paint, oh, it flashed. Like, is it? I'm not like question. I'm like,
can you
know, is it not equal? If you can't expect the players around you to act in good faith that the card, can you expect the player themselves to act in good faith that the card flashed?
Can you give me an example?
Like if I'm playing Deuce to 7 and I think I saw paint and I go, oh no, my card flashed, and I flip it up, so I know I'm not going to get that queen in Deuce.
Yeah, but did this card went to you and you didn't squeeze it?
No, it's coming at me and it does get it tiny, but like
yeah,
I have no idea if anybody else saw it. I'm going, oh, it flashed, but I'm now encouraged in Deuce to flip that up because I saw paint.
Yeah, but it's still flashed to you, so it's exposed. Like, why do you?
Yeah, but that's what Matt is saying is don't you have to verify it, or is it? Can you just judge on my thing where I say and do like a thing of like, hey, this guy says his card's been flashed 6 times this orbit. So you know this something.
You're not
has to
squeezing your hand though, correct? Like if you're not squeezing it and you're just flipping it over before you can even know what it is,
maybe
that's fine. If a guy's doing this like 5 times a tournament, then yeah, let's talk to him, you know, because that's obviously the player, right?
So
but in a situation where, you know, where you don't squeeze the hand and you just flip it over.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and maybe this is the compromise, right? Instead of you just turning the card over, you say, Floor, this card flashed. This card flashed. It was paint. I know it was paint. Now somebody verifies it, right? The floor comes over and verifies it. You just don't have a player turning a card over.
I mean, I've had situations where like I'll see a dealer pitch, and like when they pitch, they're like have their card up, and if I ever see that as a player, I'm always gonna mention the card flashed because I'm not looking for an edge. But like if I see my card up and they're pitching it to me, or maybe even someone else, I'm just saying turn that thing over. It was visible.
But you've seen a lot of weaker dealers this summer, have you not?
Only like half of them are.
Okay, but so what I'm saying is. There comes a point when a lot of times that you just let it go. I mean, I don't know. But do we want the players doing it on their own? I just don't think it's correct.
If they're squeezing their hand, then that's absolutely like. Look, if I get a card and I say that flash, and then a floor comes over and tells me I got to keep it, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it.
So like,
regardless, the player's still gonna get a card. All the scoreboards can watch and make sure that player is not doing it correctly.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yep.
This specific player is not doing it.
Sure. Yeah. Make notes. Give them warnings. If it's the same dealer, then maybe talk with the dealer. But like I said, the big no-no is if a player is squeezing a card and then saying it flashed. That's unacceptable.
Matt, yesterday I told you that I wasn't. This topic I was just gonna let. Now I'm actually on a side. I'm definitely on the player side on this one. I appreciate Matt coming in and speaking on this. There's really no angle to shoot by the player claiming that their card flashed. If, like Neil said, if like you saw paint, then the card flashed. Like if you saw paint, then someone else might have seen paint. So I don't think there's a huge angle to shoot. I mean, maybe if you're playing Deuce and you see that it's not paint, then you probably wouldn't say anything or deny that it flashed. But I feel like this is a situation.
That's the angle.
That is the angle, but I feel like we need to take the player's word for it. It's not a huge angle. I mean, it's not a huge issue. I've encountered a player claiming that their card is flashed, maybe. Yeah. I don't want to be looking at their cards.
My point is, I think we should be taking the player's word for it, yes. However, the floor should be involved so that we know who is going on. That's what I'm saying by the floor comes over, replaces the card, right? Okay, maybe I think I did say he looks at the card. Maybe I misspoke. But the floor should be involved, should be aware of what's going on, and keeping track.
So if the player says, can you please call the floor? The player says, my card flashed, I'd like a replacement, and we just ask, did the player look at their hand? And if he says no,
I don't think that's always a necessary step. If the dealer says yes, it did, take it back, or another player says yeah, it's flashed. Then you don't need to call the floor. Why would you need to call the floor for that? Then it's obvious. We need a microphone asking when we do these things. Or else Rob's going to lose his mind. Yeah.
I'm saying, what about whenever another player says, wait, his card flashed, I think it was blah, blah, blah. Most of the time, in my experience, it has not been the correct card. We do not turn it over. Yes. Oh, like, yes, what are you talking about? You've been there. Most of the time, the player is incorrect. I don't turn the cards over. We say, just so everyone knows, he thinks he saw this, and we continue with the play. And I would say probably at least 85% of the time, the guy's incorrect. So if we're going to let these players, based off of what they say, turn over their cards and replace it, are we going to do it on the other side whenever this guy says, hey, I think I saw his card?
I think we talked about this in 2019. I think it might have been 2017, and it was exactly what you just said, Candace. If worst case, if the floor comes over and the guy's like, he's got king queen of clubs, I think the most what we were saying is the floor would look at everybody and say, well, he says he's got king queen of clubs, because if the guy does have king queen of clubs, he's going to go, whoa, shit, okay, wait, sorry, whoa, okay, wait, I want a new hand or I want a dead hand. I'm not playing this when he knows what I've got. So it was always the floor will say, hey, he thinks he saw his hand and he thinks he's king queen of clubs. Good luck, everybody. And go on. And this, like Matt has we didn't have a long discussion about this because this was more, it was a discussion, that's why they jokingly called it the Lyndon Johnson rule last night, it was a discussion of when the player gets it and just snap shows it and is like, hey, my card flashed. It's like, then what is the dealer doing in that instance? Because you can't unring the bell. The card is now exposed to everybody. But, I also think this is one of those things, we talk about these procedures a number of times. 95% of the dealers, maybe even higher, well, maybe pre-COVID, I don't know if the numbers changed post-COVID, they're just going to replace the card and move on. The floor will never get called. It will just go along. And so I hesitate to change something or put in a procedure that, we've talked about this a bunch today, that's going to slow it down, that's going to, and these are things that at any level, probably at any level, even at a low level, will self-police 95% of the time. So I don't know that I would necessarily want to change anything in here. Especially in bigger buy-ins, 4 figures and above and 5 figures up, like those players will police it themselves. They'd be like, damn it, that's the 3rd time in like the last 2 hours. What the hell are you doing with your cards? Or they'll go to the floor and they'll be like, look, the dealer that you've got pushing through 2, 3, and 4, we can't have this anymore. You got to get them out of here. So I hesitate to put anything in writing on this. I think it's fine the way it is.
I agree with Matt and Neil for the most part, but I think it's a very dangerous direction to take to trust any players whatsoever. Like I take the concept of never trusting any players whatsoever, because somehow you guys think it's not a big angle. I believe it's a huge angle. It's a huge angle. Like it's exactly the same. Like we're talking about 2 different scenarios here, but I think the idea is similar. Like the lady was mentioning a scenario like that happens more often, is that a different player point out, oh, I saw a card, I think it's a red 3 across. Like in this scenario, like if I got called over, I would absolutely not look at the card. I would refuse to look at the card. I would just, like I think you mentioned it, like announce to the table, this player made a claim, deal with it. I think the same should be done to Matt's suggested scenario, like a player believe his card was flashed. He can confirm with the dealer, do you believe my card was flashed also? Maybe there's some disagreement. Like I think the same should be done. Like the card should never be turned over. Like after I cannot accept the player would flip one of his own card over on him by himself. He make the decision himself. I absolutely cannot accept that. That is a huge angle. They cannot be trusted.
Quick question. As a player, everybody in this room, how many people have seen their card flash and snap turns it over to the dealer because everybody saw it? No. Matt, you never turned your card up?
I mean, if it's obvious, then other players will be able to confirm, right?
So, if you don't encourage a I just want to be really specific here, like about the procedure and how this is done. If you're a player that believes your card has flashed, you do not look at your card that you think is flashed.
I agree.
And
I agree
decide
that
it
part.
flashed.
I agree that part. Yeah.
That's the big no-no. If you don't touch your card and you say that card flashed, turn it over. You can't angle. You don't.
How about why does it have to be turned over?
It's a random card.
Why can't it be like replaced and not turn over? Can it be replaced and not turn over?
Because in the possibility that it flashed, then somebody might know. Okay, that's a heart.
But my issue is.
But you now give everybody the information of the exposed card.
I don't know if the card is flashed at all. Like you somehow and apparently you believe that the card was actually flashed. Now I'm saying I don't trust it. Like you think it's flashed. I don't trust that the card was actually flashed, especially if no one else at the table can confirm.
How can I angle in that situation if I don't even look at the card personally and I'm just exposing it after it's been pitched to me?
I agree, but like
Ray, if it did flash, then he now has that information. If he says my card flashed, and you say we're not going to expose it because he could be lying, if he's not, he now has that information and nobody else does. Then his point is that you can't angle. If you see it and you say that card flashed, you are flipping over a random card and everybody has the information. If he's not lying, he looks like an honest guy to me. If he's not lying, then he did see that card, and now you're mucking it face down, and he's the only one who knows what that card is. And he gets another one. So he now has information that not everybody has. Right. He's more likely to angle doing it your way than his way.
It is technically possible to angle by marking a card and knowing what it is without seeing it. I don't think that that's a scenario that would happen here, and people are going to flip their cards up as players. But to answer the question, how do you do it? You mark a card.
And just to reiterate, like if there is going to be something in writing, please say the player who says their card was flashed, they don't get to look at the card and decide. They flip it over before they bring it in.
Yeah, the claim must come before he touches the cards.
Huh? Sorry?
The claim must come before he touches the cards.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't get to bring it into their hand and then decide. They could even switch it with a different card. Be like, no, you flip it over before you look at it. Just turn it over, face up. Everyone sees the exposed card. Easy. You know, that's how it's done. No angling.
I think it's a question of relative harm. The harm that's done by flipping over a card that didn't really flash, but somebody thinks it flashed, is a lot less, and showing it to everyone, is a lot less than the harm of not flipping over a card that 2 out of the 7 players saw. So my feeling would be, when in doubt, flip it over. And that's why I wouldn't object if Linda's playing at the table and I'm the floor and Linda throws the card over. I don't object to that because I think that's causing less harm than the other way around. The other question, by the way, when I see a flashed card more often, it's on a discard. Somebody's mucking his card. Okay, the dealers, present events excluded, are usually pretty good and don't flash very often, but or they get warned after flashing too often. But the players we see very often, you know, the guy. I've seen people throw their cards up like this, and sometimes I don't see what the card is, but I see that he flashed it. You know, out of the corner of my eye, I see that he went like that, and he throws it down. And I call the dealer, and I say that he flashed his cards. And they say, well, what was it? I don't know, but the guy sitting next to me might know, and he's about to act on my bet. I want to know, too. So... again, the harm of exposing a card that wasn't really flashed is much less than the harm of not exposing a card that was.
I think this happens. Well, yeah. Number one, Linda can do whatever she wants. Well, you hadn't asked, Jen. You can do whatever you want too. There we go. To Matt's point, though, I respectfully disagree with the notion of not trusting every player. That's a bridge too far for me to cross. But it's also, this is one of those scenarios where, as I said, 95% of the time no one's ever going to hear it. The 5% of the time you do hear it, it's usually something like, there are times when I'm in my book and my headphones are on and I'm not paying a ton of attention at the table, usually a cash table, not a tournament table. But you're going to notice if somebody gets a flashed card 2 or 3 or 4 times. Like on the one, I think can it be angled? Yes. Everything we're discussing right now can be angled, and everything we've discussed all day can be angled. And there's someone somewhere watching this stream figuring out how to angle it right now. But I think, it's what we said before. I like Matt's take, and I also like what was just said. I apologize, sir, I don't know your name. Alan. When you do the math, as he and Kenny have done, the risk of an exposed card versus the knowledge of a non-exposed card, he said it a lot better than I just did. Those two things convince me. I think we should leave it as it is. This isn't going to go to the floor more than one time in 20 anyway.
So what I'm hearing on this flash card question, and this question has been around since probably 2011, or it keeps coming up. 2 situations. One, if a player feels that one of his or her cards has flashed, the player should keep the card face down, and the floor should be called to make a ruling on it. Is that, if I think one of my cards has flashed, should I table it immediately, or should I keep it face down and the floor come over and
If the
decide?
floor has to come every time to every table when a card is potentially flashed, then the floor has nothing else to do anymore than going around tables to check for flashed cards.
And in the meantime, the card stays face down. Is that?
No,
Mike, it gets resolved at the table with the dealer
I think
usually.
my card's been flashed, so I immediately table it and then say.
Most of the time, this is going to be handled at the table. Most of the time, you're not going to need to call the floor on this one, which is good.
Okay, so then what is the situation if a player feels their own card has flashed? What should they do? Should they keep the card face down?
Tell the dealer.
Tell the dealer.
But should they keep the card face down until the dealer is informed?
Everybody but Linda.
Yes, I think they should.
Correct. Okay, so the card stays face down, the dealer is informed, and then the management handles it.
Floor.
The dealer
can handle it. The dealer.
Or the dealer handles it. Okay. So you're advocating that the player immediately tables his card, is it?
Mike.
There is a small angle there, but it's a weak dealer, and you're seeing every time that a dealer's dealing to you, and you're in a specific seat, and you're just saying it whenever it's a bad card. That's the angle.
If a person exposes a card twice with one dealer, if they do that twice, I'm alerting the floor instantly and saying like, well, let's look out for this guy. Let's figure out what's going on with the dealer.
Good.
Like,
And
you should
you're-
definitely
that's good.
Like it's fine to let the floor know that this guy is getting a replaced card, but like you don't want, like Kenny said, you don't want to occupy the floor's time for this trivial matter. Like
Yeah, sometimes it's tough to get a floorman.
You just explain to the staff like this player does not get to bring his card in and look at it before he decides if it was exposed. You just flip it. Just flip it over, face up.
I think it's
new
nothing
card,
to see here. I
moving
don't think
on.
we need to write anything on this. Just
I was
kind
going
of
to say,
like,
Mike, you're trying to write a new rule. You're not trying to create an existing one, right?
Yeah, we have no current rule.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to write one.
We have no current rule on flash cards. Leave it like that.
Does anyone want a rule written for this? Meeting adjourned.
no. Oh, there is one more thing with that. Is it now to become the burn card? Does it now become the burn card, that exposed card? Is it now the burn card? Why? Why is it the burn card? That card becomes a burn card? Right? No, I mean, that's not the reason for the burn card. You're taking that card and putting it on top now. Yes, preserving the order of the deck. See what I'm saying? Yes, 2 flashcards misdeal. But you understand what I'm saying. What's the reason for the burn card, Paul?
Protect an idle deck.
Okay, well the deck was idle when you were replacing that card, was it not? But now you're putting that card on top. Have we reached that point already? It's only day 1. Okay, so it becomes a burn card. So maybe we do need a procedure for that. And it becomes a burn card. I know it's standard, but there's a reason for it not being that way, but that's okay. Just wanted to throw it out there. All right. How many of you are running bounty tournaments? How many of you use a bounty chip? Okay. Those of you that have their hand up, how many of you don't count the bounty chip as all in if they throw it in the pot? Why? Why?
The bounty chip, because we talked about this last night, the bounty chip or bounty receipt or bounty card or the cash money that's the actual bounty, those are not part of the tournament. They're not tournament chips. They're not tournament equipment for that event. So our dealers are
They are tournament. They are tournament. They are equipment for that.
The $1,000 chip is not part of the tournament chips. Exactly. It's
Okay,
not part of the
some
betting
places use an actual physical chip. A green chip bounty, a black chip bounty, whatever.
Yep.
Purple chip bounty. I'm talking about if you have a bounty chip. It says bounty on it. Do you have those? Who has those? And you don't count that as all in if you throw them in the pot? I love your accent, by the way. Okay, give her a microphone. Please, because you should all get to hear this accent. Who are you and where are you from?
My name is Lauren, and I live in Australia, but I'm from Dublin, so
Okay.
I'm like a mixture.
Like Lynn Gilmartin.
Yeah, I know Lynn.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so the reason that I don't signify it as an all-in is because the bounty chips that I currently have, they do signify just like bounty, and I'm just concerned that for whatever reason that a player might mistakenly go to throw the chip in, throw in the bounty chip instead, and now I'm signifying his whole tournament life when he very plausibly might have made a mistake. I'm certainly giving him a penalty to make sure that he's not doing it as an angle, but I would rather give him a penalty to ensure that he doesn't do it again rather than put his whole tournament life at risk because he may have made an error thrown in the wrong chip.
There's going to be more and more bounty tournaments, so I think this is something we should probably figure out. But we've always, at all of our events, used that bounty chip as a player being all in. And if you're facing an all in and then you throw that chip in there,
then I would just use the rule that is in TDA. If it's heads up, then it's an automatic call.
no, you threw the bounty chip in there.
Sorry?
If you're facing an all in and you threw the bounty chip in.
Yeah, so I would signify it same way that if you threw in just a singular chip, same thing, that it's a call. It's a one chip call. That's what I would say.
Well, you're saying in one respect it is not a chip and in another respect it is a chip.
No, I'm saying the reason I don't signify it as an all-in is because there may have been an error on the player's behalf where he thinks he's picking up a 5K, throws it in, and then is like, oh crap, that's not a 5K chip. I'm now all in.
Well, it's the same thing if you had a 25K chip and you were trying to throw in a 100 chip. Would you be responsible for the 25K?
Correct, but I just, I don't know. I just feel as though in that specific scenario, like if a player is trying to angle, I will give them a very harsh penalty and be like, don't ever do that again. But at the same time, if a player has mistakenly picked up the wrong chip and thrown it in, and now put the whole tournament life at risk, and also the player is going to make it known, like, oh crap, like I didn't mean to go all in. And I feel like I've really damaged the integrity of his hand then, because I'm going to make it stand, and he's now made it known, and I've contributed to making it known that that person probably necessarily doesn't have a hand that he wants to be all in with. And I just feel as though it's quite harsh in the sense of maybe there shouldn't be like a bounty chip. Maybe it should be something that's entirely separate. Like there cannot be room for error, but at the moment, on my chip, like my chipset, there could be an error, and I just feel like it'd be quite harsh.
I'd be worried about angles other way myself, just thinking that I would throw that in there. Oh, I meant to throw in whatever, and then
yeah,
you get to take it back, and then
it.
No, I understand. When you're running
it all
4 terms
boils-
a day, sometimes you have to use something.
It all
And
boils
sometimes
down to
it's-
paying attention. When you have a bounty chip, it's not even supposed to be anywhere near your stack. So if it's in your stack, now you're not paying attention. But our bounty chips are 55 millimeter oversized chip. There is no confusing them. And it is a declaration of all in. And it's also an announcement that we make at the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah.
If you bet with your bounty chip, you are declaring yourself all in. And if someone's there that, well, I didn't hear the announcement at the beginning of the tournament, I wasn't here, well, it'd be on time. Exactly. I mean, so, yeah, a bounty chip should never be commingled in their chips anyway. So
the problem again here is the people that try to take an unfair advantage, where they're facing an all-in and they would just throw in the bounty chip, knowing it actually doesn't mean anything, in order to get a reaction from their opponent, and they might flip over their hand, and then they would exactly know what to do. So that's something you need take into account when making rules with bounty chips, whether they count or do not count as a valid bet or call or all in.
All right, I don't think we can force anything here, but I was shocked to hear the other day that they were not counting bounty chips as being all in. And years ago in World Series, I don't know if any of you were working World Series when they had the all-in chips, and they said that if you threw the all-in chip, it was a souvenir. It wasn't actually an all-in chip. People were throwing it in, and then they announced that if you threw it in twice, that you were all in, and then it became a real mess.
Well,
they stopped giving those away as souvenirs. But I was shocked to hear that. I thought that everybody used that bounty chip as an all-in, and so I don't know. I think maybe it's a procedure.
Well,
whatever you want to do.
There's something.
Okay.
Well, it's to the point that Lauren made, something that we've looked at is how many people remember betting lines? How many people remember the angles of betting lines? The all-in chip, like for us, again, we've done it this way for a number of years. The players are trained, so that's always part of it. Once you've trained your players to play one way, they're going to play that way. And if somebody's doing that, it's an angle, you say something. But like the all-in buttons for EPTs are triangles. And if you've ever seen a stream, you'll see people going, and the dealer's like, sir, I need you to make an actual wager, or something like this. This is not a betting motion in poker, even though it looks cool on TV kind of thing. And so we don't consider the bounty stuff as part of the tournament equipment, part of anything. It has no value in that tournament. It only has value when somebody has busted you. So playing with or tossing in it, because we saw it in early days, the bounty chips were basically always made the same size, like what Lauren said, as the regular chips. I know to whoever, I think it was you, sir, who said, it's not supposed to be in your stack, neither are your time chips, which also get flung into the pot because you were riffling the wrong stack with the wrong stack. We just basically made the rule of, that's not part of our tournament. It's not, because originally in France, we had to use receipts, and another country we had to use cards, and it just, yeah, exactly. And now it's cash chips. And then it went away from cash chips because our bounties got too big and security wouldn't let us walk around with 300 grand. And so it's been done a number of different ways because we've operated in so many places, but that's why we moved away from it. I don't like a situation where somebody can angle the all-in, which is, oh no, oh shit, oh here, that's how it's played? Damn, kings. Which was the betting line stuff, or the other thing where the person's flipping around going, oh yeah, I call, and then looks like, oh shit. Yeah, and they're doing it for real, and now I've taken some poor recreational who's never played a bounty before and they're out. So it's just for us that got rid of both of those things by saying, no, look, sir, I'm sorry, I need you to make a proper wager. And if you have to tell them 2 or 3 times, then yeah, now it's penalties, now it's, hey, knock it off, play normal.
Yeah, we do the same. We do not consider the bounty chips as part of the betting structure. So if a player throws in a bounty chip, it's not all in, but we consider it as an attempt to an angle, so we would hold him to an action, to a betting action or to something like that.
So Neil, I have a question. Question about running tournaments in Europe. So if they have a time chip, that time chip is not considered an actual chip. If they're facing all in and they toss in the time chip, into the pot, now the player could easily argue, oh, I'm just trying to tell the dealer I want more time. Well, the other player might react based on him throwing in the chip. How do you reconcile that?
But in the scenario, this to an extent sometimes falls back on the players have to pay attention as well. It's the same of, oh, I thought he called, that's why I exposed my hand. It's like, yes, but he didn't call. You're the one who exposed your hand. I know you thought, but the dealer didn't turn to you and say, please reveal. You didn't. So in those scenarios, it would be, it's a bit like the old, what was it? Going back to the betting lines when people could do the push forward and pull it all back. There's a famous one from the series that Jack had to rule on where someone pushed a mountain forward and then broke off the front or something. I can't remember how long it back was. But people used to do that all the time. And if the guy next to you flinches, that it's not nice, but under the rules at the time, it was the fault of the guy who flinched for reacting to the action before it was completed. So in that, if somebody flicks a time chip in thinking they're calling, the only consequence really is they're going to get 30 seconds if it's a shot clock tournament. They're just going to get 30 more seconds added on. If the other guy exposes his hand, that's a tournament I'm glad I'm not the floor of to have to make that specific call in that scenario. But yeah, it's again I think I can't even remember. Haven't been to Europe in 4 years, so I don't remember what our time chips look like. But I believe they're actually time cards. And but that brings up a good point. I would ask everybody, you want to make your equipment as differentiated. You mentioned the 55 millimeter. That's one thing we can do, is make sure our equipment is so differentiated that people shouldn't be able to make that mistake. And if they do, maybe they are making an angle, because it's like, how did you throw out, remember France had the plaques back in the day? It's like, how did you put something that big out and go, oh, I didn't actually mean to?
Tonight we have a TDA tournament at 7 o'clock, and we're going to be playing with shot clocks and time extensions, and our time extensions look nothing like chips. It's perfect.
Yeah, it might not be possible at every company, but if you can make all the auxiliary equipment as different from the playing chips as possible, it helps. Our bounty chips are also larger chips. They are almost 15 millimeters, I think 43. And we use time cards instead of time chips because you cannot confuse them for playing chips.
That's why we have all-in triangles.
All-in triangles as well.
Spin them around like the dealer button. The downside though is everybody sees them.
In order to make it so that the tournaments that do count that as an all-in don't have as much trouble, can those that have bounty chips that don't count them as all-in just give them to the dealers to give out during those situations? Just like when you keep cash chips in the well, instead of giving them to the players?
The reason I would say no to that is simply, we had this situation happen a couple of times, and then we made a big change around this, is whatever the bounty is, that's the only part of that pot that really matters. Unless it's a chip lead pot, if I just busted Kevin, the only part of that matters is the chip that's worth $500, whether it's a receipt, a ticket, or what have you. And we had a couple of scenarios where it was a big enough pot and everybody was excited and the dealer's counting and everything, and the other guy storms off because he's busted, and he stormed off with his bounty chip, and he ran to the cage, and he cashed that bad boy out and left. and then we never see them again because we're only in Prague for 10 days or Barcelona for 10 days. It's like, then you turn around and you go to the people who operate the tournament, the casino or poker stars, and you're like, hey, we have 3 bounties that have been screwed up to the tune of $3 grand. Who pays that? And now you have to have an argument of, okay, does Stars pay it? Does the casino pay it? Do the dealers pay it? Because technically they're the ones who made the mistake, which is awful. And so we made a decision to, that's when we had actually switched to cash bounties. We were like, you know what, we're going to give everybody, and now it's your responsibility when you bust that guy to make sure you got the $1,000 chip. The dealer will do their best, but and it kept us then from having to worry about cashing out bounties or any of that stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily want to be in the situation you're describing, because again, now it puts it back on my staff. And if somebody makes a mistake in a 5K plus 5K bounty, who eats the 5K? Because I guarantee you there are operators out there who will pin that on the dealers in 2 seconds flat. It was their job, they screwed it up, they pay it, and that's awful. Well, somebody's got to pay it because that guy wants his $5 grand.
Wouldn't Poker Atlas handle that? Just saying it.
Sorry, what was that?
I feel like Poker Atlas could handle that. I mean it though.
Hammer, how much did you give him?
All right, so I don't think we're going to come to an agreement on this. No? Mike says no, so we're moving on. Okay. All right. This is one that came up 2 nights ago. Not everybody plays this game, so I don't want to tie up a lot of time with it. I think we should do this. I asked 20 players that play this game all the time. In single draw games, limping should be allowed. How many of you run single draw tournaments? Yeah. So we're going to make this change. We're going to start oh, there's Ken. Hey, Ken.
Hey, so just to provide context. I am Ken Poe. No, I play mixed games, just to be clear to Justin. Also Deuce to 7. So we had an incident during the 9-game mix at the series. Scotty Wynn was gracious to be at our table, which was an awesome experience. But when we played No Limit Deuce, he limped in the small blind. So that caused a lot of confusion because he had never played No Limit Deuce in his life, and it was kind of a bad user experience for the player. And it brings up a whole bunch of rules about like tossing in a single chip and all these other kind of archaic rules. So the question, this is why the question was brought up via, I think,
Randy OL.
Randy OL, yeah. I had this exact same discussion with him at 8-game mix a couple days later. Should limping be allowed in single draw? He gave I think it was Billy Baxter who mentioned there was some collusion way back in the day of like 2 players being in a team and trying to, I guess, squeeze and grab a bunch of players' equity by just having them limp in and kind of team play. But considering that tournaments are just groups of random players, there's not really a collusion factor. So I would recommend that it just causes a lot of confusion and it's not a great user experience when in every other game limping is allowed. So that's why this topic is being brought up.
Similar to the stud betting open pairs and fourth. So it'd be written, so it'd be done. All right. Done. That's cool. Change a rule in a game in one night. I like it. Is that the one? Okay. So 2 years ago, I think it was in 19, that we agreed that the dealers would announce bets and not all ins unless requested. How many of you are not having your dealers announce the bets? Jason Heidenthal. Besides Jason. You're in favor of them announcing the bets? You have them do it? Okay. Anybody not having their dealers announce the bets? Why? I got 3 or 4. Can we get a microphone over there? Yeah, sorry, if you could just repeat that for the live stream.
How's it going? Ryan from New Orleans. I always thought that it led to a chance for a weaker dealer to make a mistake. And if we're expecting it of all the dealers, now we expect all the dealers to be right all the time, and it slows down the game. And again, to me, it leads to an error.
Okay, we were speeding up the game. I think it speeds up the game.
Matt, perhaps we should change the question.
Okay.
How many people are experiencing problems with dealers announcing the bets? No.
Yeah, they do that. They were doing that in Australia. The dealers announce every action. Was that you? Oh, I did a commentary for one of the events at the Star, and every action. She's apparently the best dealer in Australia, but she was announcing every single action.
Yeah, it's a government regulation by the casino. They have to announce every single action, just so that the microphones and the cameras can do it. But other than that, the Crown doesn't do it, and independent poker rooms who are not governed by the legislation don't have to do it. But the Star Casino has to announce absolutely everything.
Okay. Okay, so there's nothing to change there. I would like to see everyone using TDA rules have them count the bets, especially the biggest tournament room in the country, maybe the world. But, it is what it is. I'm talking to your boss online, by the way. Yeah, oh, he's texting me. He's telling me to zip it. All right. Jason Heidenthal is on my side, Bill Mason. I'll look into the camera and point right at you. All right, he still reports to Bill. All right, let's see if he texts me back. All right, another one that came up yesterday and has been around for a long time. Should the order of game be changed for horse? How many of you run horse tournaments? There's a reason why they're saying these games should not be next to each other. It's stud and stud 8 or better, because both of them have low card bring-ins, and they're back-to-back, and there's mistakes made all the time. So, Jesse Hollander, can you live with changing the name of the game? Or not changing the name of the game and just having the games in a different order? The game can actually be called, the order is Heroes. Heros.
Heroes, that's what Ken just said.
Yes.
Why don't we just high card and then just play it in whatever order? Why not that?
Well, that's part of the thing, is not to have them next to each other. Stud and stud 8 are better.
I've done events where it's random, but the ask is to keep S and E away from each other because of the confusion. Raz is high bring-in, stud becomes low bring-in, and you're still
And
I like it. I would switch it up. That's fine.
And the only reason why it's this way is so it can spell horse. That's it. Exactly. Which is silly if you think about it.
How am I supposed to win the Remington at the Commerce in a horse tournament if it's not called horse?
True. Does anybody have an issue with changing that one of people that run these events? Anybody have a problem with that?
Yeah, any order is fine.
Okay. It's Heros, but again, you could still call it horse if you want, but just change the order of the game. We can do both. All right, on the bubble, is anybody still running a clock on the bubble? Keeping a running clock on the bubble? Besides Neil? Is this, Kenny, isn't this what you came up with? Isn't this what you asked about? Oh, you already do. Does anybody do? How many of you do 3 minutes off the clock? Talk. I'm in favor. I'm in favor, but explain.
For me, 3 minutes is way more in line with actual reality near the bubble of a tournament. 2 minutes, you're never getting in 2 minutes per hand on the bubble on average per table. So I'm more in line with reality. And also, I'm running a lot of small field tournaments. So I have, my bubble is on very few tables, which causes the bubble to last a longer number of hands. I often have to work with casino hours, with staffing hours, with kitchen hours in order for my breaks. And if I delay my tournaments too long because the bubbles take too long, like my whole schedule can be shifted to a point where I have to start moving tournament starting times or let players come in earlier or wait for the next day. So personally, for the tournaments I'm running, 3 minutes just works a little bit better because even with 3 minutes I have had tournaments that were an hour behind on schedule already anyway, even with 3 minutes. So yeah, with 2 minutes it would even be a lot worse.
Matt Waxman, what do you feel about that? He's a player, so. No. Do you prefer that to a running clock?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. I don't, but that's okay. And tell us what you do, Neil.
As I've said the last couple of times this has come up, because we've been doing this in Europe for 9, 10 years now, 8, 9, 10 years now. Every tournament we run, because this rule can't be one size fits all. On the EPTs, we run 5-minute clocks, 10-minute clocks, 15-minute clocks on turbos, hyper turbos, and super hyper turbos. So the rule that we have that all the players know is we will play one additional level, period. So if it's a 15-minute clock and we've just started the level, the maximum you can play is 29 minutes. The 14 minutes left of this level and the next level. If we're still on the bubble at that point, the clock is just turned off. And we wait until it's done. And the minimum amount you could then play is like if there was 14 minutes gone in that level, 16 minutes. So between 16 minutes and 29 minutes is the min-max of that bubble in that 15-minute tournament. For the biggest ones, like our high rollers and super high rollers, which are 60, same thing. The max, if we were 1 minute into the level, little unlucky for the high rollers, they're going to get 59 and then 60. If we were 5 minutes from the end, they'll get 5 and 60. But it's been, the rule was put in so we could have one consistent rule for all of our tournaments. And like I said, if you have a 10-minute tournament and you're doing 3 minutes per hand on the bubble, you're screwed. The players will have 2 big blinds at the final table. So it's something we've done over there for, like I said, almost over 10 years, I think. And we just don't have any problems from anyone. It's never, it's just never been an issue over there. That's it. And trust me, one of the first things I got when I was like, hey, TDA is coming, Toby was like, tell Matt, not a chance. So my hand will remain raised in 24 and 26. We don't have any problems with this, and the players are really happy with it, which is all we really need.
I also run 15, and we used to run some 5-minute tournaments as well, some hyper turbos. And we've been doing the 2 minutes off the clock ever since, 19, 17, I don't know. And also, we haven't had any problems. The players like it as well. So either way, it seems to work.
Okay. I think just keep what we have recommended as 2 minutes. I prefer your 3 minutes. And
the fact that it's 3 minutes now, when within 2 to 4 years, 2 minutes was fine and a great amount of time, says a lot more about the state of the game and the work we have to do in a different area than it does about, hey, maybe now we need 3 minutes for a hand. Because the fact that it's noticed by everybody, like I'm going to continue to give Vogelsang a lot of crap about that, but he's not in every tournament, so he's only doing it in a couple of tournaments. So the fact that it's 3 now is a little frightening, because that means 4 years from now, people are going to be saying, oh, we need 4 minutes for what an average hand would. So there's definitely things we have to look at there too, but I think that's on tomorrow's agenda.
Speaking of Vogelsang, yes, that will be a topic for tomorrow. It's a big topic, and so we need a little bit more time of it. With it is going to be, you know, stalling, and we need more time to discuss stalling. That is true. We need more. So we're going through a couple little throw-ins on here in the end. That the chip rack's on the floor. Is it a procedure needed, or is it just Matt's pet peeve? Yeah. It is ridiculous when people, I mean, it actually injures people. People get hurt from these things. If you guys could make announcements. People, when you get to your racks, you move to your table. You throw it under the table. You throw it on the floor behind you. You throw it across the room. Why? It's awful, and it injures people. People
I think the key here
hurt
is
themselves on these things.
I think the key here is to train your dealers to accept the empty racks from the players. In Europe, it's pretty much common sense now to hand over your rack to the dealer. The dealer will keep it in the well and then hand it to the floor on the first occasion that comes by. But when I come and play on the American continent, what I often see is, like, I see a European player come to the table. He hands his empty rack to the dealer, and then the dealer is confused because he has an empty rack, and he throws it on the floor. Yeah, just think good training will help here.
Waxman, where do you put your rack at? Underneath the table, right? Yeah, I know. Do you throw it under the table? Do people realize that people got to go there and go under the table where your feet have been all day long and pick it up?
I'll either hand it to the dealer or I'll go to a table where no one's playing and just put it on top of that table.
Thank you.
But, like, no one's doing this, Matt.
I know.
This isn't a thing.
Training. Training.
When I see a rack on the floor, I'll move it like where no one was going to step on it.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah.
It's a problem. It's a pet peeve. I guess that's my number one.
I kind of have a complaint mildly related to this, but it's not chip racks. If I can go.
Go.
Do you mind? All right. My pet peeve, besides chip racks, is getting moved to a new seat and finding the guy who just busted this garbage all over the frickin' seat. And then I asked my table mates, like, hey, is this your beer? Is this your wrappers? They don't get cleaned up. And obviously, as a player, when I bust a seat, I take my stuff with me, but people don't do it. So I think that there should be some sort of discussion for people that are picking up the seat cards to maybe make sure that the person who comes into the new seat isn't inheriting a pile of trash that they now have to deal with when they get moved. You know, it's pretty annoying.
Is there is there an etiquette thing in there about maintaining an orderly area? Or I know that we had hygiene at one point was an issue. I think it's better now, right? Yeah, it's a good time to remind you to take your trash when you leave today. Please. Please take it with you. They are letting us use it. I hear Maury is in the building, and his wife Kathy brought some treats for us, and they're out in the lobby. So she makes the best stuff. If you get a chance, it's out there. I mean, can you put something in there just for me, Mike? Put something in there about the chip racks. Just for me. I'd appreciate it. It is, I mean. Yeah, if you can make it part of your announcement, that would be cool. Linda brought up one. And again, tomorrow we have a couple guest speakers. We also have the poker tournament tonight. Paul's putting on a poker tournament just for us at 7 o'clock, $200 buy-in, which will have clocks and 2020. He's got 6 tables. You guys can bring a +1 if you'd like. But you're welcome, and we'd appreciate if you'd come and play and give a little support to the Aria Poker Room, which has given us all this. Linda brought this one up.
monitoring. Oh yeah, I wrote a column recently about not paying the bubble, and I did not expect that anybody would make that a rule. By the way, I think the Orleans made that a rule, and I think it's horrible. The pressure that's put on players, and I play a lot of tournaments, and I'm not seeing the final table monitored as far as pressure in most events, and I just think the reason I brought it up is I think you guys have to monitor it, or have your dealer call you if when somebody says no means no, but that doesn't stop players from berating other players and why won't you deal, and I just think it needs to be monitored better.
Quick question on that, because I think we've discussed this before. The red black for okay, a deal's been asked or offered, and this is what first, second, and third and fourth would be, and you give a red card and a black card to every player. They scramble them and pitch them in. Are there people that like, I don't know, maybe there's new people to this, or I don't think we put in a, are there people doing red black for their deals? Oh, yeah, the anonymous voting. The one thing, because I saw a lot of hands out there, one thing I want to put in about the deals and ICMs before, because I know a bunch of people have already stood up to answer Linda's thing. Something that I encourage you guys to do, we did this as a legal cover when we started doing deals, because when they say deal and we want to do it, like on an EPT main or the sides, the floor, Toby goes up, we give the ICM numbers, but we also make them sign a piece of paper showing the original prize pool, their agreement to the amended prize pool, and everything. That's because you don't want a tournament where you said, oh, it's $1 million for first, and to have that person come back and sue you because they only collected a prize of $880K. So you want their signature and you want that saved. It can help with your gaming commission and all that. That's the only thing I would add to that. But to Linda's thing, I thought we had put that in a procedure in 2017 as far as when a deal's offered, it should be red black. So the player, they shouldn't know who's saying no to the deal, if that's, sorry.
I just think this kind of ties into the conversation we had earlier, and making sure that we codify in our rule book rules about not being or allowing toxic behavior at the poker table and not allowing people to berate people at all. So I just want to make sure that we do get that officially in black and white in our etiquette, and that we attach a penalty to it.
Sorry, I was just going to give credit to Paul. So I used to work at Aria, and then when I started at the lodge, I got yes/no cards made up immediately, and all of my managers, I require them to use them anytime a deal is made to pay the bubble, any ICM chops, and it really cuts down on the. When I first got to the lodge, I tried to implement them, and players were like, "You're an idiot. You're just wasting time." But then I started running bigger tournaments, and they realized. I would have players come up to me after an event and be like, hey, I didn't want to be the a-hole that said no to it, but I really didn't want to make that deal. And that's when I put my foot down and was like, I'm going to use yes/no cards. And now it's just standard practice, and everyone loves it. So for anyone that doesn't use yes/no cards, it is infinitely better. It cuts down on bullying and all the issues that come with the guy that doesn't want to say no to a deal.
When I wrote that article, I wasn't really thinking anybody would do it, and I think that it is the players' money, and they should be able to make deals and negotiate if they want. But as far as paying the bubble, people are pressured into it, and I know they don't want to pay the bubble. Half of them at the table don't want to. If somebody's got 2 blinds and everybody else has 30 or more, at least half the people don't want to pay the bubble, but they get pressured into it. So I'm just saying, what I was trying to say in the thing is you really have to monitor and make sure that people are not pressured.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure in that spot, and yeah, not everybody is as mean as Linda, but it's at the same time, you shouldn't have to be bullied into it. All right. Let's talk about this. Blacklisting. So a lot of people send me messages. You should talk about making a blacklist. The TDA should make a blacklist. We should talk about, people that are accused or and banned from certain things in casinos. There should be a blacklist, and we should know about this. Not possible, right, Paul? Not legal.
Unequivocally illegal, globally.
Okay, so how does blackjack get away with it, having a book?
Those are confirmed cheaters, and they're part of some like major casino coalition. It's
Cheaters?
the same. No, sorry, but they're confirmed banned by that property. Like everybody, most of the people, like Stars has a blacklist. I'm sure Caesars has a blacklist. MGM has a blacklist. Yeah, DC has a blacklist, and I'm sure as people grow, I'm sure Caesars and BetMGM now have online blacklists that they will extend to their live events. Those things are fine. I can certainly, Stars Online can certainly tell me so-and-so is a cheater and he shouldn't be allowed to play our live events. And then we can go, and if we're partnered with, Lucille in Barrier, we can say, hey, these are the people we don't want to play, and they'll do whatever they do in France to decide whether our banned list can work there, because we're operating under their license. I can't find out that so-and-so uses RTAs or was ghosting or multi-accounting in Stars. I can't call Jack and say, keep him out of the World Series. It's illegal, it'll get me sued, and it'll get me fired. And like, I understand why the players want this, absolutely. And it's been disappointing, but also enlightening to see the number of people this year calling out people who scammed them for $1,000 or $2,000. There's obviously been big discussion in the player base about that. But what the players don't understand is that we cannot do this. For the last 3 years I was at Stars, I ran the blacklist. I interacted with the people at World Check, the ones who say, these are politicians, you have to monitor if they play, or these people have been convicted of gaming crimes, or these people have been convicted of really big crimes, and they're not allowed to play. But that's all stuff that each casino does individually. I know there's a big, I can't remember the name of it, there is a casino-like security group that a number of, sorry? Thank you. Yeah, that a lot of casinos are a part of, and they might be part of an organization where they've agreed to share data on some super high-level legal thing, but that will never encompass some dude who was multi-accounting on an online client. It will not, maybe 5-10 years from now, but that would be a rule that Nevada would have to stay, or Ontario would have to stay as they regulate their marketplaces. I know France, Spain, and Italy, and I've lost track of the number of places Stars is at this point. They all have different rules based on what the country wrote. But yeah, I read all of this stuff when it was all going along about all the players that we know, but everything, I've talked to lawyers within Stars and stuff. This is unequivocally illegal to share this information unless, to what we were saying, you're part of some much larger conglomerate group that shares, and those people are usually, as somebody said, that's blackjack, that's people who've been 86 from casinos for significant reasons, and they'll tell whoever's in that partnership. The tribes have that as well, where they share information, because I've seen people banned, in a property in Washington State, and now they're banned in 17 states. But that's again, those are much higher level than what the players are asking us to do, is saying, oh, we know this guy was ghosting and we want him banned everywhere. It's like, well, the online site where he was ghosting can do what they want to him. Nobody else is going to do to it. Like, I admire what they're trying to do, but it's illegal.
I don't think it'd be the worst thing if your jurisdiction says that you can claim suspicion of something so long as you're probably not banning them instantly. I don't think it would be a bad thing for there to be some sort of a list or some sort of a database to say there is suspicion of this and maybe you need to keep an eye out on this individual. But yes, I don't believe that you're going to be able to immediately deny somebody access or entry into a tournament based on suspicion or even proved this, that, or the other in a different jurisdiction.
The sad reality of poker is this. When you have a cheater at a casino, they're cheating the casino. When you have a cheater at a poker table, they're cheating each other and not the casino. And so the casino has really no reason to create this list. That's basically the sad reality. Anybody else have anything on this? Again, we do have a lot to go over again tomorrow. I want to go over that stalling issue. I think it's a huge one. We do want to take a group photo. That way you can prove to your bosses that you were here, if you have bosses. So we're going to gather everybody up there in the front, and we're going to take a couple pictures. Tomorrow, okay, I'll put the main slide up. And then tomorrow, 10 o'clock, we're only going to go to about 3 o'clock tomorrow. So it'll be 10 to 3, no lunch break. Be here at 10 o'clock for tomorrow, please. And we'll get that photo now. And thanks again for everybody showing up. Really, a lot of good stuff today. I appreciate it.